In this video, we built a SaaS AI research app, NotebookLM, that allows you to perform Q&A and summarization over multiple documents. We have here the left panel. We can use the left panel in order to add some sources, some document that we want to generate reports about. We can generate a summary, story guide, briefing doc, FAQ. We can generate also an audio overview, video overview, or a mind map based on selected sources. You can see on the left we have some sources that we can select here, and then later here we can generate a mind map. Now you can see we have here the mind map generated based on selected sources. You can see here's the mind map. You can use a mind map in order to study a given concept. Here's the mind map. We have also the audio generated by the selected sources. I'm going to select here an audio, and then we're going to listen to it. It's a podcast.
Hey there, and welcome to Tech Unpacked. I'm Alex.
And I'm Sam. Today we're cracking open one of the biggest buzzwords in tech, generative AI. But we're going beyond the hype to the core of what it actually is.
Exactly, because at its heart, it's not just about analyzing data or predicting trends. This is AI that's all about creation. It's writing stories, composing music, generating images. It's simulating creativity.
Which is a huge shift from traditional AI. It's not just looking at the past. It's building something entirely new for the future. And it all starts with a prompt.
And yeah, we have a podcast generated based on selected sources. And also we can generate a briefing doc. Here's a generated briefing doc based on selected sources. And we can generate also a summary, story guide, briefing doc, the FAQ, and many more, guys. Okay, now let's move on the left panel. On the left panel, we have here toolbar and that allows us to add some documents. We have here discover model. If I pass here topic like what is RAG and click here search, we're gonna make a web search, and then if I click submit, we're gonna add these documents. Okay, now we have here another model, which is the add source model. On this model, we have multiple ways to add a document. We can upload it or we can drag it. Also, we can upload a file via Google Drive. If I click here Google Drive, and I'm going to scroll a little bit, and then I'm gonna pick a file. I'm gonna add it there. Also, we can add a source via a website link or a YouTube link. If I click here, and then I can pass a YouTube link, and then I'm going to extract the script of the YouTube link. Also, we can paste here some text, and then we can add it. And also, we have a chat section. Beyond of it, we have an AI agent that has access to tools to perform a specific action. And you can see we have here the title and a little overview about all these documents added in here in the left panel. And in here we have the conversation between the AI and human. And here previously I passed the question, do you know who am I and what we chat previously? The agent says, I am Ben. And he knows we've talked about generative AI previously because it has access to the memory. If an agent has access to the memory, it means it can remember previous interaction. And at the bottom here, we have some suggested questions generated by the AI that we can ask here. If I pass here, I'm gonna select here, this one, and then we're gonna scroll a little bit. You can see what skills are needed for AI engineering. And then you're gonna see, we're gonna have here a response of the AI, okay? And skills needed for AI engineering, okay? Based on your library documents, here are the key skills needed for AI engineering. And you can see the AI response is formatted in a markdown format for better readability. Now for handling payments, we're going to use Stripe, and we're going to use also the credit-based model. And in here, I'm going to click here, add payment, in order to add the payment method that the user is going to use in order to purchase credit inside of our app. And here I can pass here my card number, and pass here add payment information, and then I pass here 424242 for testing purpose, and pass here the year and the month. Okay, and then we're going to pass here the validation code, and we're going to click here save car. And once the user finished adding his payment methods, now the user can purchase a credit. Okay, I'm gonna pick here this one, and then we're gonna buy a credit for $5 because you can see we have here free plan, free starter, and creator. And then I'm pick here this one. I'll make a payment, and $1 is equal to 10 credits. It means we're gonna do 5 times 10, and then we're gonna get here 50 credits. And then you can see in here we increment the credit automatically. And that's what we're gonna build throughout this video, guys. We are going to build NotebookLM. And for the authentication, we're gonna use Google for that. Alright guys, now gonna be talking about some prerequisites you need in order to follow along this video. you're gonna need basics of React and Node.js. Only basics, guys. Now, if you follow along this video, here's what you're gonna learn. We're gonna be talking about vector database and how it works. We're gonna be talking about embedding model. We're gonna talk about RAG from scratch, retrieval augmented generation. We're gonna be talking about Langchain. You're gonna learn the basics of Langchain before you build this app. For payment, we're gonna use Stripe. We're gonna be talking about background checks. For authentication, we're gonna use Google Auth. You're gonna learn how to integrate Google Drive inside of your app. We are going to learn how to build an AI agent that is memory, and also you're gonna learn how to build an AI agent that is access to tools. And we're gonna be talking about also about prompt engineering. And guys, I can say it's better to follow the first part and the second parts. Okay, in order to build this app, follow the first and the second parts. And also for tech stack, we're gonna use MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. And for designing, we're gonna use Shadcn and Tailwind CSS. Also, I'm gonna talk about some more providers that we're gonna use throughout this video. We have here Chat5works. Chat5works is a model provider. Is totally free, guys. You're gonna create an account. The link down in description. And we have here Chat Together AI. This one is paid one. And if you want to use a paid one, you can go with Chat Together AI. If you want to use a free one, you can go with Chat5works, or you can go with Chat Cerebrus. The link down in description, guys. This one is free. Now let's learn how to set up our project. We're going to need a tool, which is Node. You can see actually I've already installed Node. If I tap Node-V, I'm running version 22. And now in order to get the version, you're gonna move here, you're gonna tap node.js.org website. And once in here, guys, you're gonna click download. And you're gonna scroll a little bit, you're gonna choose a Node.js version related to your operating system. And once you already install Node.js, we're gonna install here to TypeScript. And in order to get TypeScript, here you're gonna tap npm install-g TypeScript. In order to install TypeScript globally, you can see here if I tap here tsc-v, and you can see this is my TypeScript version. I'm running version 5.9, okay? And now we are going to set up our Node.js project. You're gonna tap here, make there to create a directory. Now I'm passing my app, and then here you're gonna cd into my app here, and you're gonna tap npm init-y. And once done, you're gonna see you have a package.json file at the root of your project. Now, once you got a file, you're gonna tap the following command. You're gonna tap npm install express to install the web server. You're gonna install Malta for file uploading. You're gonna install data to get access to our environment variable. Okay, and also, you're gonna create a data file at the root of your projects. npm install-d nodemon for starting our Node.js app. In case we make changes inside of it, you're gonna install TypeScript, tabs node, and ts node. You're gonna copy the following commands. And also, you can see, as I said, we're gonna use a TypeScript. And you can see at the root of my project, I have the tsconfig.json. You're gonna go at this repository, and then you're gonna copy the content of this file right here. And you can see if I pass here file index.ts file, and here I pass here let's age is a number. You can see I just tap it, okay? And then I say is equal to 12, and if I pass here console.log age. Now, in order to transpile this file down to JavaScript, I'm tap this command. Tap here npm run build. Yeah, I'm going to get into my projects, pass cd notebook.lm clone, and then pass npm run build. And then they're gonna transpile down this file to JavaScript. You can see we have here this folder, and we have the index.js file. You can see this is JavaScript. Okay. Now we're gonna install LanGraph and Langchain. You're gonna tap here langchain.com/LanGraph. And once you land on this website, you're gonna click here. You can see docs. And then I'm going to move to JavaScript section here. I'm gonna click here LanGraph. Okay, once you click in here, they're gonna take you to the page here. You're gonna scroll a little bit, and then you're gonna move to this section here. Let me zoom a little bit, and you can see we have here agentic right. Click there, and we're gonna copy this command here in order to install the following package. And now once you tap this command, we are going to move here. We're gonna move here at Together AI. Okay, you're gonna tap together.ai, okay? And together.ai is an API. You can see in here the tab Chat Together AI. Chat Together AI is an API that offers more than 50 plus leading open source models, okay? You can see this is how we're gonna use it. You can see if I scroll down, and we need to import Chat Together AI, okay? And then here we can pass here the name of the model we want to use in here, okay? And we can pass here the temperature, which controls the creativity of the model, okay? And we can pass also the API key in here. You can see here, you can see I've already got my API key. If I get into .env5, you can see we have here Together AI key, okay? I got it in here. And here, I'm gonna pass that right now here. And then we can pass here the API key too, okay? Now, in order to get the API key, you're gonna move it together.ai. And here I'm gonna sign in, okay? And if you don't have an account, create an account. And then once you sign in, you're gonna move to the page in here. And once in here, guys, you can see we have here, this is my balance, my credit, okay, 0.69. And I've already used here 0.2021, okay? And then you're gonna copy the key here. You can see this is my API key. You're gonna copy yours here. And then you can see at the bottom here, we have here a bunch of models here. I'm gonna click here. We are going to use a model provided by Meta, okay? It's totally free, guys, okay? I'm pass here. I'm going to look for a model here. I'm pass here. I think the name is Turbo. Let me pass here. You can see Turbo. We are going to copy it right here. Okay, let me scroll down. Okay, you can see we have here the price. You can see this model right here is totally free. You can see this a chat model, and Meta a Llama 3.70 billion parameter is right Turbo free. Okay, it's totally free. We can use it. Okay, let me click in here and see some details about it. And in order to use it, we can copy this name right here. I'm copy it, and then I'm going to pass it in here. You can see we are going to head into inside of our code here. You can see pass here. We pass here another model. Okay, Mistro AI, and I'm gonna replace it with this with this Meta Llama model. Okay. And then we're going to pass you the API key. We're going to pass you this and pass the process.env. And then we are going to pass you the name of the API key, okay? We are going to copy this one here. And then we are going to pass it in here, okay? Like this, pretty simple, okay? And then we can start interacting with the model. And here, that's all you need to do in here, guys. Once done, you're already set up, okay? Now we're going to try to chat with this model. Now I'm going to try to chat with the model, okay? And in order to chat with the model, I'm pass here a message and create here an array of messages and pass here const message and pass here message is an array, and he is equal to this array. I'm passing the row is equal to the user, and then I'm pass here the content and say translates this message in French, okay? Yeah, I'll pass you French like this, and here, yeah, I'm passing, I'm saying this is a system prompt, and here as a user, I'm gonna pass you the row. Now the user, I'm pass you the content and say hello world, okay? And here, in order to call the model, I'm gonna pass here AI response. I can just pass here results, and I'm pass a wait, and we're gonna pass here the model that's invoke in order to call the model, and we're gonna pass in the message array like this. Now let's head into the command prompt here, and then I'm type here node and pass source index.ts, okay? And I'm type inner, and I'm going to get into the second tab, and then I'm type here npm run build, and then we are going to see what we're gonna get, okay? In here, we run our app, and inside the second tab in here, we compile we transpile the index.ts file down to JavaScript, okay? You can see here in here the finish, and in here too, we have here the AI message, okay? Contents, bonjour, le monde. We have a translator message, okay? you can see if we head into the index.js file, you can see we have here pretty much the same thing that we have into the index.ts file. If you want, you can work with JavaScript or TypeScript, okay? It's pretty much the same thing, okay, guys? And here you can see, in here we pass here the system method. The system method is a message that we can pass to the AI to give the AI a specific role. And here in our context, we tell the role of the AI is a translator. Because if we pass here another message, we are going to translate it, okay? Let's say, what is a banana? A banana, okay? And now let's see which message we're gonna get in here. And then I'm tap enter. Yeah, you can see, actually got here a message, guys. You can see we pass here a message. What is a banana, okay? The role of the AI, the actual role of the AI is a translator, okay? Translate this message in French. And here you can see we have here a lot of things. Yeah, we should get something like this in French here. Yeah, something like this, skin, okay? Skin banana, okay? This is a French message, okay? But you can see in here, we have here lots here, okay? Now, I'm going to try to be specific. I'm going to improve my prompts, okay? You can see pass it, translate this message, okay? And here I'm going to modify this prompt, okay? And pass this one here. You are a professional, okay? Professional translator. Your job is to translate the user message in French. Yeah, like this. And then I'm pass here an example. Hello world, okay? We are going to have something like this is equal bonjour le monde, okay? Something like this, okay? Now, and here I'm pass here do not return anything else here, okay? Now let's run this again and see what we're gonna get in here. And then here I'm tap here this node. Okay, we got here the response. Okay, guys, you can see we have here the AI response. You can see skin banana. You can see the AI succeed now. You can see actually I just improve my prompts. Okay, you can see we pass here. You are a professional translator. Your job is to translate the user message in French. You can see here I use FullStack. FullStack is a prompt engineering technique. You can see if I go here, and you can see prompt engineering is the process of writing, refining, and optimizing input to encourage generative AI system to create specific high-quality outputs. And you can see we have here zero shots is when we don't give the AI away. We don't teach the AI how the AI should respond. You can see if I remove this, okay, we have here zero shots. If I pass here this, we have few shots because I teach the AI how it should respond, okay? And in here you can see we have also chain of thought. Chain of thought is a prompt engineering technique that will tell the AI to think step by step, okay? And we have other prompt engineering technique. If we pass a prompt engineering, you're gonna see we have a lot of them in here, okay? And if you don't know what is a prompt engineering technique, you can come here and read a little bit about it. Okay, guys? You can see we have a lot here. Okay? We have a lot here. You can come here and click here and learn more about prompt engineering. Okay, now in here, I was explaining types of message. We have AI message, we have system message, and human message. Okay, let me show you the difference here. And here, let me pass you these two. I'm going to comment this. And yeah, let me uncomment this here, guys. Okay, I can just copy this here and then pass it into this class. And pass here system message, okay? And then pass that here, okay? And as I said before, a system message is like we give the AI a specific role, okay? Your job is to do this, okay? This is a system message, but also we have the user message. The user message is the message provided by human, okay? And if I comment this, I can just pass here new human message. Okay, we're gonna have here the same thing. Okay, I can pass you this here. Okay, human message. What is a banana? Okay, and now if we run this again, we're gonna have here the same thing. Okay, you're gonna see, let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit here. Okay, yeah, you can see, yeah, we have here the response. Okay, you can see, and yeah, we have also the AI message, pass here class new AI message. Okay, the AI message is the response returned by the AI. You can see if I move at the bottom here, you can see we console here the results. And if we head into the console here, you can see this is an AI message, is the response of the AI. Okay, now we're gonna try to use a prompt engineering technique, which is chain of thought. Okay, we're gonna tell the AI to think step by step. Okay, you can see in here we have chain of thoughts. Okay, now let's try to tell the AI to think step by step. Okay, let me copy this, and then I'm going to pass this here. You are a professional math expert. Okay, like this. Your job is to solve user questions. Okay, like this. And then I'm passing what is x plus y. Yeah, okay, x plus y equal to, I'm passing is equal to 0. What is the value of x? And here I can just add here another prompt. So I'm gonna try to improve this prompt. I'm gonna tell think step by step through your reasoning and explain your thoughts like this. Yeah, like this. And then let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, I'm passing node, and then I'm pass here. I pass a source. We're going to pass here index.ts file, index.ts. Okay, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. Okay, and now let's wait a bit. Okay, yeah, you can see we have here something. Yeah, the AI is thinking. We tell the AI to think step by step. To find the value of x, we need to isolate x on one side of the equation. Given the equation, x plus y is equal to 0. Our goal is to get x by itself. Okay, you can see that actually the AI is thinking, and as we are using here chain of thoughts, which is a prompt engineering technique, where we tell the AI to think through its reasoning step by step. Okay, and now we are going to talk about another thing, guys. We just learn types of AI message. You can see you have to know that we have system message, we have human message, and we have also the AI message. Okay, AI message. Okay, which is the response of the AI. Now we are going to talk about prompt template. Okay, now I'm passing here const prompt like this, and then if I pass here prompt template, and then I'm going to import it from Langchain and pass here imports. And then here I'm passing here prompt template. Yeah, prompt template like this. And then we're gonna pass here from at, yeah, I'm passing here from at Langchain. And then we're gonna pass it /core/prompt. Yeah, with an S like this. And then in here, we are going to pass here the prompt. Okay, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this prompt here, and then pass into this function here. You are a professional math expert. Your job is to solve user questions. Okay. In here we got prompt template here. Let me see how we use it. Yeah, we're gonna pass here new prompt template and pass here new prompt template. Okay, let's see in here. Yeah, here we should pass here prompt template from template. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna remove here new. Okay, and you can see pass here the prompt. You are a professional math expert. Your job is to solve user questions, think step by step through your reasoning, and explain your thoughts. Okay, and here I'm pass here. Here's the user question. Okay, I'm pass here curly braces and pass here input. Okay, like this, and then now if we comment this, I'm going to do this. I'm not comment the message array, And you can see if we copy this and we move that here, and then you can see we pass here this, and pass here raw is equal to system, and then I'm passing the content, okay? And here pass here cons invoke, and pass invoke prompt is equal to await, and then pass the prompts. Yeah, we're gonna pass prompts that invoke here. We're gonna pass it the inputs, and we're gonna pass it the inputs of the user, okay? What is, yeah, I'm going to copy the input here, x plus y is equal to 0. Okay, we're gonna copy here the input, and then we're gonna pass it in here, okay? Pass it in here, and then here I'm passing invoke prompt that value, okay? Like this, that value, and here, yeah, we're gonna pass here the message here, we're gonna pass here the user, okay, user, and I'm going to wrap that into an array like this, okay? Yeah, we're gonna wrap that into an array, okay? I'm going to copy this, we're gonna pass it in here like this, guys. So we get rid of the error, and now let's try it again and see what we're gonna get. And then I'm going to explain you what is the prompt that from templates. Okay, we are going to come here, and then we're going to run this again. And you're going to see that actually, if we use the prompt template that from templates, we have the possibility to pass a property into the prompt. It's like we define here a function. It's like we pass here function, hello, and then we pass into the function a parameter. This is the parameter here, and then we return it, okay? It's the same thing. It's like we define here a prompt that we have the possibility to pass in an input, yeah? We can take this as a function that is a parameter, which is an input. And then in order to pass that input, we call here prompt.invoke, and then we pass here this input, you can see. And if we head into the console, you're gonna see we're gonna have pretty much the same thing, you can see. Okay, it works pretty well. But also we have another way to pass the prompt the inputs. I'm going to pass you another way, chat prompt template that from message, okay? You can see in here we have here this one, prompt template that from templates. I'm going to comment this one, and then you can see in here we pass the system, and we pass the prompt, okay? We pass here the tab is the human message, or we can pass here the user, and then we pass here the question, okay? Here's the question, okay? And now here, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass here something like this. You can see, if I comment this, you can see we have here the prompts, this variable, we pass it in here, prompt.invoke, and then we pass here the inputs. And now what I'm going to do, you can see I'm going to get rid of the array inside the invoke function, and then we're going to pass here invoke prompt only, okay? We're going to pass that here, and then we're going to have the output, okay? Now let's try this again. And if I head into in here, I'm tap this again. I'm gonna run the prompt. I'm gonna run the index.ts file, and then you can see we have pretty much the same thing. Okay. What if I tell the AI to give me only the response? Okay. Now I'm gonna tell the AI to give me only the response, and here I'm gonna pass here think step by step through your reasoning and explain your thoughts. Okay. I'm trying to add here an S, and then I'm say. We're gonna pass the instructions, okay, instruction, and here I'm passing this, return only the response, return only the value, passing the value, passing the value of X, okay. Now let's see again what we're gonna get here, okay, we're gonna try it again and see if we're gonna get only the value of X. Yeah, you can see we got here again the thoughts or the reasoning of the AI. Now we're going to try to force the AI to return only the value of X, okay? Now we don't need its reasoning. Now I'm going to copy here something. We're going to copy this line here, and then we're going to pass it here. We are going to force the AI to give us only the response, okay? And you can see we have here this. I'm going to pass here in our parameter. We pass here response format value. Okay, we're gonna pass the value and pass the X. Okay, this is the value, and then we're going to import here result. Okay, and also we're gonna import the result to JSON schema. Okay, we already installed that. I can pass here value underscore of x. Okay, now let's see if we're gonna get here only the value of x. Okay, and now let me run this again here. I'm gonna run this. Yeah, the value of x is y. You can see the value of x is y. Yeah, we only got the response. Okay, we forced the AI. Okay, and that's good. And now you can see in here we have the possibility to get access to it. Pass a const value of x, and then pass here JSON, and pass it JSON. We're gonna pass it JSON.parse here, and then we're gonna pass it results.content, and then you're gonna see we're gonna have here an object. Okay, now we got an error here. Arguments of type message content is not assignable parameter of type string. Okay, and if I pass here record, you can see we have here an object, and then here I'm pass here for the key we're gonna have here the string, and the value you can pass here any, and you get rid of the error. Okay, and now let's run this again. We are going to type here node again. We're gonna pass here, we're gonna run this command, and we are going to have here an object. Okay, yeah, you can see we have here an object, value of x is minus y, and that's a good answer. Okay, all right guys, now let's talk about tool calling. So what is a tool? A tool allows an agent to perform an action. Let's say we try to ask our AI assistant, what is the current weather in New York? The agent is going to say, I don't know, because the agent wasn't trained on recognizing the current weather of given city in real time. The agent is going to fail. And let's say we ask the agent again, generate a chart about current population in Miami. It's going to fail again. Now, what if we ask the agent, what is the value of x if y plus y is equal to 12? The agent is going to succeed that immediately because the agent because LLM was trained on a mathematical books. The LLM is going to succeed. Okay, and you can see here we have here an agent which doesn't have any tool. Okay, doesn't have any tool. If we ask some question like what is the current weather in New York, or generate a chart about current population in Miami, the agent is gonna fail. But what if we ask a question like x, give us the value of x if x plus y is equal to 12, the agent is gonna succeed. Okay, because it wasn't trained on mathematical books. Now we're going to give the LLM the possibility to get access to the internet, to surf the internet and see the current weather in a given city. That's what we are going to do. We are going to give an agent a tool in order to perform an action. Okay, here we have an agent. Okay, we have here the LLM with tool. You can see it is here a tool for searching the web, for generating the charts, and for converting data into JSON. Okay, now in here you can see pass a question like what is the current weather in New York? Here the agent is gonna succeed because it is a tool that allows it to surf the internet. Okay, once it's got data, it's going to generate a chart. Okay, once it got data, it's gonna convert it into JSON, and then it's gonna generate a chart. And here we're gonna have a valid response. Okay, because our agent here is access to tools and it can perform actions. Okay, now we're going to talk about runnable. Okay, before we start learning how to use the tool, I'm going to introduce you runnable. So what is a runnable? A runnable is a way of taking the output of a function and pass it as input to another function. Okay, and let's say you can see in here we have here a little diagram. Let's say we have here runnable, and we're going to take the output of this runnable 1. We're going to pass it as the input to the runnable 2. And we're going to take the output of the runnable 2 as input to the runnable 3. And a runnable implements some method like invoke here, batch, and stream. Now let's get into our text editor to learn how to use that. Now you can see in here, I'm going to head into here. Let me get into the index.ts file. And here you can see we pass here llm.invoke, and this is a runnable. Okay, we can write it in this way. Okay, let me show you first. And here I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here const and pass here chain, is equal to prompt, and then I'll pass you pipe, and then we're going to pass you the LLM, okay, like this. And then we're going to pass you cons and pass you cons chain results, okay. We're going to pass you chain that invoke here, and we're going to pass you the inputs, okay, like this. And then we're gonna see what we're gonna get, okay, chain results. Now let's cancel this and see what we're gonna get here. Console.log, okay, chain that results. And now let's see what we're gonna get here. You can see now we're gonna try to run it and pass it a wait because the invoke returns a promise. Now let's run this again and see what we're gonna get here, and pass you node, and then I'll pass you source index and pass it the TS. And now let's check here what we're gonna get here. You can see we have here the response. Yeah, you can see we have here the reasoning of the error, okay. Now let's pass you the response formatter, okay. And if we run this again, we're gonna have the same thing, okay. We're gonna have here the response of x, the value of x, okay. Now let's learn how to create a runnable, okay. I'm going to get into the runnable.ts file, and then I'm putting this code, okay. Everything is from Langchain, okay. Langchain expression language, okay, cheat sheet, okay. You're gonna come here and then you're gonna learn about runnable, okay. We have a lot of things in here, guys. I'm gonna give you a summary about runnable, okay. Now to create a runnable, we need to import, to create a runnable from a function. Let's say you can see in here we have a function, and pass you cons func, and pass func1, and pass you is equal, and pass you another function, and pass it this here, okay. This is another function, and you can see this is function 1, okay. And we're gonna take this function, we're gonna pass it in here, okay. And to create a runnable, we use the runnable lambda in first, okay. That's from, and then we pass you the name of the function, okay. Now in order to call a runnable, let's say we want to call the first runnable, we can pass here runnable.invoke, and here you can see here I'm pass here a string, okay. Let me pass here a string and pass here even hello, and then we are going to console here hello, okay. Now you can see in here, if you want to run, if you want to take the output of the first runnable here and pass it as the input to the next runnable, we can use the runnable sequence, okay. And then I'm taking you runnable 1 here. Let me comment this line here, runnable 1, and then we're gonna pass here the middle property. Let me explain. Let me remove this. Let's say we have here 2 runnable, okay. If we have 2 runnable, okay, we are going to pass here, we can pass here the first property and the last property, okay. Now as we have here 3 runnable, we are going to pass here the middle property, okay, like this. If we put our cursor over the runnable sequence and you try to see the code here, you're gonna see we need to pass it here something like, you can see we have here first, middle, and last, okay. If you have more than 3 runnable, it's better to use here the middle property, okay. Now I'm going to cancel here something, pass the console log, and then pass a chain, and here I'm gonna invoke this runnable and pass here results is equal to await here, and pass a chain that invoke here, okay. We're gonna pass here hello, and then you're gonna see we're gonna have here hello, okay. You can see we have here the first runnable, we're gonna we pass the string, okay, and then we're gonna pass here hello to string, and then we have here the second runnable, we're gonna take here we are going to take this string, we're gonna convert it to uppercase, and then we have here the third runnable, we are going to take a part of this string, okay. Now let's run this and see what we're gonna get, okay. Now I'm pass here node, and then I'm pass here source, we're gonna pass here runnable, yeah, runnable.ts, and then we're gonna run this, okay. We got here H and E, okay. They take the output of one runnable and they pass it as the input to the next one. And I can use even this. I'm going to comment this. I'm gonna pass here runnable one dot pipe. I'm gonna pass here pipe. I'm pass here runnable 2. Okay, now I'm pass here pipe. We're gonna pass here runnable 3. We're gonna get the same thing. Okay, Now let's run this and see what we're gonna get in here. I'm gonna run this again. We're gonna have the same thing. Yeah, we have here an object, and here what I'm going to do in here, I'm pass here chain because this is runnable, and then I'm going to pass here cons results. Yeah, result is equal to await, and then pass here chain that invoke. We're gonna pass here hello. We're gonna have the same thing, guys. Okay, now let's run this. And you can see in here, guys, we just have here the same outputs. And guys, you have to know that a runnable is a way of passing the output of a function to another one. Okay, try to make a pause and practice in order to learn. Okay, and now we are going to learn how to pass a tool to the LLM. Okay, now we are going to use Tavali. Tavali is a tool that we can use in order to save the internet. Okay, now in order to have here Tavali, you're gonna tap npm install at Langchain /Tavali, and that's too. We already install Langchain core. Don't install this one. You're gonna tap only this in order to install Tavali, and then you're gonna head into your .env file. You're gonna create these two environment variable Tavali API key. Okay, you can see in here I'm not heading to my .env file. I've already created here Tavali. Yeah, I got the Tavali API key. Now, in order to get the Tavali API key, go on Google and then you're gonna type here Tavali search, and then you're gonna see this. Okay, yeah, you're gonna see this. You're gonna type here Tavali. You're gonna click here, and then once you land on Tavali.com, you're gonna create an account. I'm gonna create an account here, and then here, once you create an account, you're gonna move to the dashboard, and then you're gonna copy the API key. Okay, you can see in here, I'm gonna click here continue with Google, and once they finish here, I'm gonna have here my API key. Okay, now I'm gonna continue. I'm going to copy this. Okay, and then let me first create here a file here and pass here tools.ts. Okay, and then we're going to go into the index.ts file. I'm gonna copy everything in here and pass into the tools.ts. Okay, and then I'm going to copy here this line and copy that and pass it in here, and then let me remove all of this. And you can see in here we can pass to the Tavali search instance many properties. We can pass the max results. You can see pass 5 topic general, include answer false, include row contents, include image false. Okay, you can pass here some properties you want. Okay, now I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm gonna copy this line and pass it at the top here. Okay, like this, and then if we go back here, yeah, I'm gonna continue here again. You're gonna see I'm gonna have here my API key. You can see in here, guys, this is my dashboard. Okay, and then once you create an account, you're gonna have here 1,000 credits. Okay, and then you're gonna copy here your API key. Okay, do that. Now we are going to continue. Yeah, you can see in here I've already passed here, create an instance of Tavali. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to create a tool. Now we are going to go back in here. You're gonna go at Langchain, and here you're gonna look for tool calling. Okay, you're gonna scroll down, and then in here, guys, in order to create a tool, we use the tool function here. You can see we have here the multiply tool. Okay, we pass it the input, the input, and we pass it the name and the description of the tool. Multiply two numbers. Now I'm gonna copy this tool. We're gonna use it. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it in here. We have here. I'm gonna copy this line and pass at the top here. Okay, and then we are going to pass here this. Okay, yeah, we have a tool, and then yeah, we got an error here. Okay, now we're gonna fix that. Yeah, we got here two variable. They have the same name, Tavali search, like this. And then we're gonna pass here a constant. We're gonna pass LLM with tools like this, and then pass here awaits LLM that's bound tools. Okay, we use the bound tool in order to attach tool to the LLM. Okay, and pass here the multiply tool, and now let's create here another tool in order to allow the LLM to perform a set to the web. Okay, and pass it a value tool, and let me pass here Tavali like this, and you can see here, you can see in here, guys, we pass here the query, okay, as the inputs, and then we pass it Tavali.invoke in order to invoke Tavali, and you can see the name of the tool is Tavali Search, and the description is search the web using Tavali to find real-time information, okay. And here for the description, don't pass a message like, let's say, search, and pass here search the web, and you have to consider that the description here is like a prompt, okay. You have to be specific, okay, like set the web using Tavali to find real-time information, okay, like this. But also here you can see we define here schema, we pass here the query, and the type is a string, okay. And you can see for the multiply here, we pass here two inputs, A and B, okay. Now we're gonna try to pass here, let's pass here to the tool, Tavali tool, and we're going to prompt our LLM and see if the LLM is gonna call the Tavali tool. And pass here this const results. Result is equal to await here LLM with tools that invoke here, and then we're going to pass here, let's say raw user, and then I can pass here the content and say what is the current weather in New York, okay, New York, okay, like this. And then let's see what we're gonna get. Now let me wrap that into an array to get rid of the error. And now let's try to pass a console.log, and we're gonna pass the results and see if the LLM is gonna call the tool. Now let's run this. I'm gonna type here this node source /tools.ts, and let's check here if you're gonna call the tool here. Okay, you can see in here, guys, we have here a tool call. You can see, okay, if we scroll down all the way to the bottom here, you can see tool calls, and you can see the name of the tool, the LLM call is Tavali Search. You can see the query current weather in New York, okay. Now I'm going to create here a chain. I'm gonna do this, pass here const chain. Yeah, let me pass here, I'm gonna name this chain, okay. And here we're gonna pass here tool chain and pass here tool chain, okay, like this. Yeah, tool chain, and we're gonna pass here, you can see in here we have a function runnable lambda in order to create a runnable, okay. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here and pass here runnable lambda like this, that from, and we're gonna pass here a function, pass here a sync here, a sync. We're gonna pass here the user input, okay. And then we are going to pass here const, we are going to pass here this, okay. You can see we pass here human message, we pass it into the human message instance, okay. And then we pass here a message, that chain, that invoke, okay. And here we are going to pass here to a message await Tavali the batch, okay. And here I didn't explain about batch here. You can see when we talk about runnable here, you can see we can pass here this runnable. Let me comment this. You can see in order to call a runnable, we use the invoke function, okay. And here we can use the invoke function in order to pass only one input, okay. But what if we use here the batch, okay? If we use batch, we're gonna pass here an array of inputs, okay. Batch and pass hello, and pass here, I can pass here dog, pass here banana. You can see we can pass here an array of input, okay. And once we call that, you're gonna see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna pass here runnable 2. You're gonna see we are going to have here, they're gonna convert all of these inputs to uppercase, okay. You can see runnable 2. We have here runnable 2 here, okay. Now let's run runnable 2 here. Runnable like this, the TS, and then we're gonna run this. You're gonna see we have here hello in uppercase, dog in uppercase, and banner in uppercase. You can see we can use here batch function in order to pass the runnable multiple input, okay. And here if we go back into the tools, the TS file, You can see in here, we pass here runnable lambda in order to convert that function into a runnable, okay? And then we pass it the human message, and then a message, and here we pass it chain that invoke. This is the chain here, okay? Is the LLM with tools. And then here, let me comment this right now. And then here we pass here the human message, okay, to the LLM, okay? And once we call the LLM here, we're gonna have here an AI object, okay? You can see every time we call the AI, we have an AI object, okay? And inside of this AI object, we have here this property, tool calls, okay? And then here we're gonna pass here the tool AI.tools, okay? And once we run this, we are going to perform a web search. You can see pass here Tavali, okay? Tavali is at the top here, is this instance here. And then we pass here Tavali.batch, that's AI message, that tool calls. And here we're gonna have here the tool message, okay? Now let's try this and see what we're gonna get here. Pass a console tool message, okay? Like this. And let's try to run this runnable here. I'm copy it, and then pass a console results is equal to await, and pass here tool chain that invoke, and here we're gonna pass it an input, user input, and pass user input, yeah. Then pass here user input, yeah. We're gonna pass here what is the current weather. Let me copy this, yeah. I'm gonna copy this. What is the current weather in New York? And now let's see what we're gonna get here. Okay, this, and then we're going to see the result here and pass here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this. Okay, now let's see what we got in here. And here and pass here to console.ai message, okay? Like this, and then pass here a message, like this. Now I'm gonna run this, and here and pass here tools, the TS. I'm going to pass here this, okay, and pass here an array like this, and then we're gonna pass a row, we're gonna pass a user, and we're gonna pass the content and pass a user input, okay, like this. Yeah, we are going to wrap that into an object like this, and then we're gonna remove the error, and then I'm gonna uncomment this line and pass here is any to remove this typing error, and we're gonna cancel this. And now let's run this and see what we're gonna get, okay? Okay, yeah, you can see actually got the data here. You can see this is the AI message, okay, is an object. And then we pass here, you can see we have here tools. We pass AI message that tool calls, and we got this array. And then you can see the name of the tool that we are calling is Tavali search. And so you can see the query is current weather in New York. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna pass here constant. I'm not defining a constant, chain results, and we're gonna pass here awaits. And you can see we have the chain here. Yeah, you can see in here we're gonna pass here chain and pass here this. Okay, we're going to pass here chain that invoke. Okay, and we're gonna pass in array. And instead of it, we're gonna pass in the row is the user. We're gonna pass here the user inputs, yeah, like this. And also we're gonna pass here the AI message. You can see we have here AI message. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. And also we have the tool message, okay? And this is an array. Now I'm going to copy this array here like this, and then we're gonna return here the chain results, okay? And pass here return. We return the chain results. And here we're gonna pass here the tool message like this, okay? Yeah, everything is okay in here, yeah, like this, okay? We get rid of the error. And you can see as we pass here, what is the current weather in New York? And here right now the AI is going to surf the internet, okay, because we just pass it a tool, it's a value, okay? The AI is going to perceive its environments, and then it's going to see that on its environment it is a tool that allows it to go on the internet, okay? And now let's run this and see what we're gonna get here. And pass here cons.results here, pass here results, and here pass here results. And now let's run this and see what we're gonna get. Everything is okay in here. Okay, I'm run this. And you can see in here, guys, we got the current weather in New York City is mostly clear with a temperature of 60 60, okay? And that's cool. We got the current weather right here. And if I pass here a question like, what is 2 multiplied by 10? The AI is going to use the multiply tool that we passed with. And this is how we can pass a tool to the AI in order to take an action. Alright guys, now we're going to be talking about LanGraph. We just finished learning the basic of Langchain. We talked about runnables, we talked about tools, we talked about prompt templates, and other things, guys. We learned a lot. We got basics of Langchain. Now let's talk about LanGraph. At the beginning, we said LanGraph is a framework built on top of Langchain. And LanGraph allows to create an AI flow, okay? And you can see, as I said before, an AI workflow is composed by a set of nodes and edges. You can see in here we have 2 graphs. This is the first one and this is the second one. And for the first graph here, we don't have a conditional edge. You can see when we're going to run this graph, we're going to start at the beginning with the starting node. We're going to run the node A, the node B, and node C. And then we're going to hit the end nodes. And these nodes are basically functions. Now we have here in our graph where we have a conditional edge here. We're going to start with the starting node. We are going to hit the node A, and then inside the node A, as we have a conditional edge, we can transition from the node B or C, and then we're going to hit the node D, and then we're going to move to the end node. And this is a graph, okay? Now let's learn how to implement a graph using LanGraph, okay? Now you're gonna tap here langchain.com/LanGraph, and then you're gonna pull your cursor here. You're gonna select here LanGraph, okay? You can see we have here for Python and for JavaScript. You're gonna click here LanGraph, okay? Once you click in here, they're gonna take you to the page here. And then we are going to copy a boilerplate of a graph, okay? Now let's head into the source folder, and then here and pass here LanGraph, okay? And pass here graph.ts, and then I'm gonna put in this code, okay? We already installed LanGraph, okay? We already installed Langchain, and as we already installed Langchain, we're gonna have here 2 LanGraph, okay? Now you're gonna copy this boilerplate right here. And then we're going to create this graph right here. We're going to start with a graph where we don't have a conditional edge. And then we are going to learn how to create a graph where we have a conditional edge. And now let's start here. Now you can see I just import here and start state graph in annotation. We import all of this property from LanGraph. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to explain you everything in here, guys. Now we are going to learn how to define a state. You can see pass here state annotation that's root. We pass here an object, and instead of it we have aggregate. Aggregate is a property, and that's what we call a state here. And if I want to define here another state, I can pass here and pass here current node, and then pass here annotation, and pass here the value is gonna be a string. And if I want to pass here default value, I'm gonna pass here another property and pass here default. And here we are going to return here this and pass here an empty string, okay? And you can see here, when we define here a state, we can pass we pass it into the annotation.root function, okay? And then here we are going to pass here annotation. And you can see I just type here the value of the current node state, and then the default value is going to be empty. And we have here another property, which is the reducer. A reducer allows to modify the value of the state, okay? And here we have here the previous value, and pass here previous var, and we have here the next, and pass the next var, okay? And here we are going to check if the previous var we have a value, we're gonna return here we're gonna return here the previous value and pass the previous value, else we are going to return here the next value. Okay, you're gonna understand it later, guys. Now let me give you the definition of a state. Okay, a state allows okay to know and pass here. It allows us to know on which node and passing which node we are. Okay, like this. This is the first definition, and we can use a state to store. We can use a state here to store value inside of it. Okay, and yeah, we just define here state, and we have here another state which is aggregate. Okay, now let me define here another state here. I'm name it next node, pass here next node. Okay, next node, and we pass here default value is gonna be a string. Okay, and we have a previous value and the next value. I'm gonna define here another state which is users. Yeah, let me remove this one. Yeah, and pass here users. Okay, we're gonna pass here user. We're gonna put in an array of users, and I'm pass here this, and then I'm gonna say default value is gonna be an array here, and then I can pass here this. We have here the previous value that's concat here, and I'm passing here. We're gonna pass in the next value. Okay, and it works like this for the reducer. Let's say for the previous value here, we have here empty array. Okay, and if we have data, if we pass data, okay, let's say we pass here Ben. Okay, we are going to take here the previous value, which is an empty array, and then we are going to pass here concat. We are going to add in Ben. Okay, the array is gonna look like this. Okay, Ben, like this, and we can do this here. If I pass here something like cons users, and I pass here an empty array. Okay, pass here an empty array. If I pass here user that concat, and I pass here Ben here, we're gonna have Ben inside the array. Okay, yeah, I'm pass here concat. Yeah, let me see here. Pass here concat like this, and let's check here concat like this. Yeah, you can see we have here Ben. Okay, and again, if we pass here, we push another value when we are going to visit. Let's say in here, guys, on the node A, we pass here a value Ben, and then here on node B, we pass here Chris, and we are going to take this array here. We are going to start on node A. We're gonna have here Ben like this. We are on node A. We are going to have here an empty array. We're gonna push in Ben. When we are going to move to the next node, we are going to have something like this here. We're gonna pass here Ben, and then we're gonna have here Chris. Okay, now we're going to see how it works in practice. Okay, now I'm going to uncomment the aggregate state here to remove the error. And if you want to work with JavaScript, you can just remove this TypeScript here, and it's gonna work the same. Okay, now I'm going to start here. Yeah, I'm pass here node A. You can see we have here some node A, node B, node C, node D. Okay, and we pass all of these node here to the graph to construct the graph, and we have here some edges. Okay, we are going to move from node A to B, from A to C. Okay, and here this graph looks like this: A to B, A to C. Okay, and then B to D. Yeah, this graph looks like this one here. Okay, and I'm going to simplify it. We're gonna pass in only three. We're gonna pass only three nodes: A, B, C. Okay, and here I'm going to pass A, B, C, and get rid of the D node here, A, B, C, and here we're gonna pass here this. We are going to move from A to B, from B to C, and then from C to end. Okay, and if we put our cursor over the end property right here, it's returned here end. Okay, this is the end node here. Okay, this is the end node, but also you can see we have a starting node here, and that's what we pass here, start. Okay, let me pass here edit tab here like this. Yeah, like this, starts. Yeah, let me pass. Yeah, this is an edge. Okay, we're gonna start here, starts, and then from the starting node, we are going to start with the node A, from A to B, from B to C, from C to end. Okay, and now you can see in here we pass here the node A. Let me pass here something. We are going to pass here. You can see in here, in order to update the state, we pass here users. Okay, is an array, and then I'm pass here Ben. Okay, and then when we're gonna move to the node B, we're gonna pass here Chris. Okay, I'm pass here Chris, and then when we're gonna move to the node C, I'm pass here Isaac. Okay, Isaac, like this. And then we are going to, you can see in here, we compile the graph here, and then we invoke the graph. You can see we are going, I'm gonna pass here, I'm not initialize the user array. Okay, and then we are going to see what we're gonna get here. Now let's run this, and here I'm pass here node, and we're gonna pass here source and graph. I'm pass here graph. Okay, and that tiers. And if we run this, let's see what we're gonna get. You can see in here we have here current node, here is empty, next node empty, but for the users here, we have here Ben. Okay, but we don't have here, we don't pass here this, we should pass here users, because we want to update the user state. Okay, we are going to run this again. You're gonna see we're gonna have here Ben, Chris, Isaac. Now let's move here in order to understand how the reducer property work. You can see in here we have here users. A users is an array. We pass the annotation, and we pass the default values an array. And here I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass here if. We're gonna pass here. I'm going to return here this. Okay, and then here I'm pass here console.log prev var. Okay, we are pass the previous value and pass the previous file like this. Let me copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and I'm passing console.log next var. Okay, like this. I'm passing next var. Okay, now let's run this again here and see what we're gonna get. And here you can see we have your previous file is an empty array, next file empty array. And now when we start visiting the node A here, we push in Ben. Okay, and then here you can see here the previous value becomes Ben. Okay, now the next value is Chris, and then we use the concat function in order to add Chris to the array. Now the previous value becomes here Ben and Chris. Okay, and then next value is Isaac, and that's how it works. And you can see in here, guys, the reduce property, it allows to track the previous value and the next value of a property, okay, of a state. Now let's create here a conditional age. You can see that actually we are dealing with this first graph here. Now we're going to pass here a conditional age to the node A. Okay, and we are going to create the node D, and from the node A we're going to decide if we can transition to the node B or C. Now let's learn how to do it. Now I'm going to create here node. I'm passing node D here. I'm passing node D, and we're going to pass here node D, guys, and then we're going to pass here add conditional age, and here I'm going to pass the node where we want to put in a condition. Okay, I'm select here A, and then I'm pass here the state like this, and we can just copy this. You can see pass here a function. Okay, this function we can name it as a router. Okay, I can just copy this code here, and then I'm pass here router. Okay, like this, and we can just pass here this router. Okay, like this. And now in here I'm going to pass here condition. I'm passing if state that users includes here. I'm passing include John. I'm passing John. We are going to return here the node B, and if state, I'm passing again if state that users include. I'm passing includes pass here Chris. We are going to return here the node C. Okay, I pass here return C, like this. Else we're gonna return here the end node. Okay, and pass here end like this. or we can just pass here end like this. You can see end here is a constant. We can copy this, even this, we can pass even this. And now we're gonna try this. Okay, you can see actually I'm going to pass it something. We just add here a conditional node here, and you can see actually just pass to the node a condition. And now I'm passing console.log. I'm passing here node a like this. I'm passing node a. We are going to copy this, and then I'm passing it here node b. We are going to check if we are going to move to the node or to the node here. I'm passing node. We're gonna pass a node c. Yeah, node c. And here we're gonna pass here node d. Okay, node d. Okay. Now let me check here something. Yeah, we pass a condition. Okay, and then we can transition from node b or c, and then we are going to move to the node d. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here. You can see in here we just pass here a router. Okay, we are going to check if inside the users array we have here John. We are going to move to the node b. If we have here Chris, we're gonna move to the node c. Okay, and then from node b we can transition to d. Okay, and from node c we can transition to d. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here from node c. You can see from node c we can transition to d here, and from node, I'm gonna copy this again, we're gonna pass it from node b we can transition to the node d. Okay, and then from node d here we can hit the end node and pass here end like this, or we can just pass here the end constant and pass here this end. Okay, and now let's try this and see what we're gonna get. I'm going to, yeah, let me run this and see what we are going to get here. Okay, now I'm gonna tap here and run this and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see node a, node b, node c, node d, node d. Okay, yeah, let me first remove here something. You can see this node d. Okay, I'm going to remove that here. Okay, now let's run this again and see what we're gonna get here. Okay, yeah, node a, b, c. Okay, you can see we move here node a, b, c. Okay, yeah, we moved here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to, you can see in here we pass here an edge from a to b, from b to c. Okay, now I'm going to comment this from a. Yeah, I'm not comment this too because we just add here a router. Okay, a conditional edge. Okay, from c. Yeah, let me check here. From, we can move from b to d and pass here from b, pass here from b to d. Yeah, copy this, and then from b to d and from c to d. Okay, yeah, we comment this, and we are going to use the router here as a bridge to move to the node d. Okay, and now let's run this again and see what we're gonna get here. Okay, we have here node a. We run transition here. Let me see, node a, and then here, yeah, we don't have here John. Let me pass here John. Here we have, yeah, we have here Chris like this. Let me pass here Chris in lowercase here. Okay, Chris. Yeah, I'm going to start here. Let me pass here John like this and see what we're gonna get here. Let me run this again. Okay, run this. Yeah, you can see node a, node b. Okay, we move from node a, node b, and then we are going to transition to node d. Okay, now inside the node d, I'm passing something like console. I'm passing console.log and pass here d like this. Yeah, if you run this again, you're gonna see something here, node a, b, d. Okay, you can see in here we move like this, node a, b, d. Okay, because here the inside the users array we have here John. Okay, now let me pass here Chris, because when we're gonna start running the node a, we are going to add in Chris immediately. Okay, let me pass here Chris and see what we are going to get here. Okay, Now let's run this again and run this. Okay, we're gonna have here A, B, A, C, D. You can see in here we have here A, C, D, and then D, it's the end node. Okay, and guys, in order to understand this, you need to practice. Okay, you need to practice in order to understand this. Alright guys, now let's talk about RAG. RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. RAG is a technique that allows to enhance the model's generation by providing the relevant information from an external memory. The external memory can be an internal database or an external database. It can be the user's previous chat session or the internet. In the word RAG, we have here three words. We have retrieval, which is the retrieved data that we can extract from an internal database. We have the word augments, which we have the word augments is when we're going to take the retrieved data and then we're going to pass it to the LLM. We are going to augment the LLM, and then the LLM can use this retrieved data in order to generate a response based on it. Now, LLM are trained on huge amount of internet data, so LLM becomes genius. If we ask ChatGPT a question like, what is JavaScript? ChatGPT is going to respond immediately because it was trained on the JavaScript documentation. But what if we ask ChatGPT about something it wasn't trained on? Like, who's Maurice the Dragon? Let's say Maurice the Dragon is an actor, is a known actor, but information of Maurice the Dragon doesn't exist on the internet. Here, ChatGPT is going to try to figure out who's Maurice the Dragon. But eventually, ChatGPT is going to fail because data of Maurice the Dragon is not on internet. Now, these are kind of limitations that RAG tried to address. It's like we are going to give the LLM another tool, a power, to get access to external data sources. And when we talk about external data sources, we have an internal memory or an external memory or the internet. Now, as the LLM doesn't have access to the internet data and the LLM doesn't have the possibility to get access to external data sources or internal, we are going to give the LLM this possibility. And then the LLM is going to be again genius, okay? Because we're going to give the LLM the possibility to get access to external data sources or internal data sources. And these are kind of limitations RAG tried to address. It allows to augment the LLM. Now, let's take a look to this diagram of a RAG app. You can see we have here some steps that we need to go through in order to give the LLM data, okay? Now, for the first step, we need to store data into our vector database, into the database. Now, you can see we have here the user. The user, first of all, in order a user starts using a RAG system, the user needs to provide the data to the LLM. Now, we have here the user can import into our RAG system external data or internal data. This data can be PDF, web pages, and other stuff. And then we are going to take this data on the step 2. We are going to split it into chunks because a lot of large language model has a context window. A context window is the amount of data that the LLM can process in one go. Let's say here you can see we have here a model. An embedding model is a machine learning model. This embedding model can have a limit of 32K tokens that it can process in one go. But what if we pass it more tokens, more data? Let's say we pass it for 40 tokens. The LLM is going to fail and we're going to get an error. Now, once we take this data, we split it into chunks. We are going to convert it into embeddings. Embeddings are numerical representation of these chunks of the used data. Because we're going to take this data, we're going to split it into chunks, and then we're going to pass it to the embedding model. The embedding model is going to convert it to numbers. And these numbers we call embeddings that we're going to store into the vector database. A vector database is a database that stores numbers. Once we store data into our RAG system, it's time to query our RAG system. And here we have another step. On step 6 here, the user can start now querying our RAG system because it has data. Now, the user can send the query, And then we're going to pass it to the LLM. On step 7, we have here another component of a RAG system, which is a retriever. A retriever is a component that basically retrieves data into a vector database. You can see on step 7, the LLM make a query to the retriever, and then the retriever retrieve data into the vector database. And once we have the data into the retriever, we're going to pass the data to the LLM. And then the LLM can use this data in order to generate a response to the user. And we're going to pass to the LLM the retrieved data, but also the user question, so that the LLM can generate a good response. And that's how a RAG system works. Now we are going to talk about some main components of a RAG app. We have here a retriever and generator. Now, a retriever, as I said before, is basically a component that allows to retrieve data into a vector database. And here you can see we have here the user question. We're going to take the user question. We're going to pass it to an embedding model. An embedding model is a machine learning model that converts the data into numerical representation. And then we are going to take these embeddings, because in here we have embeddings. Embedding are simply numbers of this question, okay? And then we're going to take these embeddings, we're going to pass to the vector database in order to perform similarity search. And once we perform similarity search inside the vector database, we are going to get an array of documents, okay? And then we're going to pass the model in order to generate the response. And we're on the generation phase. Yeah, you can see. And then we're going to have the final answer. And that's how a RAG system works. Now we're going to jump into the practice in order to learn more about that. Now, in order to store data into a vector database, we need to run through some steps. The first thing we need to do is to get data. And once we already got data, we are going to split the data into chunks. And then we're going to take these chunks, we're going to pass it to the embedding model. The embedding model is going to convert it into embeddings. And we're going to pass these embeddings into a vector database. Now, we're going to need an embedding model provided by Cohere. You're going to type cohere.com/rank. And once you land on the home page, you're going to click sign in to create an account. And once you create an account, they're going to take you to the dashboard. And you're going to click here API key, and then move here, you're going to click here new trial key to create a key, okay? Once you finish creating a key, you're going to get into your .env file, you're going to pass it in here, Cohere API key. Yeah. And also we're going to need a vector database. You're going to type Pinecone VectorDB. You're going to see this. You're going to click here. And once you move to the Pinecone landing page, you're going to create an account. And once you create an account, they're going to take you to the dashboard again. And in here, we're going to create an index. An index is a database. Click here, create, and then pass here the name of your vector database. And choose here a vector database provided by NVIDIA, okay? And then here, once you click here, you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see in here at the bottom, if I pass it the name of a vector database, you can see that actually I have the possibility to create a database. You're gonna click here, create. And once you click create, they're gonna take you to the indexes page. And the indexes are my database, okay? You can see I have here NotebookLM. Now, get into the API key. In order to get an API key, you can create it here. And if I head into my .env file, you can see I pass here the Pinecone API key, but I also pass here the Pinecone index. Okay, do that. Now, you can see in here, I just import some package in order to process data. I import here the documents, the document class. We're going to use the document class in order to create an array of documents. I import here the recursive character splitter from Langchain. We're going to use that class in order to split a document into chunks. You can see once we got data here, we need to extract the data, and then we're going to convert the data into an array of documents. And this array, we're going to pass it to the embedding model in order to convert it into embeddings. That's what we're going to pass to the vector database. And you can see I import here the document class, the recursive character splitter to split the data. I import here Cohere embeddings to have embedding of the splitting data. And then we import here the vector database is where we're going to store the data. And we have here Chigo web-based loader in order to extract the data from a web page. and I import here to the data in order to get access to our environment variable. Now I create here another function with file embedding. We're gonna pass it a page that we're gonna use in order to extract data. And here, the first thing, in order to store data into the vector database, we need to extract the data from a web page or from a PDF. Okay, and once we extract data, we're gonna have here an array of documents. Okay, you can see I pass here Cheerio web-based loader. We're gonna pass it a URL, and then we're gonna get here an array of documents. And once we got an array of documents, we're gonna pass it to the recursive character splitter in order to split it into chunks. And we're on this stage here, the second stage here. For the first one, we extract data, and then we move to the step 2, where we are going to convert the data into chunks. And you can see I pass here recursive. You can see in here I pass recursive character splitter. I pass here the chunk size of 500 and the chunk overlap of 200. Now you can see in here we pass here the chunk size, but also we have the chunk overlap. Let me explain you that. I'm going to move here. Let me move here. We have here a PDF, and we're going to take this PDF. We're gonna split it into chunks. You can see in here I pass here the chunk size is 500 and the chunk overlap 200. The chunk overlap, we use it in order to preserve the meaning, to preserve the context of a document, okay, of the splitting documents. Now you can see in here we have a PDF. We are going to take the PDF. We're going to split it into chunks. You can see inside of the PDF we have hello. Can you explain me, hello Ben, can you explain me what is a vector database? And here you can see I pass here hello Ben can, okay, and then we pass here can you explain. The chunk overlap is when we take a pieces of previous chunk, we pass to the next one. You can see we have here on the second chunk here. We have can you explain, we take explain, we pass to the next chunk, and then we have here explain me what is. And then we're gonna take what is, we're gonna pass to the next chunk in order to preserve the meaning. But what if I remove here this? Let's say I remove here what is. We're gonna have something like a vector DB because I don't take here the piece of the previous chunk. Okay, we're gonna lose the meaning. And here I can say this. We use chunk overlap to preserve. To preserve the meaning of the chunk. Okay, is when we take a piece of the previous chunk. Okay, and then we pass to the next one. And once we split the data, we are going to convert it into embeddings. We're gonna pass it to the cohere embeddings, and then we are going to take these embeddings. We're gonna pass to the vector database. You can see I pass here. I create here an instance of Pinecone. I pass here the API key, process that I have Pinecone API key. I pass here Pinecone index, which is the name of our database here, NotebookLM, and then here we pass here new Pinecone store. We pass here these embeddings, and then here we're gonna call a function vector store that adds documents, and then we're gonna store these embeddings into the vector database. Now I'm gonna pass here. I'm going to invoke the web file embedding. We're going to invoke the function by passing it a web page. And this web page talks about prompt engineering. We are going to store all of this data here into our vector database. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to run the file and run it. We're going to pass here node, source, ingestion pipeline, TS. And once we see the message here, finish indexing, we are going to know that we already store our data. We already store this data into the vector database. Now, let's see what we're going to get in here. If we see a message here, it means we store data into the vector database. Okay. And yeah, you can see we have a message finished indexing. Okay. We store this data into the vector database. Now we're going to create the retriever in order to start querying our vector database. I'm gonna import here the documents, the recursive character splitter, the cohere embeddings, the Pinecone store. You can see in here we define a function, query vector DB, we pass the query. We instantiate here a cohere embeddings, pass here the model, the API key, pass here Pinecone store, Pinecone index, and the vector store here. And here pass here Pinecone store that from existing index, pass it the embeddings and the pinecone index. And then here we are going to pass here vector store that similarity search. We're going to pass here the user query. Now I'm going to pass here a query. I'm going to start querying our vector database and see what we're going to get. I'm passing cons results. Okay, like this. I'm passing here a weight. And then we're going to pass here what is prompt engineering. And we're going to get here an array of documents. Let's see console.log and pass here that, we're going to pass the console.log results. Okay, now let's run the retriever and see what we're going to get. And pass here this source / retriever.ts. Okay, we're going to get here an array of documents. Okay, these are the splitting chunks. Okay, now let's see what we're going to get here. Okay, you can see that actually we got here an array of document. Okay, you can see we pass here the query what is prompt engineering. Okay, and you can see this is a document. Okay, we got an array of documents. Okay, we have here the page contents, the metadata. Okay, inside the metadata we have the source here and the title of the page. Okay, and we have here little definition. Prompt engineering, also known as in context prompting, refers to the methods for how to communicate with LLM. Okay, and here we have here now the documents. These are the chunks. Yeah, and you can see in here, guys, for the you can see in here the first document here is different from this document here. Is so different, guys. You can see for the first document we have here a lot of data, but for this document we don't have a lot of data here. You can see we have here 3 lines. But for the first one, we have here more than 3 lines. And yeah, now we're going to try to create a document. You can see when we create a vector database, it returns an array of documents. Now, to create a document, we can use the document class here. Okay, something like this. I can pass here cons doc array like this. And then I can pass here is equal to array and pass here document. We can pass here the page content. I can pass here something. Okay, and here I can pass here the metadata, and inside the metadata we can pass in the title, the source, pass it the source. Okay, and I can pass it the page number and other stuff, guys. And this is how you can use the document class in order to create a document, an array of documents. Okay, if I duplicate it, we're gonna have here 2 documents. Pass here this. You can see actually you have here 2 documents. And if I console here cons.log, I can pass a doc array. And here we're gonna have here an array of documents. Now let's see again and run this. You're gonna see what we're gonna get if I run the retriever. We're gonna have here an array of documents. Okay, now let's wait a bit. You can see we got here an array of documents, and you have to know when you're gonna query a vector database, you're gonna get an array of documents. Okay, this result here is an array of documents. You can see if we put our case over the result constant, they infers it to be a type of document interface. Okay, and it is the key and value. You have to know that. And if we head into the ingestion pipeline, the TS. And when we extract data into with the Cheerio web-based loader, we pass here loaded.load. Okay, we have here an array of documents. You can see per our case over the doc constant, we have here an array of documents. Then we're gonna take this array of documents, we're gonna pass it to another class, which is the recursive character text splitter, in order to split it into chunks. Okay, you can see pass it text splitter that split documents. We're gonna convert it into chunks. And once we have these chunks, we're going to pass it to the embedding model. And then we can start querying our vector database in order to get data. Now, I'm going to pass in our query. I'm going to remove this and pass you types of prompt engineering. Okay. Or I can just pass you what is few shots. Pass here what is few shots. Now, let's see what is few shots like this. Let's see what we're going to get from our vector database. And then I'm gonna run this again and see what we're gonna get here. We're gonna have here an array of documents. Okay, now let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see again we got here an array of documents. Okay, this is the first doc, the second one, we have here the third one, and the fourth, and so on. And you can see few shots learning present. Okay, we got here this data. Okay, and also we can pass here another method. You can see in order to query our vector database, we invoke the similarity search function. Now I'm gonna try to invoke here another function, which is I'm passing that is retriever. Okay, vector store that's is retriever, and then you can pass here this retriever like this, and then pass here const result is equal to await, and pass here retriever that invoke. Okay, and then we can pass here the user query. Okay, like this, and we're gonna get the same thing. Now I can run the retriever again, and we're gonna get data that we're gonna pass to the LLM. And once we pass the data to the LLM, we are going to generate a response based on the user query. Okay, you can see again we have the same thing. Okay, now let's talk about a generator. We already learned how to store data into a vector database, but also we learned how to retrieve data into a vector database. Now we're going to create another file, which is the generator.ts. Now we're gonna pass you some package here. We're gonna import here some package. We import here the AMS, UML message, system message. We import here the prompt template, the chat prompt templates, and also import here Zod to JSON schema. We already learned about all of these package, guys. Now you can see in here I just changed the model. I pass here chat fireworks. Previously we used Together AI. Okay, we used Together AI. If I move at the top here, you can see we have here chat Together AI. If you want, you can change the model. You can see previously I show you that in here LanGraph provides us the possibility to use different models. And here, if you want, you can use Bedrock Chat, you can use Chat Anthropic, you can pick whatever model you want, guys. Okay, here you can see I pick here Chat Fireworks. And when you try to pick a model, you have to make sure this model supports all of these features. Here you can see streaming, JSON mode, tool calling with structured outputs, multimodal. Okay, you can see here if I scroll at the bottom here, Chat Fireworks, it supports all of these features. And if I pass here Together AI to support all of these features, you can see Chat Together AI supports all of these features. Try to pick a model which supports mostly all of these features listed here, guys. Okay, and yeah, I pass here this. Okay, Chat Fireworks. If you want to use Chat Fireworks, you can tap a fireworks.ai, and then you're gonna create an account, get into the model library, and then you can pick a model you want. If I want, I can pick even DeepSeek, and then I'm copy this, and I'm going to pass it in here like this. Pretty easy. Now let's continue. Now in here you can see we pass here the user query, what is prompt engineering, and we import here the query vector DB, okay, which is the retriever, and we import it from the retriever.ts. Okay, and pass here. Let's run this and see what we're gonna get here. Console.log. We're gonna have here an array of documents, and pass here results. And if we run this, we're gonna have here an array of documents. Okay, I'm gonna run this. Now let me go first into the retriever, and then I'm comment this. Okay, let's go into the generator.ts. We're gonna run it. Generator.ts. Okay, and then yeah, we got here an error and failed to import retriever. Okay, I'm passing the TS right now as we don't use a module loader, and then I'm gonna run this and see what we're gonna get. Okay, I'm gonna pass here this. We are going to retrieve data into the vector database. We're gonna have here an array of documents. Okay, and once we got an array of documents, we're gonna pick the first array. We're gonna pass it to the LLM in order to generate the response. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, you can see again we got here an array of documents. Now we are going to move here. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna copy here something. I've already explained you all of this, and I'm pass it in here. You can see in here pass here prompt template that from template. You already know that. Okay, we already talked about that. And I pass here prompt. You are an assistant. Let me read it a little bit. You are an assistant for question answering task. Use the following pieces of retrieve context to answer the question. If you don't know the answer, just say that you don't know. use 3 sentences maximum, and keep the answer concise. And we pass the question, but also the context. The context is the retrieved data. And then we pass here prompt.invoke, which is runnable. And then we pass the user query, and we pass it the first document. Okay, we're gonna pass it that document here. Pass here results. We select the first item, that page content. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here the prompt. We're gonna pass the prompt to the LLM, and then the LLM is gonna generate a response based on the user query. You can see, if we take a look to the diagram, you can see we have here the same thing. We take the question, we pass to the embedding model, they're gonna embed it, and we are going to pass the vector database to perform similarity search. And once we have here data, we are going to pass the data to the LLM. You can see we pass the context, but also the user question. And then we're gonna have here an answer. Now let's try to run this and to see what we're gonna get. Here I'm pass here node source / generator.ts, and then we're gonna have here a response from the LLM. Now let's see again here what we're gonna get. Okay, yeah, again we have here the response. Okay, this is the AI message. Okay, you can see we have here the response. Prompt engineering is the practice of designing and refining inputs to effectively guide large language models toward desired outputs. You can see. Now we're going to be talking about multi-query generation. Previously, we learned how to retrieve data into a vector database using a single query, and this can lead to a poor retrieval. You know, the user question can be too broad, ambiguous, too specific. The user question sometimes it can't align with the vocabulary of our documents. Now, in order to mitigate to this kind of issue, we're gonna use the LLM in order to generate different questions. Now, once we have here these different questions generated by the LLM, we're gonna use this question in order to retrieve data into the vector store. And here we're gonna have here an array of documents. And once we have an array of documents, we're gonna pass this array to a model, which is a re-ranker, in order to rank these documents. And then once we have here, once we rank these documents with a model, we are going to pick a document which is high score. Then we're gonna use the reciprocal rank fusion in order to combine, in order to make the results of all documents which is a high score. And then we're gonna pass this data to the model in order to generate the response. Now, in order to generate multiple query, we're gonna use here prompt engineering technique, which is step-back prompting. So step-back prompting is a prompt engineering technique, is when we tell the AI to think about the question in a general way. Now, if you want to learn more about step-back prompting, you can come here, you can ask ChatGPT about step-back prompting, then ChatGPT is gonna explain you how step-back prompting works. Now, we're gonna continue, I'm gonna come here. We are going to use this prompt here. You are AI research assistants. The user asked, we're gonna pass it the user question, and then we're gonna tell the AI step back and consider this question more broadly. Reframe it in general terms. Identify the main themes or dimensions involved. Generate 5 diverse search queries that can cover these dimensions, ensuring each query explores a different perspective or rephrasing. Now, this is the prompt that we're going to use in order to generate 5 questions. Now, we're going to head into our text editor. And then in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the generator again in here. And I'm going to copy here this prompt here. We use this prompt in order to generate the answer. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this and pass you a prompt. Generate. We're gonna pass it generate question prompt like this, and then I'll pass it generate question prompt. I'm gonna copy the prompt. I'm gonna copy it here. I'm going to pass it here. Okay, pass it in here like this. And then we are going to we're going to pass it to the LLM. And here I'm going to comment this code here right now. And then let me copy here this. I'm going to pass it at the top here. And here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here this. Generate question prompt val. We're going to pass it in here. And then, I'm pass it in here. I'm passing generate question like this. prompt, and then we're going to pass here generate question prompt that invoke. We're going to pass here the user query. Okay, we're going to pass here the question, which is the property. We're going to pass it in here and the query here. We're going to remove here the context, and then we're going to pass this prompt to the model. And now I'm going to copy the model. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to pass it in here. We're going to pass it generate prompts. We're going to pass it in here, that value. And then we are going to pass here console.log LLM results, like this. And here I'm going to pass here a response formatter. I'm going to tell the model, I'm going to force the model to retain an array of questions. And here I'm going to head into in here. I'm going to copy here this. I'm going to pass here to the invoke function this parameter. I'm going to copy this object. We're going to pass it to the invoke function in order to force the model to generate an array of questions. Now let's go here, and then I'm going to pass it in here. Okay, like this. And then we're going to say here, we're going to pass here questions. It's going to be an array, and pass here an array of questions, like this. Yeah, we got an error. And here, let me check at the top if we import Zod. We import Zod here, and I'm going to pass here this dot array, and we are going to need an array of string here, and pass a string like this. And then let's check. Let's see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we have here an array of questions. Okay, this is the array. We have here 5 questions. And now I'm going to pass the array and pass a cons and pass a parsed results here is equal to JSON pass and pass here dot parse, and we're going to pass here the LLM results that question. Okay, like this. And here you can see in here we have an object. Okay, this is a string, and in order to get access to the array, we are going to pass here parsed results, yeah, parsed results that pass here that questions, and here I'm pass here as any to remove the typing error. I can assert it as string, yeah, like this. Okay, we have here typing error. I can just pass here as any to remove the typing error, and then if we run this again, we're gonna have here an array of questions. Now let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, let's wait a bit. Yeah, you can see actually you have here an error. Okay, yeah, I'm passing you that content like this, and here I can assert it now as a string. Okay, like this. And now let's run it again. Okay, tap inner and see what we're gonna get. Oh yeah, you can see actually we have here an array of questions. You can see what is prompt engineering and how does it work for AI model. You can see that actually in here, guys, we generate 5 different questions that we can use in order to retrieve data into the vector database. Now we are going to iterate through the array, and then we're going to retrieve the data into the vector database. That's what we're gonna do right now. Now, as we have here 5 different questions, and pass here cons questions, and pass questions is equal to parse results, that's questions. Yeah, like this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna iterate through the array, and here we're going to do this and pass here for cons question in, yeah, we're gonna pass here of questions, and then we're going to, yeah, you can see of questions, yeah, this array, and here I'm gonna assert it is an array of string like this to remove this typing error. Questions, I'm gonna copy that and pass in here like this, and pass here questions. Okay, we are going to iterate through the array, and then we're gonna pass here this and pass here results await query vector db. For each question, we are going to have here an array of document. Pass here I'm create here another constant or retrieved docs here. Pass here or retrieve docs like this, and then we are going to pass here or retrieve docs. It's gonna be an array like this. And then we're going to pass here or retrieve docs that push. We're gonna push in the results, and then we're gonna take the or retrieve doc array. We're gonna push in the results. We're gonna pass here results. Okay, we are going to have here an array of documents. Now, before we run this code, I'm going to head into the retriever, the tiers. In here, we're gonna add here in our instance, which is cohere re-ranker, okay? Cohere re-rank. And so we're gonna use this model provided by cohere in order to rank an array of documents, okay? Now, I'm gonna console here, console.log. We're gonna pass here re-ranked documents and see what we're gonna get. So we're going to have here an array here. Let's see. Okay, you can see in here we have here an array of documents, and then here we pass the array of documents to the re-ranker model. Okay, now let's call this function and see what we're gonna get. I'm going to head into the console here, and then I'll pass here, I'm gonna run this. Okay, we are going to run the retriever. I'm pass here retriever the tiers like this and see what we're gonna get. Okay, and make sure you import the cohere re-rank. Okay, you can see cohere re-rank, okay, at Langchain /cohere, import the model, okay, and then you're gonna pass here new cohere. You're gonna pass here the cohere API key that we use for the embedding model. You're gonna pass here the key here. You can see if I head into the Daramf, we have here the cohere API key. I use this key for the embedding model. You can see we have here the embedding model, but also I use it for the cohere re-rank. It's gonna work. And then you're gonna pass it the name of the model, re-rank English V3, pass that. And then you're gonna pass here an array of documents, okay? But also the user query here, okay? That we pass in here. Now let's head into the console and see what we got here. You can see we have here an array of documents, we have here an object, and you can see the documents which is positioned on the index 0, the relevant score is pretty high. Okay, you can see 0.99. Okay, it's pretty high. Okay, now we're going to pick a document which is a relevant score which is pretty high. We're gonna return it. Now, in order to return it, what I'm going to do in here, guys, first we're gonna check if we have data into the results array. I'm pass here. We're gonna check if we have data. We are going to return here an array of documents. I'm pass here return. We're gonna pass here results. And then I'm pass here ranked documents. We're gonna pick here the first item into the array, and then I'm pass here that index like this. If we don't have data into the results array, I'm gonna return here an empty array and pass here else. We're gonna return an empty and pass here return an empty array like this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna create here another file. I'm gonna name it reciprocal rank fusion. The tiers like this, reciprocal rank fusion. Okay, we are going to put in this algorithm. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this algorithm. We are going to paste it in here. Okay, in order to merge these documents into a single array. And then here I'm going to let me tap here this parameter. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get into the retriever, the tiers, and if we put our cursor over the results array, you can see they infers it to be a document in a first. Okay, they infers it to be a document in a first. Now I'm going to copy the type. We are going to head into the reciprocal rank fusion.ts. I'm gonna tap it like this. We have here an array of documents. Okay, I'm gonna import that, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. Now we're going to go ahead and get into the generator, and inside the generator, what I'm going to do in here, we are going to unpass a fused docs, okay, is equal to reciprocal rank fusion, okay, and here we're gonna pass here this array. I can just tap it like this. You can see I'm gonna import that first, and then here I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to tap this array as document interface. I'm gonna import the interface. I'm gonna import it from Langchain. Yeah, we got an error. I'm gonna move edit tab here, and yeah, I'm passing the tiers like this. And also we are going to import that interface. I'm gonna import it from Langchain. Okay, yeah, let me import it. Yeah, let me see what we got into the reciprocal rank fusion. We import it from Langchain core /documents. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to go ahead and get into the generator. We're gonna pass edit tab here. Yeah, like this. Then we're going to remove the tapping error. Now I'm going to copy the all retrieved array. I'm going to pass it to the reciprocal rank fusion. Yeah, we're going to pass here, and then we're going to pass here console.log fused docs. pass here fuse docs, and see what we're gonna get here, guys. Okay, everything is okay. Now we're gonna run the generator.ts and pass here this, pass here generator.ts. Now let's see what we're gonna get in here. Yeah, actually you have an error, does not provide an export name document interface. Now let's remove that here because we have here an error. Now in order to fix this error, we're going to import here the document class and pass at the top here, and we're going to remove this class. We're going to take here the document class and pass here is, we're going to pass the document, and then we're going to pass here this array. Okay, inside of this array, we're going to have in another array. And here I'm going to copy this class. We're going to pass into the reciprocal rank fusion. We're going to pass at the top here. Okay, pass it in here, and then I'm going to pass here documents. Okay, like this. Okay, we're going to pass here document like this. Okay, and we're going to get rid of the error. Now we're going to try to run this and see what we're going to get. And here I should pass here a question like this. And now let's try to run this and see what we're gonna get here, guys. Okay, and here I'm pass here. We're gonna run here the generator. And now let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna get. Okay, you can see that actually we have here an array of documents. You can see we have here a document. This is the first one, and this is a second one, guys. You can see we have here an array of documents. And now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take this there. I'm going to do this. I'm going to convert this array of documents to a string. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to import here a class. I'm going to import here the format document string. And you can see if we put our case over the format document string, you can see we pass it an array of documents, and then we have here a string. That's what we're going to do. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy that. You can see you pass here reciprocal rank fusion, and I'm pass here const doc to, I'm pass here doc to string like this. We're gonna pass here format document as string. I'm going to pass it in here like this, and I'm pass here fuse doc like this. We're gonna have here an array of, string. Okay, and in order to remove this typing error, I can just assert it. I'm gonna assert the fused doc constant is doc array. Okay, like this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create now a file here and name it prompt.ts, and we are going to go back in here into the generator. We are going to go back into the generator, and I'm going to copy here this prompt. Okay, we're gonna put it into the prompt.ts. Okay, right here. And then we're going to uncomment this, and then we're going to pick this prompt in order to generate the answer. Okay, I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to pass it in here. And I'm going to remove this one here. We're going to use this one. Okay, and we're going to import the prompt template. We're going to go back in here, and then we're going to copy this class here. I'm going to copy this class, and then we're going to pass it in here. Okay, like this. Now we're going to use this prompt. Okay, the prompt is response. I'm passing response generator prompt like this, and then we're gonna export it and pass here export response generator prompt. Now let's copy it and get into the generator.ts, and we're going to scroll at the bottom here. We're gonna pass it in here. Let me pass here generator response prompt like this, and then I'm pass it here, and then I'm pass that invoke, and you can see we're gonna pass it to property the questions, and we're going to take here this array of questions. Okay, this is the array of question. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it in here, pass here dot John. Okay, we are going to have here a string, and you can see we are going to pass here to this prompt. We're gonna pass here another property, which is the retrieve doc. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're going to go back in here. I'm going to pass that here like this, and for the retrieve doc, we're gonna pass here the doc to string. You can see we pass the fused doc array to the format document as string. We're gonna get here string, and we're gonna copy this string. We're gonna pass it in here like this, and then like this. I'm gonna pass here the query, which is the original question. okay? And here we are going to pass here questions that join to have an array, to have a single string, okay, of question, okay, like this. And now we're gonna pass that to the LLM. I'm going to scroll down, I'm copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. I'm gonna comment this, and then we're going to pass here LLM results, and then I'm going to copy this and pass it in here. Yeah, it seems we have here in our constant LLM results. I'm going to remove it. Let me check at the top here. Yeah, we have here LLM results again. Okay, yeah, here I'm going to pass here response, AI response, okay, like this, and then I'm passing console that we're gonna pass it console.log AI response, like this, and then we're gonna pass here the AI response, okay. And now let's see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna run this file again. Everything is okay in here. Now let's run this and see what we're gonna get. Okay, now I'm gonna run here. I'm type here node/generator.ts. Now you can see in here, guys, that actually we have an AI response. You can see, based on the retrieved information, here's a clear and concise answer to your question. What is prompt engineering? Prompt engineering is a practice of carefully designing and refining the inputs, okay, given to an LLM to guide it toward producing a desired output without changing the model's internal parameters. You can see that actually we have here the response. This is the final response, guys. Alright, guys, now I'm going to be talking about some different RAG techniques. Previously, we learned what is RAG and how it works. We said RAG is a technique that allows to enhance the model's generation by providing the model the possibility to get access to external data sources. Now, in here you can see on this image, I just list some different RAG techniques. We have naive RAG, advanced RAG, modular RAG, corrective RAG, speculative RAG, agentic RAG, self-RAG. Throughout this video, we're going to stick to naive RAG and corrective RAG. Now, let's learn how naive RAG works. You can see in here, I have here a document. And inside of this document, they talk about Python, okay, Python programming language. And we are going to take this document, we're going to store it into our vector database. And then we are going to ask, what is Python? And then we are going to get this definition from the model. Given the retrieved data, Python is an interpreted language. Now, here if we pass here, we store into our vector database a Python book where we have a false definition of Python. We're going to get this. Given the retrieved data, Python is a compiled language, okay? You can see that this is an error, okay, a mistake, okay? We got a false response because inside of our vector database, we store a Python book where we have a false definition of Python. Now, in order to mitigate to this kind of issue, we're going to leverage corrective RAG. In here, you can see we have the user here. We are going to forward his request to our system. And then in here, we are going to retrieve data into a vector database. And inside of our vector database, we have a fake document about Python. Now, once we got this data, the LLM is going to evaluate the user question versus the retrieved data. If the LLM sees that the data retrieved from the vector database is irrelevant to the user question, we are going to perform a web search. Okay, you can see in here, we perform a web search. We are going to transform the user query. We're going to perform a web search. And then once we have here web data, we are going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate a response to the user. And if the user question is relevant, we are going to return the response to the user based on the retrieved data. Now, in order to understand corrective RAG broadly, I'm going to present you this architecture, this diagram. You can see in here, the user sent a question to the LLM. We're going to take the question, we're going to generate a multiple version of it. Then we're gonna feed data into the vector store for each question. We are going to have here an array of documents for each question that we're gonna pass to Cohere ranker. And then in order to retrieve a document which is a high relevant score. And once we pick here a document which is high relevant score, we're gonna use the reciprocal rank fusion algorithm in order to merge these documents into a single array. And then once we have here this single array, we are going to iterate through it, and then we're going to use the LLM to check if each document inside this array is relevant. And here, if we don't find a relevant document, we are going to transform the user query, and then we're going to make a web search. We are going to take the web data, we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate a response to the user. And if we found here relevant document, we are going to use these relevant documents in order to generate the response to the user. And that's how it works, guys. Now we are going to get into our text editor, and then we are going to implement Corrective RAG. Now let's learn how to implement Corrective RAG. We're going to get into our text editor, and in here we're going to create a Q&A. I'm passing Q&A over doc. Yeah, we are going to pass the Q&A over doc.ts, and in here we're going to put in a graph. We're going to use a graph in order to route to a given node. You can see on this diagram, here we have a router, and so we're going to use the router in order to decide if we can move to a given node. And now we're going to head into the lessons folder. You can see that previously we talked about LanGraph. We learned what is LanGraph, and we implement a simple graph. Now what I'm going to do, I'm not just copy everything in here. We're going to put it into the Q&A over doc.ts like this. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create here some states. And we are going to have the next node, retrieve doc, filter doc, and transform query. I'm going to copy these states and then I'll pass it in here. Okay. And we're going to pass here. Actually, we have here the next node. Okay. And the next node, I'm going to pass here a nullish coalescing operator. And here I'm pass here, if the previous var, I'm going to get rid of the default value. If the previous var is null or undefined, we're going to return here the next var, okay, like this. This is the nullish coalescing operator. And if the next var is null or undefined, we're going to return here empty, like this. And we have also here the retrieve doc. The retrieve doc is going to be an array. I'm pass it in here. And we can just remove here, return here, and then I'm pass here concat. Okay, like this. And the previous value here is an array. And if we have the next value is, let's say, is another array, we are going to take the next value, we're going to push it into the previous, we're going to take the previous value, we're going to push in the next value. And here we're going to create here another state here. We have here the filtered doc is an array. I'm going to copy this one. We're going to pass it in here. Like this filtered doc. We're going to copy it. We're going to pass it in here. We have transform query. This one is a string. I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to pass here transform query. Okay, like this. And yeah, you can see in here we have here two string. And we have here two array. The retrieve doc, this one is an array of document. I pass this, and filter doc is an array of documents. I pass here document like this. Okay. Now we are going to create here a node. Now I'm gonna get into the to-do.empty file, and for the node we're gonna have here retriever node, grade doc node, transform query node, website node, and the generate node. Okay, now we're gonna start with the retriever node, and inside of the retriever node we're gonna call the retriever, and we're gonna put in we are going to use the LLM in order to generate multiple query of the user question. We're gonna use these questions in order to feed data into the vector database, and also inside the retriever node we're gonna use reciprocal rank fusion algorithm in order to merge data of multiple array. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this so that I'm not going to forget what I'm doing. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna head into in here, we're gonna pass it in here. Now we're gonna pass here cons retriever and pass here retriever. Okay, retriever like this is a node, and here I'm going to remove everything in here, and also we're gonna pass here another property. I forgot because I'm gonna use this code here in order to get the user message. Okay, I'm passing here, and you can see we're going to pass here state that message. This message here is gonna be an array of message. We're gonna have in it's gonna look like this. Let me show you. we're gonna have an array which looks like this. We're gonna have here new human. We're gonna have human message here. Okay, let's say what is a dog. Okay, and we're gonna have here AI message. You can have here new AI message. Okay, and here the message array holds the conversation between the AI and human, and you can see we pass here something like this: state that message, filter that get type. Okay, in order to get the type of the human, in order to get the type of the message, if we pass here AI, we're gonna have here the last AI message. Okay, as we pass human, we are going to extract only this human message. Okay, you can see when we're gonna iterate through the array, we're gonna pick this last human message. Okay, if we pass here AI, we're gonna pick the last AI message. Okay, and this array can continue like this. Let's say here the AI can respond. Okay, because when we are going to ask the user question, the AI question, we are going to take this message, we're gonna put it into the message array. We are going to put it in here. Once the AI responds, we're gonna pass here the AI message. If the human again responds, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, human message. Okay, you have to know that the message array holds the conversation between the AI and human. And now here you can see I just extract the human message, the last human message, and I'm going to move here. I'm going to define this message array. I'm going to use a pre-built-in state annotation. Okay, I'm going to import it from LanGraph. Okay, we are going to call the retriever in order to retrieve data into the vector database. Now let me head into the generator.ts, and in here I'm going to copy everything in here. We have here this generate question prompt. Okay, now what I'm going to do, this is a prompt here. We are going to create, we have here prompts.ts, and inside of this file, we're going to put in all our prompts. And I'm going to create here another folder inside the source folder. I'm passing a prompt folder, okay? And I'm passing here URL. And I'm going to head into in here and pass the index.ts like this. And I'm going to put in the first URL. And the first one is going to be, I'm passing export function extract message. Okay, extract message, and here we're gonna pass the message can be, the message type can be AI or human. I'm passing message, and I'm passing a tuple. Okay, it can be AI, yeah, it can be AI or human. Yeah, I'm passing human like this. This is a tuple, and then we're going to head into the key name of the doc.ts. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna put it in here. Yeah, like this, and then I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, we're gonna pass. Yeah, I can just pass here message type like this, and we're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here, but also we're gonna pass it an array. And here I'm gonna pass here this. Yeah, I can pass here the state. Okay, and the type of the state, we're going to head into the key name of a doc.ts. I'm gonna copy it. The type of it is state annotation. Okay, yeah, you can see in here we have here the state annotation is this graph here at the top. This is the graph. Now, in order to get the type, we need to export it into the index.ts file. And actually, I can just pass here any. Okay, and pass here any like this. Yeah, like this to remove the typing error, and here and pass here any. Okay, like this. Once we call that function, we can pass here the state, but also the message type. It can be AI or human. Now, let's go back into the key. We're going to go back into the generator.ts, and in here I'm going to copy everything in here. Okay, I'm gonna copy everything in here, guys. Okay, we are going to put it into the key name of a doc.ts and pass it here at the top, and we're gonna get it off. Yeah, we're gonna need here the query vector db function. We're gonna need here the reciprocal rank fusion algorithm. We're gonna need this function, and yeah, we're gonna need here response generate prompt. Okay, now I'm gonna remove this here, and yeah, let me see what I pass here. Just pass here only the LLM, and I'm going to import something else into the generator.ts. You can see we have here generate question prompt. I'm going to copy that. Yeah, we're gonna copy this prompt. We're going to put it into the prompt folder. Okay, I'm gonna head into in here and pass here prompts.ts like this, and pass it in here. we are going to head into the prompt here. You can see we have a response generator prompt like this and pass like this. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to remove this one here and then I'll put it in here. Okay, like this. We're going to copy this code. We're going to pass it at the top. Okay, like this. We are going to export the generate question prompt. Okay, like this. We're going to export it. Yeah, that's good. We're going to go back again the generator TS. And in here you can see we pass here the user query. Actually, in order to get the user query, we are going to use this function here, extract message. Okay. Now, if we head into the Q&A over doc.ts and we move here, and I'm going to call const query and pass a query is equal to extract last message, extract message. Okay. And here we're gonna pass you the state, and I'm passing the message type is gonna be human. Okay. And we're going to pass here, last message. Okay, and in order to get a query, we are going to pass something like this: query is equal to last human message dot content, like this, and then we're gonna get access to this property. Okay, and I'm gonna assert it as a string in order to remove this typing error. Okay, we are going to go back in here, and then I'm going to pass here something. This one here, I can just return here the and pass here last message like this. We're gonna return it. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here, pass here return like this. Okay, and we're going to go back into the Q&A of doc.ts. We get rid of the error. Now we're gonna use the LLM in order to generate multiple questions that we're gonna use in order to retrieve data into the vector database. Now I'm going to copy this code here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're going to go into the Q&A over doc.ts. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this, and you can see generate question, and I'm gonna import a prompt from the prompt folder like this. Okay, and here we're going to pass here a sync because we have here invoke returns the promise, and we're gonna pass here the query. Okay. And here you can see we have a response formatter. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to put it into the index.ts file, pass here exports, and then pass here const response formatter. Like this is equal to an object. Okay, we're going to import Zod to JSON schema. We're going to import it in here, and we're going to import to Zod. Okay, like this. Response formatter. Okay, question, I'm pass here question response formatter, pass here question response formatter. We are going to import it, I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and we are going to pass it to the LLM. Okay, we have here this and pass it in here after the array like this, and then we're gonna import it like this. Okay, and here we are going to pass here and pass here this. We're going to go back again to the generator TS. You can see we're gonna parse here the results, and then here we're gonna have here an array of questions. We're gonna iterate through it. I'm gonna copy this again. Okay, let me copy everything in here. I'm gonna copy everything in here. We're gonna put it into the retriever node in here. We're gonna go back in here, and we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, we pass the results. We pass here question, pass result that questions. We have here an array of question, and here you can see we pass here all retrieve doc, and you can see in here we have retrieve doc. I'm gonna use this state here. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna update it, or retrieve doc, and here I'm pass here return. We're gonna pass here return, and then we're gonna pass in the state that we want to update. As it is an array, we are going to copy here or retrieve doc. We're gonna pass it in here like this, and then we're gonna update it. Okay, or retrieve doc like this. I can just pass it like this. We are going to pass here first fuse doc. We're gonna call first the reciprocal rank fusion, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, this is an array. I'm gonna remove this, and then we're gonna push it into the retrieve doc. Okay, like this. We are done. I think we are done with this retrieve node. Okay, we are done in here, And you can see we implement inside the retrieve node. I'm passing a retrieve node. We have the retriever, we have the question generator, but also we call the reciprocal fusion rank function. Okay, now we just finished with this. Now what I'm going to do in here, we are going to move to another node, which is, let me check into the to.md file. We're going to move to another node, which is the grade doc. Okay, now we are going to grade the document. We're going to check if inside the array we have a relevant doc to the user question. Now we are going to go back in here. We're going to create here another node, which is pass a grade doc node. Yeah, like this. And here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all, we're going to define here a prompt. Okay, I'm going to copy this prompt here, and we are going to put it into the prompt.ts. Let's head into the prompt.ts, and we're going to pass it in here like this. I'm passing exports, and then you can see pass here grade doc prompt. Okay, you are a grader assessing relevance of retrieved documents, okay, to the user question. Here's the retrieved document. We're going to pass the context, but also the user question. And if the document contains keywords or semantic meaning related to the user question, grade it as relevant. Okay, give a binary score, yes or no, to indicate whether the document is relevant to the user question. And we are going to have also the grade doc response formatter. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to put it into the util.ts file. We have the util.ts file. We're going to pass it in here, and grade doc response formatter. And here we pass here an enum, because we're going to have here an object binary score. We're going to have yes or no. Okay, and if we have yes, we are going to push the document into the filtered array. If it's no, we aren't going to push it. Okay, now pass here export. We're going to pass this to the LLM. Now let's go back into the key of a doc, the TS, and in here into the grade doc node. What I'm going to do first, I'm going to extract the user message. Okay, I'm going to copy last message, and then we're going to pass it in here. Yeah, we're going to pass it right here like this. And you can see in here we have here retrieve doc. This is an array where we push in an array of documents. Okay, now in order to get access to it, we're going to use here, we're going to use the state. You can see for brackets over the state, we have the next node, and we have here the filtered, we have the next node transform query. We can get access to a property inside the state annotation graph. Okay, now in order to get access to this array, we are going to copy that. Now pass here const pass here all retrieved doc is equal to state that this. Okay, now we're going to call the prompt, and this is the prompt that we need to call. We are going to go back in here, and we're going to call the grade doc prompt. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to go back into the key over doc.ts. We're going to pass it in here, like this. And I can just pass here const chain. We can use runnable. We already learned what is a runnable. We're gonna put everything we have learned so far in practice, and I'm pass here. We're gonna pass here grade documents, grade doc prompts. I'm gonna import it, and then I'm pass here pipe like this, and then we're gonna pass here the LLM like this. We're gonna pass the prompt to the LLM, and now I'm pass here pass here. We are going to iterate. We're going to iterate first into the retrieve doc array, and I'm pass here pass here doc in all retrieve doc like this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here const chain results like this. We are going to pass here chain that invoke like this. We are going to pass here. You can see. We're gonna pass here the user question. We're gonna pass here last message and pass here this. We're going to pass here last message that content, like this. And also we're gonna pass here the context. Okay, for the context is gonna be the doc that content, and pass here page that content. Okay, let me see the type of all retrieve doc array is the type of document. Okay, and here the type of doc is a string, and let me check here. We pass here in of. Okay, we're gonna pass here of, And here they're going to infer the type of doc constant is going to be a document. Okay, this is an object. And then we're going to pass here doc.page contents like this. And then, yeah, like this. Let me check in here. Okay, we're going to pass here the question like this. Okay, and we're going to pass here the grade document response formatter. We're going to import it. Yeah, like this. And I can just asset it as any to remove this typing error and pass here as any like this. And then we're going to do this and pass here const parsed results and is equal to JSON. We're gonna pass it pass it JSON dot parse. We're gonna pass here chain results like this. And here for the chain results, we're gonna pass here that content. And I'm not asset it as string. And if we check here, if we head into the util.ts, you can see we're gonna have here two property, yes or no. I'm going to tap it. I'm going to assert this parsed result as a tuple. We can have here yes or no like this as a tuple, and here we have a typing error. And here I'm gonna pass here a wait because the invoke return a promise like this. A wait, and here too I'm gonna pass here a sync like this. Everything is okay so far. And yeah, now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here past results. Yeah, like this, that is equal to yes. If is equal to yes, we are going to push if is equal to yes, we're gonna push the content into this array. Let me move here. You can see for our case of the state, we have here the filtered doc. We're gonna push the content into the filtered doc array. I'm gonna copy that, and here I'm pass here else. I'm pass here else, and then we are going to pass here this. Okay, here we have the loop, and we are going to pass here return. We're gonna pass here filtered doc. Okay, we are going to create here another array and pass a const all filtered doc here is equal to an empty array. I'm going to asset it as a document array like this, and we're gonna copy that. We're going to pass it in here that push and pass here. We're going to pass here that push. We're gonna pass here dog that content. Okay, like this. I'm going to pass here new. Yeah, we're going to pass here new document, and then we're gonna pass in an object, and we have here the page content. We're gonna pass here doc.page contents like this. So I'm going to copy the all filtered doc. We're gonna pass it to the filtered doc here array. Now let's head into the todo.md file and see on which node we're gonna move to. We are going to move to the transform query nodes. Now let's head into the prompt.ts, and in here we are going to create a prompt. Yeah, this is the prompt. You are generating a question that is well optimized for semantic search retrieval. Look at the input and try to reason by the underlying semantic intent, meaning, and here we're gonna pass here the question, and we're gonna tell the AI to formulate an improved question. Now let's go back into the Q&A over doc.ts, and in here I'm gonna pass here the node transform query. Okay, and we are going to copy the name of the prompt here and pass here. We're gonna pass it transform query prompt. Okay, like this. We're gonna import it, and then we're gonna pass here the LLM, and we're gonna pass here that pipe new string output parser. Okay, you can see when we get a response from the AI, we have an object. You can see. I'm gonna give you an example. This is an AI message. Okay. And you can see we have a lot of property into this object. You can see we have the usage metadata, we have tools, we have invalid tool calls, we have a lot of property. And if we pass here the new string output parser, we're gonna get only a string. We are going to retrieve only the string. Okay, and you can see we have here the content, and now we are going to get only this. Okay, as we pass here no string output parser, we're gonna get only a string. Okay, now let me put my case here. Okay, you can see here they give us an example how to use it. You can see we have a prompt template. We pass here, tell me a joke about, we pass a topic, and then pass here runnable sequence, we pass here the prompt, and you can see we pass here the model, and then we pass here no string output parser. And then we are going to invoke the chain. We're going to pass it the topic bears, and then we are going to get here a string like this. Pretty easy. And now we're going to pass here a sync as we have a promise inside of this function. And then we're going to pass here better question, chain that invoke, and we're going to pass here the last human message. Okay, you can see we have here last message. We're going to extract the last human message. I'm going to pass in here, and then pass here last human message, and pass here that content like this. Yeah, we get rid of the error, and then we're going to pass here better question. Okay, we're going to return this question in order to make a search. Now I'm going to pass here, something like better question. Okay, like this. I can just pass here AI question and pass a transform query. Okay, transform query like this. And if we put our cursor over the state here, you can see we have here transform query. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to pass it in here. Okay, now we're going to use the transform query in order to make a web search. Now in here we just finish with this node. I'm going to copy here another node here, which is the web search. We're going to use the Valley. Previously we learned how to use the Valley when we talked about tools. You can see we have the lessons folder, and if you head into tools, you can see we have a Tavali. We already learned how to use Tavali. We said Tavali is a set tool, and in order to invoke it, we pass it Tavali.invoke, and we pass the query. And now let's go back into the Q&A of doc.ts, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here this node web search. We pass it Tavali. We're going to import it. We're going to import Tavali. Then we're going to pass here the transform query. Okay, like this. And we are going to iterate through the doc array. Here you can see we have the docs. This is an array returns by Tavali. We are going to pass a docs that results that map. We're going to iterate through it, and then we are going to return an array of documents that we're going to pass to the retrieve doc. Okay, and now we're going to move to another node, which is the generator. Okay, and I'm pass here generates, and we already have here some code into the generator.ts. I'm going to copy everything in here. Okay, we're going to copy everything in here, and then we're going to get rid of the generate.ts file. We're going to put everything into the generate function. I'm going to pass everything in here. Okay, yeah, like this. And now in order to generate the response, we are going to use the retrieve doc. Okay, we are going to pass here state that retrieve doc. Okay, we use format doc document and string, and the retrieve doc is an array of documents. We're going to convert it into a string, and then once we have here a string, we are going to pass it to the LLM, and then here we're going to pass it the original question, which is the human question. Okay, now in order to get it, we're going to copy this again. We are going to pass it in here. Okay, and we're going to pass here last message that content like this. Now in order to get access to the questions array, we're going to pass here state that generate questions, and we're going to invoke the join function in order to get a string of message. And we're going to return here this. We are going to return here an array of message and pass here return. We are going to pass here message, and as I said before, the message array holds the conversation between the AI and a human, and we're gonna pass here the AI response. Okay, AI response, and this is the message array. Is right here, guys, which is a pre-built-in state annotation, and we're going to update it. And now we're gonna create here the router in order to decide if we can generate the response to the user, or we can transform the user query in order to make a web search. And here I'm gonna pass here the router, and you can see inside the router we have a logic, and here I'm checking if the filtered docs array we have data. If we don't have data, we are going to transform the user query, and then we're gonna make a web search. And if we have data, we are going to generate the response immediately. It means we are going to move to the generate node, okay, in order to generate the response to the user, okay, to this node here. Now you can see I just pass here the graph. We pass it the retriever node, GradeDoc node, generate node, transform query node, website node. And here you can see the starting node is the retriever node. And then we are going to start first with the starting node, and then we're gonna hit the retriever node. After the retriever node, we are going to hit the GradeDoc node, okay? And after that, you can see on the GradeDoc node here, we add a condition, and then we pass here the router in order to check if we have data into the filtered doc array. If we don't have data, we're going to transition to the transform query node, okay? Else we're gonna move to the generate node, okay? Now you can see after that we pass here transform query. From transform query, we're gonna move to the website. From the website to generate, and then we're gonna hit the end node, okay? And then here we compile the graph, and we pass here message. You can see pass here new human message, and we pass the content types of prompt engineering, okay? And now let's head into the console and see what we're gonna get. We're gonna run this file. I'm tap here node source /kna over doc.ts, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get in here, guys. Yeah, you can see actually you got an error, and this the error message. Transform query is already being used as state attribute. And now in order to get rid of this error, I'm going to pass here something. I pass here new query like this, okay, new query, and then we are going to remove the error. You can see at the bottom here we have a node where the name is transform query, okay? We have here a node, the name is transform query, and if we keep the same name as the state, we're gonna get an error. Now here I'm going to modify that here. We're going to move here, pass here, we don't pass it in here. We're going to move to transform query node, and in here I'm pass here no question, okay? No question, okay? And then we're gonna pass it no question. Also guys, you can see in here we pass here that's pipe, and then we pass here string output parser. And this string can contain also the reasoning of the LLM. Now, in order to avoid that, I'm going to remove it, and then I'm going to go into the prompt.ts. We're going to get into the URL folder, index.ts file, and then here I'm pass here to formatter, okay? And we have here transform response formatter, okay? Transform response formatter. We're gonna use this on the transform query node, okay? I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here in order to avoid an error, okay? Now we're gonna go back in here, and I'm gonna pass it in here, yeah, like this, and I'm going to import this, okay? You can try this. Sometimes the AI can retain only the question, and sometimes the AI can retain the question with its reasoning. Okay, now in order to avoid that, I comment this. Now we are going to go back into the URL.ts. You can see also we have here another response formatter, generate response formatter. Okay, now we are going to use this response formatter in order to extract, to force the AI to separate the response with its reasoning. Okay, we're gonna have here the reasoning but also the answer. Now I'm not going to use this right now. We're gonna run it, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Okay, I'm going to pass it. Right now I'm gonna pass it here, okay? We are going to, right now I'm gonna pass it here, and then I'm going to comment it, okay? Now let's run this and see what we're gonna get. Okay, you're gonna see that actually we're gonna get the response with the reasoning of the AI, okay? Yeah, you can see again, guys, we got an error. Now we're gonna go back here again, and yeah, we pass here this, okay? JSON parse, a response, and then yeah, now let's click here to see what we got here, and you can see in here we have an error. We are going to look for it. Okay, we have tool input parsing exception, received tool input did not match schema. Okay, and we have here an error, guys. We are going to fix it. Now let me check this. We have here new question. Okay, yeah, let me go at the top here and see which state we pass here. We have here new query instead of no question. Okay, that's why we got here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this new query. Okay, and here we are going to move to the transform node again, and we're gonna pass here this. and pass here new query, and we're going to move to the website node, and in here you can see we still pass here transform query. That's why we got an error, and I'm pass here new query like this. Now let's run this again and see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna head into the console. We're gonna run this file again, and then let's check here what we're gonna get in here, guys. Now you can see, guys, that actually we have the response, and you can see results. That's what I pass here. You can see at the bottom pass here results colon, and here you can see we have an object, and instead of it we have the method array. We have here the human question, okay, types of prompt engineering, okay, and here you can see AI response, okay. You can see the user is asking about types of prompt engineering. Let me start by stepping back to understand the broader context. You can see that actually the AI gives us the response, but actually you can see the response contains the reasoning of the AI. Now I'm going to remove the reasoning of the AI from the question, okay. You can see we have a think, yeah. I'm gonna remove that. We don't need that. Now in here we are going to copy this here, and then we're gonna pass it in here. I'm gonna remove this here, okay, and we're gonna import the generate response formatter, okay, like this. And then in here you can see if we click here, we have we're gonna get here an object. We're gonna have here the reasoning, but also the answer. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here cons results, and then pass here json.parse, and pass here a response, okay, and then pass here that content is the string, and here we have here an object, okay, and I can pass here reasoning is a string, but also we have the answer, okay, the answer is also a string, okay, like this. And if we check here, you're gonna see we got the same thing, okay, reasoning. Like, let me cap this in order to avoid errors, okay. I'm gonna try to compare. We have here reasoning like this, but also we have here answer, okay. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here new AI message, okay, pass here, okay, I'm gonna pass here new AI message, okay, like this. And then we're going to pass here results, and then I'm pass here that answer like this. Yeah, we can remove this, okay, like this. And if you want to see the reasoning, I'm going to console here the reasoning, okay, console.log, and pass here AI reasoning, yeah, like this. And then we are going to see it in here and pass here results like this, that reasoning, okay. Yeah, now let's run this again and see what we're gonna get. I'm going to run this, tap enter, and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see again we have here the response, and you can see that actually we separate the response with the reasoning of the AI, okay. Now you can see AI reasoning. The user asked about types of prompt engineering. I need to provide a structured answer that covers the different categories and techniques of prompt engineering based on the retrieved information. The retrieved docs mentioned several key techniques like zero shots, few shots, chain of thoughts, and others. And I should organize this into a clear taxonomy while keeping the answer concise and informative, okay? You can see now we have the answer here. Alright guys, now let's talk about the map reduce technique in order to generate the summary, the study guide, the briefing doc, the FAQ, but also the MindMap. So what is the map reduce technique? The map reduce technique is a way of breaking down a document into multiple pieces of documents. And then we are going to take these pieces of document, we're going to pass one by one to the LLM in order to generate the summary. And then at the end, we're going to have here an array of summary. And then we are going to take again this array of summaries of each piece. We are going to pass them into the LLM in order to generate the final summary. Now our graph is going to look like this, okay. I'm going to move here. Our graph is going to look like this. We're going to take a document, we're going to break it down into multiple pieces of documents, and then we're going to have a node, okay, map summary. We are going to iterate through these pieces of documents, and then we are going to take piece by piece, we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate the summary. Okay, and then we're going to have here an array of summaries. And once we have here an array of summaries, we are going to count the total number of tokens of all summaries in this array. We are going to check if it's less than the max token. If it's less than the max token, we are going to generate the final summary. If it's not less than the max token, we are going to collapse summary. It means we are going to split all these summaries into smaller summaries until the token length of all summaries is less than max token. Okay, and then we are going to have here again an array of summaries that we are going to pass to the LLM to generate the final summary. Okay, now I'm going to walk you through the code. We are going to head into the summary.ts. We are going to implement the summary pipeline. So before we implement the summary pipeline, I'm going to explain you something into the test.ts, which is the send function, this method. And when we talked about LanGraph, I didn't explain you what is the send function. Now I want to explain you what is the send function because we're going to use it into the summary pipeline. So what is the send function? The send function is basically a function that we're going to use in order to send data to another node in a graph. Now you can see in here we have a simple graph and we have here some states generates. We're going to use these states in order to decide if we can generate a jokes or a comments about a subject. Now the subject here is an array. We're going to pass in some items. We can pass in cats or dogs. We can generate a comment about a dog or a joke. Okay, these are subjects that we can have here. You can see this is an array. Now you can see we have here what to generate. This is a node, and inside of it we iterate through the subject array. And here I'm checking if the value of generate is equal to comments. We are going to move to the generate comments node, else to generate joke node. Okay, and then we are going to send to a given node that we're going to return here data. We are going to send it subject. Okay, now you can see in here we're going to send, let's say here the value of generate is equal to comments. We are going to send to the generate comments node. We're going to send it an array of data. Okay, now you can see in here we have generate comments node. Okay, we pass here comments about, and then pass here state that subject. Okay, we are going to pass here, we're going to send here data. Now let me show you what we are sending in here. And if I pass here something like console.log, okay, state, okay, and pass here send data like this, and then we are going to pass here state that subject. Okay, we are going to head into the console and see what we're gonna get. Okay, now let me check here. You can see in here the generate is equal to comments. Okay, and here too we are going to move to generate comments node. Okay, now let me run this graph and see what we're gonna get. Okay, and here I'm gonna run this, and then you can see we have here send data, we have here cards, this an array, but also we have here dogs. Okay, you can see when we are going to iterate through the subject array, we are going to send a data, we are going to send item by item. Okay, you can see inside the subject array we have here two items. We're gonna send cats then dog. Okay, and then inside the generate comments we are going to generate a comment about a cat and then dog. Okay, you can see we are sending an array of items to the generate comments node. Okay, and here you can see in here I can pass here a property which doesn't exist into the state here. Okay, now let's see, we can pass here and okay, and I pass here and I'm passing end text. Okay, end text like this. You can see actually we don't have the end property into the graph here. You can see we don't have it, but we've sent, we can get access to it. It's like we just added this property into the graph. Okay, now I can pass here something like this, pass here this, and pass here state that, and then I pass here end. You can see when I tap this state, you can see inside the graph we have comments, generates, jokes, and subject, but we don't have here end. And end here is a property, is a state returned by the send function, okay? And we can get access to it by using the state. It's like we are going to inject it into the state, into the graph, okay? If I pass here end, okay, you can see actually we have here typing error because we don't have it into the state, okay, into the graph. Now I'm going to run this, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Okay, you can see we have here comments about dogs, and then we have here and text. Okay, you can see we can use the send function in order to send data, in order to send property or states to another node in a graph. Okay, that's what they said here. We can use the send function in order to send a message or a packet to a specific node in a graph. Okay, that's what they said here. Now let's go and implement the summary pipeline. And here we are going to import Cheerio web-based loader in order to extract the data into this web page. We pass here loader.load. We're gonna have here an array of documents, and we are going to take this array of documents. We're gonna pass it to the recursive character splitter. The chunk size 1000, chunk overlap 200, and pass here text splitter split documents. We pass here an array of documents. We're gonna have here an array of split documents. Now we pass here the model, token max, and we have here approximate token to calculate the value of a single token. The value of a single token is equal to 4 characters. We're going to return it using this approximate tokens function. Now, the length function here, we use it in order to calculate the number of tokens of all documents into the document array. Now, in here, this array is going to look like this. We're going to have here an array of documents. Okay, these documents are basically chunks of the original array. Okay, and then we are going to return we're gonna count tokens of this document. Let's say in here we can have here 12, and here we're gonna have here, let's say 22, and then we are going to return an array that looks like this. We're gonna have here 12 and here 22. These are tokens of each chunk, okay? And then we are going to sum up these tokens in order to get the total value of tokens of your array. Now I'm going to remove this. We are going to implement the graph. Okay. Now you can see this is our graph, and we have here some states: contents, summary, collapse summary, and found summary. Now I'm going to begin at the end here in order to understand how it works. Now you can see in here we have generate summary, collect summary, collapse summaries, generates final summary. These are nodes. Okay. Now we start here on starting node. Here we pass map summary. Map summary nodes, what it does, it basically iterates through an array of summary. We on this section here, you can see we have a map summary node. We are going to iterate through an array of documents, okay? And then we are going to send a piece of documents to the generate summary in order to generate the summary, okay? Now let's see, in here I'm gonna click here, map summary, okay? You can see in here we are iterating here. Let's see, we have here map summary. We are iterating through an array of documents. Okay, we pass here. Let me move at the bottom here to show you something. You can see we pass here a app.stream. We invoke the graph, and then here we pass here split docs that map here, and then we pass here the content. You can see pass here the content. This is the states. Okay, and then we are going to pass here a piece of document. We're going to send to the map summary a piece of document. Okay, we aren't going to pass the whole document, but instead we are going to send a piece of document. Okay, now we pass here state that contents. We send a piece of document to the generate summary node. Okay, we have here generate summary. Okay, this node we have here, we pass here a piece of document. They're gonna generate a summary about it, and then they're gonna take the summary, they're going to push it into the summaries array. We're gonna have something like this. You can see we are going to pass this piece here to the generate summary node, and then they're gonna push it into the summary array. And then once they push it into the summary array, we run this stage here. Okay, we are going to move here to generate summary, and from generate summary we are going to move to another node here, collect summaries. Okay, now we are going to check the logic into the collect summary. Okay, now you can see inside the collect summary, in here we are iterating through an array of summaries. Okay, you can see pass here collapse summary. We are going to pass here state that summary, that map. We are iterating through an array of summary in order to check if, in order to check here if the token length of all summary that we have into the summary array is less than the max token. Okay, if it's less, we are going to generate the final summary. Okay, you can see from collect summary, you can see in here we have a condition should collapse. Okay, and then we are going to decide if we can collapse summary. To collapse summary, it means we are going to split the summaries into smaller summaries, okay, until the token length is less than the max token. Okay, and if the token length is less than the max token, we're going to generate the summary. If I click here, you can see we have here a condition. We pass here length function. We pass here an array of documents. Okay, you can see the infers it. The collapse summaries is an array of documents, and then we are going to decide if we can generate the final summary, or we can split again this array of summaries into smaller summaries. Okay, because in here you can see we return here in our node collapse summaries. Okay, now let's see the logic inside the collapse summaries node. Okay, we have here collapse summary. Okay, I'm gonna click here, and then you can see in here we pass here splits list of docs. Okay, and this is a function that we import from Langchain. Splits a list of documents into sublists based on the maximum token limit. Okay, and then we're gonna split it again. And then here we are going to iterate through the array, and then we are going to return again an array of summaries that we are going to pass to the LLM in order to generate the final summary. And that's how it works, guys. And in order to understand, as I said, you need to practice. Try to practice and see how it works. Now in here, you can see in here we compile the graph. We compile the graph in here, and then we pass here app.stream. Okay, we pass here splits. We are passing a chunk of document to the graph. Okay, because you can see pass here contents, and then we pass here splits. This is an array of documents of chunk. And then we pass here doc.page contents, and then now we are going to run this and see what we're gonna get. Okay, we can pass even something like this. Pass here cons results. Pass here final summary. Okay, and then we will pass here app that invoke here. Invoke, we are going to pass, I'm going to copy this. Okay, and then I'm pass into the invoke function. I'm pass here a wait, and then we are going to comment this. Okay, is the same thing, but as we use here stream, we are going to observe the execution of the graph. Okay, that's why we use stream. Okay, you can see even inside the TS, when I was explaining you about the send function, you can see at the bottom here we use stream in order to observe the execution of the graph. Now in here, I'm using we use here to stream in order to observe the execution of the graph. Now we are going to, I'm gonna copy this. I'm going to move it in here, summary, and I'm gonna import it there. And then we have here test. I'm going to add it into lessons. Okay, when you're gonna find these codes on GitHub, lessons, we put in everything we learn, and inside the source folder we're gonna put in everything about the projects. Now let's run the summary.ts and see what we're gonna get, guys. Now I'm gonna head into the console, and we're gonna tap node source / summary.ts. Then we're gonna tap inner and see what we're gonna get, guys. Now let's wait a bit, and actually you're gonna see they're gonna start generating the summary. Okay, now let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna get here. Yeah, you can see that actually they are generating the summary, and then here we are going to wait a bit. Yeah, you can see actually we have here collect summaries. Okay, we are collecting a big chunks of summaries, and then we're gonna collapse them into smaller summaries, okay, in order to get the final summary. Okay, now in here you can see collapse summaries, collapse summary, and here you can see they generate the final summary. You can see that actually works. Okay, now this summary includes the reasoning of the AI. Okay, based on the provided summaries, the main themes can be consolidated into the following core areas. You can see core prompt engineering and optimization. The foundation involves systematically structuring input to improve model outputs. Okay, you can see this is the summary generated by the AI, and it's pretty good, guys. Now we're gonna learn how to generate the study guides of a given document. Okay, now you can see in here, I'm gonna go back to escalator.com, and in here you can see actually we finished generating the summary. Now we're gonna generate the study guide using the same technique. Okay, we're gonna use the map reduce technique in order to generate the study guide. Okay, now I've already do that. Now I'm going to copy the study guide. Okay, I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then we're gonna get into the source folder. I'm gonna put in the study guide. Pass here study. Yeah, we're gonna pass the study guide the TS like this, and then I'm putting this code. It's the same thing, the same logic. In here, I just modify only the prompts. Okay. Now you can see in here, I just modify here the prompt. You can see create a structured study note for the following text, includes key concepts, or definitions, example or illustrations, important points, format as bullet points. Okay, and in here just modify only the prompt. Okay, the technique is pretty much the same thing. Okay, we're gonna generate here the briefing doc. Now I'm gonna copy this file. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and we're gonna put it into the source folder and pass here BriefingDoc.ts like this. And you can see in here, guys, I just modify only the prompt inside the briefing docs, but also inside the study guide.ts, only the prompts. And here you can see create a professional briefing documents for the following text, include summaries of main ideas, key takeaways, actionable insights or recommendations. Okay, we use the same technique in here, guys, but also inside the study guide here, I just modified to the prompts. Yeah, you can see the following are the study guide chunks. Okay, distill these into a single cohesive study guides. Maintain key concepts, examples, and main points. Yeah, I just modify only the prompt in here too. Now you can see in here I've already run the study guide in here. I ran it. Okay, and we have here a study guide of this document. You can see these final study guides include the reasoning of the AI, and the user wants me to distill multiple study guide chunks into a single cohesive version. The original content covers core prompt engineering techniques, channel thoughts, augmented models, instruction tuning, and some JavaScript snippets. Okay, you can see this is the final study guide generated by the AI. And now we're going to generate to the FAQ. I'm going to pass here generate FAQ.ts. In here too, I modify only the prompts. Okay, I'm putting this code. And here too, I just modify the prompts. Create a set of FAQ questions and answers from the following text. Each FAQ should include a clear question, a concise, accurate answer. Okay, format as a list of Q&A. Okay, and this is the prompts, and it's gonna work pretty well. Okay, once you run it, try to run it and see what you're gonna get. Alright, guys, now gonna learn how to generate a mind map. You can see that actually we already finished generating an FAQ, a summary, a study guide, a briefing doc about this page that talks about prompt engineering. Now we're gonna learn how to generate a mind map on it. Okay, and at the end we're going to learn how to generate an audio and a video. And after this section, guys, we're going to work on our backend. I'm gonna try to finish it. We are going to refactor our backend. We're gonna build the Express server. We're gonna set up the Auth using Google. We are going to integrate Drive. We're gonna build the user API, Note API, set up React projects, build UI and API integration inside of our React app. And at the end, we're gonna work on the audio and video. So what is a mind map? A mind map is a diagram that allows to visualize a topic in order to make it easy to understand. Now we are going to take a document, and then we're gonna generate a story guide. And once we have here a story guide, we're gonna use it in order to generate a mind map. You see that actually I've run this file, story guide.ts. We have here at the end a story guide. Okay, this is the story guide about this page. Now we're going to take this story guide and then we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate a mind map. Now, in order to generate a mind map, we're going to use MindElixir library. You can see MindElixir is an open source JavaScript library that we're going to use in order for visualization. Okay, you can see in here we have a mind map here. Okay, our mind map is going to look like this. And here you can see here's a demo. I've generated this mind map on this page that talks about prompt engineering. You can see we have advanced prompt engineering, we have here advanced reasoning. You can see we have chain of thought, self-consistency. You can see this is a mind map that I've generated on the page. Now, in order to generate the mind map, we're going to use MindElixir. MindElixir, we pronounce it MindElixir. And heading to tutorial, we're going to install it later on, okay? Now, to generate the mind map, we are going to force the LLM to return this kind of object, okay, that we're going to pass to the MindElixir instance, okay? We are going to tell our LLM to return an object that looks like this. You can see we have here node data is an object. We have ID, the topic, we have here children property, and this is the parent node. And then here you can see this parent node can have children. Okay, we have here children. Okay, this is the children. You can see sub 1, topic sub 1, and then this children node, and then this child node can have also children. You can see we have here one child. Okay, ID and so on. And then we're gonna pass that object to the MindElixir instance to generate the mind map. Now you can see here inside the source folder, I've already created the MindMap.ts, and I define here the object that the LLM is going to return. Okay, you can see I pass it the ID topic, and then this is the same shape here that we have on MindElixir documentation. You can see we have the same object that we're gonna tell the LLM to return, and then I'm going to take it and pass it to the MindElixir data, that object, and then we pass the node data, and we pass the MindElixir node, okay? And we pass you the LLM, but also the prompts. You are an expert level tutor in the education department. Your task is to create a mind map that enhances students' understanding and retention of complex concepts. The mind map should be visually appealing, organized, and comprehensive. Accuracy, clarity, and relevance are core success factors. We pass here some rule, okay, and you can see we have here the 11th rule: do not include any text outside of JSON. And we have here pass here O is equal to open curly brace, C close curly brace. I don't pass here curly brace because if we pass here curly brace, they're gonna consider it as an input. And in here pass here this style, pass here O is open curly brace and C is close curly brace. And then we pass here the MindElixir shape, okay? The node is a property, okay? We pass here an open curly brace, we pass here the parent object, but also we pass here the children. And here we have here another child, and then this child too can have children, and so on, because this is a recursive object. And then here we pass here the static guide, and at the end we tell the LLM to output a mind map as a JSON only and fully compatible with MindElixir. Now you can see pass the prompt to the LLM, and then we pass here the generated static guide. You can see I've copied this static guide here. I've copied that, and I pass it to the LLM, and then we pass here the response formatter, passes zo to JSON schema, and we pass the MindElixir data shape, and here we pass here JSON parse chain result that contents. And we're going to pass here JSON that stringify in order to see the JSON. Now, if we head into the console, you're gonna see result of the MindMap.ts file is going to look like this. The LLM is going to return us this kind of data, okay? And so we're going to take this object, we're going to pass it to the MindElix instance in order to generate a mind map. And for demo purpose, I'm going to head into inside my React app here, and then you can see I've passed here this object, and then I pass it into the MindElix instance, and then with something like this, you can see we have here a mind map, okay? We are going to create an endpoint in order to return this data that we're going to pass to the MindElix instance. You can see that it actually is pretty easy. Now we are going to refactor our backend, but also we're going to create our Express save, okay? Now we are going to head into the source folder. We're going to pass here app folder, and inside the app folder, I'm passing ATP, and inside the ATP folder, we're going to put in controllers folder, okay? We're going to put in all our controllers, and here I'm passing here off, I'm passing off folder, and we're going to pass here node folder, okay? Like this node folder, and inside the app folder, I'm going to put in exceptions folder, where we're going to put in errors, and I'm going to pass here another folder, I'll name it Bootstrap, okay? And inside the, I'm going to move the exception inside the Bootstrap folder, but also going to pass here Express folder, like this. And inside the Express folder, I'm passing here Express save, okay? Like this, this is a file. And we're going to create here function, and here I'm passing Express saver, okay, like this, and then we are going to export it, yeah, like this. And inside the Bootstrap folder, I'm passing file index.ts, and I'm going to pass here export function, and then pass here bootstrap app, and then like this, bootstrap app, and then we are going to export it like this. Now at the root of the source folder, I'm passing the index.ts file, and let's create here another folder, pipelines. I'm going to import the BriefingDoc into the pipeline folder, generate FAQ, okay, I'm pass it in here, everything, okay, I'm gonna move to the keyring of a doc.ts, okay, I move everything there, and we have here the reciprocal rank fusion. I'm gonna pass everything in it, okay, we're gonna put in everything in here, okay, like this. And here I'm gonna import Express, we already installed it, so we're gonna pass import Express from Express, and I'm passing cons app is equal to Express, yeah, like this. And here I'm passing cons port is equal to process daranv da, yeah, we're gonna pass it the ports. You can see if we head into the daranv, we don't have here the ports variable. I'm passing ports like this, and we're gonna pass here 8,000 like this, yeah, I'll pass the ports, yeah, like this. And we're going to import also the .env here, and pass here .env like this to get access to our environment variable, okay? Now let me check here, we pass here .env/config, that's what we're gonna pass in here, .env/config like this. And in here, we're going to call the function bootstrap app, okay, like this. We're going to pass it the Express app, and I'm pass it the ports. Yeah, I'm pass here the ports like this. Okay, now let's head into the bootstrap.ts file, and then we're gonna pass it the Express app, and pass the Express, and then I'm pass here the ports. The ports is a number, yeah, like this. And here, yeah, you can see actually it can be a string, and here I'm going to pass here parse int, okay, like this, and then I'm gonna set it to a string like this. And now let's go back in here, and here I'm going to pass here type, and pass here the type is Express app, and pass here Express, and pass here import. We are going to import the Express type, Express from, and pass here from Express, yeah, like this. And then we're gonna pass it, yeah, and pass here Express, yeah, like this, okay, and here Express, yeah, like this. Yeah, actually we have an error, guys, and you can see we have here installed the Express types, okay. Now, in order to install the Express tab, we're going to copy this line, and then we're going to head into our console. I'm going to pass it in here. Okay, npm install -- save, and then add tabs / express. Okay, we're going to tap inner. Now let's head into the Express server .ts. In here, we're gonna pass to the Express server function, the Express app, but also the ports. We're gonna enable CORS by importing the CORS module, and here we're gonna pass it to mirror the Express.json and the Express URL encoded to parse incoming requests. And we're gonna pass an endpoint. Once we tap the base URL of our Express app, we're gonna send a message, Express server is up, and here we're gonna pass the app.listen in order to spin up our Express server. Now in here, I'm gonna import the CORS module and pass import CORS from CORS, okay, in order to enable CORS. And if you haven't already installed the CORS module, you're gonna tap npm install CORS. And here, let's go back here. I'm gonna import here. Express. Yeah, we're gonna import here Express like this from Express. Yeah, like this. And now we're going to head into the exception folder. I'm gonna pass in a file. I'm gonna pass handle express error like this, the TS, and then I'm gonna put in this code. Okay, handle express error, and you can see pass it free parameter, the error, the request, the response, but also the next function. If the status is different from 200, we're gonna return the status, else we're gonna return 500, which means save error. Okay, and then we are going to return here the error. Now we are going to import the handle express server function into the express server .ts, and here I'm pass it to the Express app. I'm gonna pass app that use, and then pass the handle express error like this. Okay, and also let's import the Express tab and pass imports, and then we're gonna import here the Express tab from Express like this. Okay, and we're going to import also the request type, but also the response type. Okay, I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to pass into the Express server .ts in here like this, and everything is okay in here. And now we are going to go into the index.ts, and then we're gonna call the Express server I'm getting. Okay, and here we're gonna pass you this function Express server. We're gonna pass it the app, but also the port like this, and then we're gonna import it. Now we're gonna install another module, which is the TS config path, and we're gonna use this module in order to define path alias for module resolution in TypeScript projects. And you're gonna copy this command in order to install it, and then we're going to head into I'm going to head into the package.json file, and here I've already installed it. Okay, you can see ts config. I got the module. Now I'm gonna use the module in order to run our Express server. Okay, I'm gonna copy this command here, and then we're gonna pass it in here inside the script section. Okay, and pass it in here like this. And we are going to pass here node mon -- exec ts node, and then -r ts config path / register source folder / index.ts file, and then we're gonna run our Express server. Now we're gonna try this, and we're gonna type here npm run dev to run our Express server. Okay, and yeah, you can see actually I have an error, and to get rid of this error, I'm going to pass here I'm passing common.js. We're gonna tell Node.js to consider our JS files as common.js, okay? Because we're gonna compile our TS files to common.js, but also we're gonna head into the TS config.json, and here too I'm gonna pass here common.js. We're going to compile to common.js, okay? Like this, and I'm passing here ES6, okay? Like this. Now let's see what we're gonna get in here. And guys, don't forget to install something here. Let me show you. Yeah, here we have an error. Yeah, nothing here. We are going to head into the package.json again, and you're gonna install tabs / CORS. Okay, now we're going to set up the authentication. We're gonna install some package here like Express session. We're gonna install passport, but also we're gonna install passport Google Auth. Okay, install this free package. Okay, now in order to get the API keys, we are going to head up here. We are going to type Google Auth, and then you're gonna click here using Auth tool. Okay, click here, and then you're gonna move to this page here. Okay, once you move to this page, you're gonna scroll a little bit, and then you're gonna click here Google API Console. Now once in here, you're gonna click here, and then you're gonna create a project. And here I'm gonna create a project, and I'm passing notes. I'm passing NotebookLM clone like this, and then we are going to click here create. And once you choose the projects, guys, you're gonna look for, you're gonna see this menu, and then you're gonna look for Google APIs. Okay, I'm going to scroll down, and then let me go here. You can see we have here at the left, we have API and service. Click there. You're gonna see this interface, and head into credentials. And actually you can see we have here a warning. And in order to get API keys, we are going to head into first in the Auth consent screen. And then in here, we are going to set up something in here. And I'm gonna click here, get started. We're going to head into, we're gonna click here, get started, and then here you're gonna pass here the app name again. I'm passing NotebookLM, and I'm passing my email, and then next here I'm gonna pass here internal. I'm passing external, and then next again, and here we're gonna I'm pass here my email again. Okay, I'm pass this, and at gmail.com. We're gonna click next, and here I'm gonna click agree, continue, create. Okay, once done, you're gonna click here data access. Okay, and once you click on data access, we are going to add here scope. You're gonna click here add, and we are going to select here email and profile. Okay, and I'm gonna pick here this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're gonna add here another scope, which is drive read only, because we need to get access to drive files. Okay, we're gonna pass this, then we're gonna tap inner. Okay, let me first select this one. I'm gonna click here add. Okay, and then I'm gonna click here again. Add scope again, and here I'm going to add this one here. Okay, I'm going to copy. Let me pass these two lines here, and then we are going to add here. We're gonna add here Google Drive. Let me pass them at the bottom. We're gonna pass here drive down read only. We're gonna pass here drive down read only, but also drive that file. Okay, in order to get access to drive files. Okay, and then I'm gonna click here add to tables, add here scopes. You're gonna click here save, and then you're gonna get into, and then here we're gonna click here create Auth clients. And once done, we're gonna pass here web application, and then we're gonna pass here the override JavaScript URL. We're going to pass here this URL. I'm gonna head up into my .env file, and then we are going to pass here the base URL of our expressive. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and pass it in here, add URI, and add authorized redirect. And here we're gonna pass this URL where they're gonna redirect us once the authentication pass. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it there. Yeah, like this. And then I'm gonna add it, and then I'm gonna click here, create. Okay, and here we have an error, and I'm gonna remove this, and then we're gonna add this URI. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm gonna remove this too, and then we're gonna click here, create. And once you click on create, you're gonna see your client ID. You're gonna copy that, and then you're gonna head into in here. You're gonna pass it in here, Google client ID. Okay, and pass it in here. Yeah, is equal to this, but also we're gonna pass here our Google client secrets, and I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna click OK, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Now let's head into the expressive tiers, and we're gonna import the passport, the express session, and Google strategy. Now let's start with Express Session. Now in order to use Express Session, we are going to move here, and here they give us an explanation how to use Express Session, okay? And here in order to use it, we're gonna pass here app.use, and then we're gonna pass here session. We're gonna pass it the session function, and then we're gonna pass in this object, okay? You can see in here we need to pass here the secret key. Resave is equal to false, save and initialize true, and cookie is equal to true. Here you can see we pass here cookie, we pass here an object, secure is equal to true in production. And you can see we need to set secure to true if our app is in production, okay? And then we pass here that object, okay? Now we are going to do that inside of our app, and here pass it that object, and then checking here if the node arm is equal to production. We're gonna pass here appset trust proxy, and here we're gonna pass here secure is equal to true, and we pass the Express Session to the Express app. Now we're going to initialize here the passport by passing app.use passport initialize and passport session, and then here we are going to pass here passport.use, okay? And here you can see in here, if I click here, okay, I'm gonna scroll up. You can see in order to use passports, yeah, I'm gonna click here. You can see we need to pass here passport.use, and then we're gonna pass a new Google strategy. We're gonna pass the client ID, the client secret, but also the callback URL. And so we pass it to a function. And inside of this function, we're gonna put in a function in order to store the user inside the database. You can see I pass that here, client ID, client secrets, callback URL, okay? And we already defined these environments we already defined this environment variable into the data file, okay? And here, once we authenticate, we're going to pass here create user, okay? We're going to console the user. And here we're gonna pass here passport.serialized user and passport deserialized user. And then here we pass here app.get /o/Google, and then we pass here our scope profile, email, and we pass here drive, read only, and draft file. And here we're going to pass here in our endpoints /Google/callback. And once we authenticate, they're gonna redirect us to this page. And we pass here process.env React app URL. We are going to head into the data file, and then we're gonna define it. We're gonna define first the cookie key, but also we're gonna define the node env and React app URL. Then we're gonna pass here another endpoint /me in order to retrieve the authenticated user into the session. And you can see the tab here, we have some typing error. And to fix that, we are going to install Express Session tab, but also passport Google tabs. And in order to install that, you're gonna get into your command line, and you're gonna run this command npm install -d tabs /express session tabs /passport, and then you're gonna tap enter. Now, in order to test the authentication, you're gonna get into the audience menu, and you're gonna add here test user. You're gonna pass here the email address that you want to authenticate with, okay? Now pass here the email address, and then you're gonna use it for testing purposes. Now I'm gonna try to authenticate. I'm gonna pass here localhost, and then localhost we're gonna pass here the ports 8000 /Google. Yeah, I'm passing here /o /Google like this. They're gonna redirect us on Google, okay? You can see we are going to choose here an account. Okay, I'm gonna click continue. I'm gonna click here again continue, and then we are going to, you can see in here, select what NotebookLM can access, okay? This is the name of our app, and then here I'm gonna click here select all, okay? And then here I'm gonna click here continue, okay? Click continue. Yeah, you can see actually we have here data. You can see this is the created user. You can see we have here the Google ID, the username, the name. You can see we have here the family name, given name, the email, and you can see this is my email I provided into the audience menu, and I'm using that email for testing purposes, okay? Try to add here an email that you're gonna use for testing purposes. And here you can see that actually we have here a user. Yeah, that's good. And now it's time to store the user data into the database. You can see actually we have the possibility to get access to the user data. Now we're gonna store the data into the database. Now you're gonna tap here mongoose.js.com, and then you're gonna get into connections. You're gonna get into connection. First of all, we need to install it, and click here, quick start, and then you're gonna tap npm install mongoose here, and you're gonna copy this line in order to set up the DB connection, okay? And then you're gonna pass it the name of your database. And if you don't have MongoDB installed on your computer, you can tap here mongodb.com, and then once in here, guys, you're gonna tap this keyword, download MongoDB, and then they're gonna take you to this page. And once in here, you're gonna choose a MongoDB related to your operating system. And you can see actually I've already installed Mongo Compass. You're gonna download it, okay? And if you don't want to download it, you can use the cloud MongoDB, okay? You can just create an account, and then once you have an account, you can come here and create a project, okay? And once done, we are going to head into the app folder. You can see we have here the app folder here, and in here I'm passing here another folder, I'm passing models, okay? And I'm gonna head into the Bootstrap folder again, I'm passing here mongoose, okay? Like this, yeah, mongoose, and we're gonna pass here file db connection, the TS like this, and here I'm gonna copy my db connection, I'm copy that, and then I'm pass it in here. Now we're going to head into the app folder, and here you can see we have here models. I'm gonna rename it models, okay? And inside the models folder, we're gonna put in all our schemas. Now I'm gonna pass you the first schema, user schema, pass the user schema like this, the TS, and I have here the user schema, and yeah, we have here the user schema, okay? User schema, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it in here, user schema. And for the user schema, we have here the name, email, image, Google Access Token, Google Refresh Token, the Google ID, okay? And now let's create here the node schema, passing node schema, node schema.ts, and I'm gonna copy it in here. We have here, this is the node schema, I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. For the node schema, we have the name, image, description, user ID. And then here I'm pass here the last schema, docs, I'm pass here docs schema.ts. Like this, we're gonna copy it in here. Docs schema. Now I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it in here. That's great. And now let's head into the HTTP folder, and you can see actually we already create the Auth folder inside the controllers folder. I'm pass here now the folder repository, and we are going to pass here Auth. I'm pass here Auth controller like this, the TS. I'm pass here. We're gonna pass here. I'm pass here create user controller, the TS like this. And inside the repository, you're gonna pass here user repository, and pass here user repository like this, the TS. Now inside the user repository, you're gonna put in database operation like create, update user, delete user, okay? Now we're going to pass here user repository, and this is a singleton, and we're gonna use the singleton to create a single instance of the user repository. And I'm gonna pass here this, okay? Public static instance user repository, and then we're gonna pass here user repository, that instance is equal to new user repository. And this is a singleton design pattern, okay? If you don't know what is a singleton design pattern, you can go learn about it, okay? And pass here singleton design, singleton design pattern, okay? Try to learn it if you don't know how it works, okay? Now in here, we are going to use the getInstance function in order to create a single instance of the user repository. Now in here, I'm passing a function. We're gonna pass here a sync function. We're gonna pass here a sync creates user, okay, like this, okay? And I'm passing some props. We're gonna pass here user props, and I'm going to define these TS objects. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're going to head into the tabs folder, and I'm pass here tabs folder, and inside of the tabs folder, I'm pass here user tabs, okay, the TS. And in here, I'm passing these objects, Google user, okay? And the Google user, we have here the ID. You can see in here, we have here the ID, this is a string. The display name is a string here. You can see we have a display name string. For the name, we have family name and given name. You can see in here, we have the family name and given name. For the email, we have here an array. And I pass here, for the email, we have an array. We pass the value, string, verify is a Boolean value. We have here photo is an array. We have here provider. And also we have here another JSON property, okay? We have here the sub, the name, the given name, family name, okay? But also we have here the picture. And now we're gonna tap this property right here. I'm gonna copy this object. We're gonna head into the user repository, that's here. I'm gonna tap this user props here with the user Google type, okay? Like this, I'm passing user Google type like this. And we can go back in here and then I'm passing here user Google type. And then we are going to pass it in here like this. And now let's create the user. Yeah, we can head into the user schema and pass here user schema. We can copy this and I'm gonna pass it in here, okay? And then I'm going to comment this one, okay? I'm passing this here and then gonna pass here cons is equal to user props dot JSON. Yeah, like this, dot JSON, like this, underscore JSON. The sub here, I'm pass here, this is the ID, I'm gonna pass here the name, and we can pass here we're gonna pass here the picture, and we're gonna extract to here the email, like this, and then we're gonna get rid of this object. And then we're gonna pass here access token and refresh token. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Yeah, like this. And I'm gonna pass here another props token, like this. And here we're gonna pass here token and pass it token, and then we'll pass here access token, and we're gonna pass it token, and then option chaining refresh token. Yeah, like this. Yeah, and everything is okay in here. Yeah, and also we need to pass here the Google ID. You can see we have here the Google ID and pass it in here ID like this. Yeah, and now we're gonna create the user. Here I'm gonna create the user and pass here cons created and pass here new user is equal to await, and I'm pass user that save like this. And once we create a user, we need to generate the access and refresh token. And in here, guys, we are going to install JSON Web Token, okay? We're gonna copy this and we're gonna head into the command prompt here. I'm gonna shut it down, and then we're gonna tap here npm install JSON Web Token. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and then you're gonna tap enter. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the helpers folder. I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna get out, yeah, we are going to pass here, yeah, let me head into the app folder and pass here helpers, and then we're gonna pass here JSON Web Token, okay? JSON Web Token.ts, like this. Now in here, we're gonna define a function, JSON Web Token payload, and we pass it the user ID, and then we're gonna return the payload, okay? And the payload is an object that we're gonna use in order to generate the sign-in token, but also the refresh token. And you can see in here, this is this. When we call the sign-in function, we need to pass it the payload, and then after the payload, we're gonna pass here the secret key. And now here, I'm going to define a function sign access token. We're gonna pass the user ID. The type is a string. We're gonna pass here JSON Web Token in order to get the payload. We pass that here and pass here process.JSON Web Token key. And we are going to head into first inside the data file, and here we're gonna define the JSON Web Token key and the refresh token key. And in here, we are going to pass here a promise. We're going to return the promise. We're going to pass the JSON Web Token, and we're going to pass the sign function, and we're going to pass the payload in order to generate token, the key, and here we pass here the callback. And in here, we check if we have an error. We're going to reject an error, and if we don't have an error, we're going to resolve the token. And we define in our function sign refresh token in order to generate the refresh token. And we pass here the payload, the key, and so we define a promise, and then we pass here JSON Web Token that sign, we pass the payload, the key, and the callback. And if we have an error, we're going to reject it. If you don't have an error, we are going to resolve the token. We're going to define another function, verify express token, and we're going to pass it try catch, And here, if in case the token is invalid, we are going to return message unauthorized. And here we're going to pass the token. We are going to get access to the token. We're going to pass the rec, the headers, and we're going to pass the authorization, because we are going to send the token into the authorization headers, okay? And then we are going to extract the token by passing your token that split, and then we're going to extract it. And we're going to pass here the JSON Web Token key, and then we're going to pass here JSON Web Token that verify. We're going to pass it the access token, the key, but also the payload. We're going to check if we have an error. We're going to throw an error, and if we don't have an error, we're going to continue, okay? We're going to authorize the user to get access to a particular resource. Now, you can see in here, guys, I just did copy paste. Everything is from here, guys. Okay, you can see in order to generate token, we need to pass here JSON Web Token, the sign, we pass here the payloads, but also the key, okay? And in order to verify the token, we need to pass here this code, JSON Web Token, that verify, we pass the token, and here you can see we pass here the JSON Web Token key in order to verify the key, and we pass here the payload. It's pretty easy, guys, and try to implement this, okay? Now we're going to head into the user repository. I'm going to pass user repository, and in here you can see we already pass here this code in order to create the user. Now I'm going to check if the user exists inside the database, and we're going to pass here await and pass here the user schema that find one function, and we're going to pass here the email and pass here the email like this. And here we're going to check if the user doesn't exist inside the database, okay? If the user doesn't exist, we're going to create the user, and we are going to generate the access and refresh token, okay? Pass here cons, we're going to pass here created user like this, and we are going to pass here created user, and I'm pass here access token, and here I'm pass here refresh token like this, okay? And is equal to await. We're going to pass here and pass here parameters and pass the parameters.o, and here we're going to pass here an array. And now what I'm going to do, we're going to pass here access token and pass here sign access token like this, and here we're going to pass here new user object.id, okay? You can see, guys, that actually you have here a typing error. And if you put our cursor over the underscore ID, you can see TypeScript infers it to be a types of types.object.id, okay? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the access token, and in here, I'm going to pass here this type, okay? And then I'm going to import types from Mongols, okay? Yeah, like this. And here too, I'm going to pass here these types, okay, like this to remove the error. And let me pass it here, JSON Web Token payload, pass there. And here too, I'm passing it in here, okay, like this. And everything is okay now. If you head into the user repository, and here we don't have here an error. Now we're gonna generate the access token, the refresh token, pass here sign refresh token. Pass it here, and we're going to pass here the ID like this. And once we generate the access and refresh token, we're going to use that in order to authenticate the user. We're going to pass here auth data, this property. I'm going to copy in the Mongoose instance, which is the new user. Okay, we are going to pass here to object to convert the Mongoose instance to a plain JavaScript object. I'm pass here to object, and we're going to pass here the token key, pass here token, and inside of it, we're going to pass in the access and refresh token. Pass here access token like this, and then pass here refresh token like this. And if the user exists inside, the user table, we are going to return the existing user. And here I'm passing here existing user like this. And then we're gonna copy that and pass it in here, okay, like this. And I'm passing here else. We are going to return this object, okay. And we are going to pass here to this line, okay. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Now, instead of doing this, we're going to head into the JSON Web Token.ts file. We're going to define a function, generate tokens. We're going to pass the user ID, and then we're going to pass here awaits. And inside of it, we're going to pass a sign access token, and we're going to pass here sign refresh token like this. And now we are going to return here. We're going to return here these two. We're going to return here the access and refresh token. I'm going to copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Now we're going to go back into the user repository, and then I'm gonna get rid of this function here and pass here await, and I'm passing generate tokens like this, and we're going to extract here the access and refresh token. Okay, pass here this, we have here the access and refresh token, okay, like this, and yeah, and we need to pass here the user ID. I'm passing new user, yeah, I'm passing here new user like this, and then I'm pass here underscore ID like this, and we're gonna copy that. We are going to pass it into the else statement, and I'm pass it in here. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here existing user, and pass here existing user like this, and here we're gonna pass here existing user.id like this, and everything is okay so far. Now we're gonna head into the index.ts file. You can see if we head into the app folder, we have here inside the app folder, we have Bootstrap folder, and we have an index.ts file at the root. Now we're going to import here the database connection. We're going to pass here await, okay, and then pass here DB connection like this. And then we are going to initialize the database connection. And now let's head into the Express server.ts, and in here you can see we have here the Google strategy. I'm going to pass here user repository, I'm passing user repo like this is equal to user repository, and then get instance. Okay, and then we're gonna pass user is equal to user repo that creates user. Okay, like this, and I'm passing here the profile and the token. And we should pass here await because the create function returns a promise. And now we're gonna try to authenticate the user and pass here the user, and we are going to run the server here npm run dev, and then we are going to try to check if we are going to create a user. Okay, now let's wait a bit, and then here we are going to I'm going to head into the browser. I'm gonna copy this, the base URL of our Express server. We're gonna get into the browser, and I'm pass here, I'm pass it in here. We're gonna pass it //Google, and then we're gonna tap enter. And you can see we have here another endpoint in order to retrieve the data of the authenticated user inside the session. And I'm gonna copy this endpoint. We're gonna use it. Okay, and then here I'm gonna click here to continue, and here I'm gonna click here continue again, and so I'm gonna click here continue. Okay, click continue, and then I'm click continue again, and here we're gonna continue. Yeah, we finish. You can see actually they redirect us on this endpoint. You can see this is the base URL of our React app, and here I'm gonna try to check here if we store the user data into the session. And then here we're gonna pass here localhost port 8000/of me. Tap enter. You can see actually we have here the name, email, and the image of the authenticated user. And we're going to use the Google Access Token and Google Refresh Token key in order to get access to draft files. And at the bottom here, we have here another object. We have in the Access and Refresh Token generated by JSON Web Token package. Now we are going to use the Google API keys package, and then we are going to have the possibility to get access to the user draft files. Okay, now we are going to install this package. We're going to get into our command prompt, and then we're going to type in npm install, and then pass it Google API, and then I'm tap enter. Yeah, let me see the name, Google APIs. Yeah, we have here an S, and then here I'm pass here Google APIs, and then we are going to tap enter. Yeah, like this. Tap this command. Now we're gonna head into the controllers folder and pass here drive, pass here drive, and here we're gonna pass in a controller get user, and pass here controller get user drive files like this, the TS, and then here we're gonna import Express. We're gonna import Google APIs. And so we're going to create a function, get user drive files. So we're going to pass the free parameter, the request, the response, but also the next function. And in here, we're going to pass a try catch. In case we have an error, we're going to catch it. Okay. And in here, we are going to retrieve data or the authenticated user from the session. We're going to pass erect the user. And then we check here if the Google Access token is undefined. If it's undefined, we're going to return no Google Access token found. And in here, you can see I instantiated here the Auth 2, and everything is from here, guys. Okay, I copy everything from here. Okay, I don't modify anything. And then here, we are going to set here credential, pass here Auth 2 client, that's set credential. We're going to pass here the access and refresh token that we got into the session. We're going to pass here these tokens here. We're going to pass there the Google Access token and the Google Refresh token. And after that, we're going to get access to drive files. So we're going to pass here google.drive. We're going to specify here the version, and we're going to pass here the Auth 2 clients. And then here, we are going to return here an array of 10 files. And then in case we have an error, we're going to catch it. And now we're going to create another file into the drive folder and pass here drive roots. Okay, and pass here roots folder first. And in here, and pass here, I can just pass it, pass it drive roots, the TS. And in here, we're going to pass the export function, and then I pass it drive roots. And we're going to pass it the router. We're gonna tap it, and we're going to and here we're gonna import router from Express. Let me import it from Express like this. And here I'm passing router that gets here, pass here, and pass here users/files. Okay, like this. And here we're gonna pass here the function. And we're going to import here get use drive files. I'm gonna pass it in here, and then I'm gonna return the router. Like this. And now we're gonna head into the app folder. You can see this the app folder, and here I'm going to move here at the root of the source folder and pass here roots. Okay, and here I'm pass here API v1.ts like this. And in here, we're going to create to a function API v1, and I'm pass it the Express app, and I'm pass it Express like this. We're gonna import a type, and we're gonna pass it the router, and we're gonna import to the router from Express. And here, what I'm going to do in here, I'm pass here drive roots like this is equal to drive. We're gonna import drive roots, and we're gonna pass it the router. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to return here. I'm going to pass here app.use. You can see we have here the Express app. We're gonna pass here app.use, and then pass here API/v1, and then we're gonna pass here drive roots like this. Okay, everything is okay in here. Okay, I'm going to pass here drive roots like this. Okay, drive roots like this, and everything is okay. Now we're gonna import here the router type, and we're gonna import here the Express type and pass here Express type. Okay, like this. Everything is okay in here, guys. Now we're gonna head into the Express server.ts, and here I'm pass here app and pass here. And here I'm gonna create an instance. I'm passing const router is equal to router. Okay, we're going to import the router instance from Express. I'm gonna import it from Express, and then what I'm going to do, I'm pass here API v1. We're gonna import it, and then you can see that actually it takes two parameters. We're gonna pass it the Express app, and also I'm gonna pass it the router like this. Okay, router and Express app. That's good, guys. And now I'm going to run this and see what we're gonna get and pass it in here. Okay, like this. And we are going to head into the drive roots and pass the drive roots, and we're gonna try to eat these endpoints. And let's head into the browser. We forgot to pass here the Google Access token and the Google Refresh token. Now let's pass these two keys before we test these endpoints. And here you can see we have here the user, and I'm gonna pass here. If we pass here user, rect the user, we get something like this. We have here an object, and here I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass here and pass here user. Yeah, we're gonna pass here user option chaining, and then pass here auth data, and we are going to copy here the Google Access token, but also we're gonna copy the Google Refresh token. Okay, and I'm gonna copy here the Google Refresh token here, and I'm pass here user that's auth data like this, and then pass here Google Refresh token like this. Okay, and here too we should pass here auth data. Okay, and guys, make sure you pass option chaining. In case we don't have the auth data property, we're gonna get here and define. Okay, if you don't pass this, they're gonna throw an error in case this property doesn't exist. Now let's head into the browser and try this. I'm gonna refresh these endpoints here and try to see if we're gonna get data. Okay, if I tap enter, you can see actually we don't have the data into the session because in here, guys, we restarted our Express server. If I shut down or I tap here, if I shut down or I rerun our Express server, we're gonna lose data into the session. Now, in order to keep the data from the session, we are going to install in our package here. The name is Connect Mongo. Okay, you're gonna tap here npm install Connect Mongo, and once you install Connect Mongo, you're gonna copy here. You're gonna pass this in here. We are going to head into the Express server, and then in here I'm passing this object. So you're gonna pass here store Mongo store that creates, okay, like this, and we're gonna import that here, and I'm going to copy here Mongo store. Okay, we're gonna import it from the Connect Mongo, and I'm pass it edit tab in here. And again, if we have data into the session and we restarted here our Express server, we aren't gonna lose data. Now let's rerun our Express server again here. I'm gonna rerun it npm and pass npm run dev here, and then we're gonna get data. Okay, now I'm gonna tap here this. We're going to authenticate again, and here I'm pass here this, I'm pass here localhost /auth/Google, and then we're gonna tap enter, and then here I'm gonna click continue, and we're gonna click here again continue, and then here I'm gonna click continue, then we're gonna be authenticate, and I'm tap here localhost ports 8000 /of me, and then I'm tap enter, and then you can see in here we are authenticated again. We are going to tap here localhost /API /V1 /users /files, and then we're gonna tap enter, and so we are going to have here data. Okay, we don't have data in here. Let me head into in here. You can see that actually we have here an error, and Google Drive API has not been used in this project before, or it is disabled. Enable this project by visiting. We are going to visit this endpoint, and then we're going to enable Google Drive API. Okay, now we're going to head into in this browser, and then I'm tap enter. Okay, and so we're going to enable Google Drive. Okay, you're going to head into enable API and service, and then here we are going to fix that error. Okay, and here I'm going to click here enable. Okay, and once we enable here, we can get access to files. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go back in here, and then I'm tap enter and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see in here that actually we have here an array of files. Okay, we have here data, okay, from Google Drive. Okay, and so you can see this is a SQL file, and yeah, you can see this the MIME tab, and if I scroll at the bottom here, okay, we have here data. Okay, I'm gonna try to click here. Okay, I'm gonna click here on this file and see what we're gonna get here. And you can see, guys, that actually we have the possibility to view a file. Okay, we have the possibility to view the contents of a given file, and we can edit it too. Now we're gonna move to Notes API, and in here you can see this is the UI of Notes. And in order to create a note, we're going to run through some steps. And you can see in here a note has an image, but also the title. Now, in order to create a note, we are going to upload a file. This file can be a PDF or a file. And then we're going to pass it to the file loader in order to extract the content. And once we extract the content, we are going to pass it to the text splitter in order to split this document into chunks. And then we're going to use the first and the second chunk in order to generate the title. We are going to pass these chunks, the first and second one, to the LLM in order to generate the title. And once we have the title, we are going to take this title, we're going to pass it to the prompt generator. The prompt generator is an agent that is going to generate a prompt that we can use in order to generate an image about this title. And then we're going to pass this prompt to the image generator, and then we're going to get the image, okay? Now we are going to head into the controllers folder. You can see we have the controllers, and what I'm going to do here, I'm passing notes like this. And in here, we're going to pass here repository like this. And I'm going to head into, in here we have a repository. I can copy everything in here, and we're going to put it into the notes/repository. I'm passing here notes repository. I'm passing notes repository.ts like this. And then we're going to put in everything. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to modify in here the name of this repository. I'm going to click here, Control F, and here I'm pass here notes repository, and then I'm click here replace all like this. Now we are going to pass here a function creates notes. Here we're gonna pass here creates notes like this, and to create a note, we're gonna pass here the name. Yeah, I'm going to pass here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna pass it the name only. Let me check here. We are going to head into the note schema, and you can see in order to create a note, we have here name, image, and description. For the description, I'm going to remove that. I'm gonna remove that. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna stay only with the name, image, but also the user ID. Now let's go back in here, pass it the name. In here, we're gonna pass here props and pass here props like this. And then we're gonna pass it the name is string, and we're gonna pass here the image and use and pass here we're gonna pass it the image and the user ID like this, and I'll pass here string 2. We are going to copy these props here and pass here props like this, and so we're gonna pass here. We are going to pass here notes now. And I'm passing new notes, and then is equal to await notes that save like this. Okay, let's remove everything else here. Okay, I'm gonna remove that here. Okay, and we are done. In here we just create a note here, and then I'm gonna return here a created note. I'm passing new notes like this. And then I'm passing to objects like this. And once done, we're gonna head into in here again. We're gonna pass here get and pass here create nodes controller the TS, and in here we're gonna pass here exports function, pass here async like this function creates nodes, and we are going to pass it some parameter. Let's head into the create user controller TS. I'm gonna head into in here, guys, into the draft folder, and then we're going to copy these express types, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, let me pass that here, and then I'm gonna go back again into the get user drive files. Okay, in here we are going to copy this parameter. We are going to pass it in here to the nodes controller right here, guys. Now we're gonna pass it try catch. In case we have here an error, we're gonna pass it to the expressive and pass in next function, and then pass it the error. And we are going to call here the nodes repository. Nodes repo is equal to passing nodes repository, and so we're gonna pass here the get instance. We are going to pass here new nodes is equal to await and pass here nodes repo that create nodes. And we're going to pass to the create node function. We're going to pass the name of the node, which is the title, and we're gonna pass the name and the image, but also the user ID. Okay, like this. Inside the node folder, we're gonna pass here loader. Okay, loader is the TS, and in here we're gonna import here text loader, recursive character text splitter, GD web-based loader, and we're gonna pass here the PDF, and we're gonna pass here the PDF loader. And we're going to create a function, split docs to chunk. I've already explained you what is the recursive character splitter class. It allows to split an array of documents into chunks. And then here we're going to pass here Cheetah web-based loader. We pass here the PDF loader. We pass here the text loader by instantiating the new text loader class. And here we define a function load documents. And then we're going to pass it the file path, doc type, and we pass it the chunk size and chunk overlap. And then in here we have a condition. We check if the file type is equal to PDF. We're gonna call the load PDF function. If it's equal to HTML, we're gonna call the load web function. If it's equal to a TXT, we're gonna call the load text function. Okay. Else we're going to throw an error and support a file. And then we are going to take the file, we're gonna split it into chunks by calling the split doc to chunk function. And in here, we're going to create the title generator pipeline in order to generate title. And so we're going to import here some class. We're going to import here first some package. And we're going to define here prompt in order to generate title based on the doc contents. You can see you are a helpful assistant that generate concise and clear titles based on the following document content. Create a single title that captures the main theme or subject of the document, okay? And we pass here the documents. And we're going to create a function, generate title. We pass here the LLM and an array of documents. And we take this array of documents, we're going to convert it to string by passing here format document as string. And then we pass it to the LLM. And here we invoke the LLM, pass here chain.invoke, we pass here the document, and then here we force the LLM to return a title, okay? And here we pass the mean length is 40 and max length is 60. And then we're going to return the title by passing here JSON parse chain result that contents, and then pass here result that title, and we are going to return the generated title. Now we are going to use the title in order to generate the image, okay? And here we are going to create, first of all, we need a prompt generator. We are going to use the prompt generator in order to generate a prompt that we're going to use in order to generate an image. And here we're going to import some package, and so we're going to define a function generate prompts. Okay, we're going to pass the LLM, and here's the prompts. And we pass the LLM a specific role. You are expert prompt engineer for an AI image generator. Your task is to take the user's input, which is a document title, and create a single concise prompt to generate a logo for it. Okay, and the prompt you create must instruct the image generator to produce a minimalist and modern vector icon that visually represent the title. The style should be flat design with clean, simple lines. The final image must be only the logo with a transparent background. Your output should be the prompt itself and nothing more. Here is the user's inputs. And so we're going to pass you the LLM, the prompt. We're going to invoke the LLM. And here we are going to force the LLM to return only the prompt. And then we are going to return here the prompt. We are going to create here another function, generate image, okay? And we are going to import the file system module, but also the node fetch. And then we're going to create a function, generate image. And then we're going to pass here the API key, and then here's the code.
Now, in order to get this code that allows to generate an image, you're going to head into your FileWorks account, and you're going to click Model Library. Scroll a little bit, you're going to see Image section, and you're going to pick here Model that allows to generate an image. I'm going to pick this one, the first one in here, and click there. And they're going to take you to this interface. You're going to click here, Try. And once in here, you can see on this interface, you have the possibility to pass here prompts and generate an image. You can see if I reduce the zoom, and at the bottom right corner, we have here generate image at the bottom here. Now at the top right corner, we have another button, view code. Click there, you're gonna pick this TS code, copy everything in here, and you're gonna put it into your generate image.ts file, okay? And once in here, guys, we're gonna pass here, we're gonna wrap that code into a function, but also don't forget to pass your API key. And the first parameter that we're gonna pass to the generate image function, which is the prompt, and we're gonna pass the path, where we're gonna put the image, the file name, but also the callback in order to get access to the file name. And at the bottom here, we're gonna pass here fs.write file in order to write this file to the disk. Okay, else we're gonna pass this. And now we are going to head into the prompt generator tiers. And in here, I forgot to pass here the title. I'm pass here the title like this, and here too, I'm gonna pass here the title. Okay, we are going to use the title in order to generate an image. Okay, like this. Okay, now we are going to head into the create node, the tiers, and in here we are going to check here first if the user send a file. If the user doesn't send a file, we're gonna send this message: no file uploaded. Okay, we're gonna pass here no file uploaded. Okay, and we're going to get access to the user ID. We're gonna pass here the current there, and we assign it the current working directory function, and we pass a path that John passes the current working directory. And we are going to call the generate title function. We're gonna pass the LLM, but also the split document. Okay, and here we are going to pass here generate image prompts, and we're going to pass it the LLM, but also the title, and we're going to call the generate image function here. Okay, like this. And we are going to pass here the generate image prompt. We're going to pass the prompt, the uploader, the path where we're going to upload the image, the random name of the file, but also the callback. And in here, we're going to copy this code. We're going to pass it in here. We are going to pass to the create. We're going to pass to the create node function. We're going to pass it the title. I'm going to modify here. Instead of passing here the name, I'm passing the title. Okay. And here, I'm going to pass here the sync like this. Okay. And we're going to head into the node schema. And in here, I'm pass here the title instead of the name. Okay. The title like this. And we're going to head into the node repository. We're gonna pass here to the title. Okay, pass here the title like this. And now let's go back in here. We are going to let's import the current working directory function. We're gonna import here path. Okay, from path, and we are going to import the generate title function. Okay, we're gonna pass it. We're gonna pass the splitting doc, but also the LLM. And I'm gonna import here generate prompt function. And here we're gonna import generate image function. Okay, like this. Now I'm gonna create here a function that we can use in order to generate a random name that we can pass to an image. And I'm gonna head into my sublim text in here. I have this function here. Okay, this one here. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass right here. I'm pass it here, guys. And then we're going to pass in here random name. We're going to pass here the current date. And here we're going to generate a random number. Okay. Now we are going to create here another roots here. You can see we have here notes. I'm pass here roots like this. And inside the roots folder, I'm pass here create notes roots. Okay. And in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy here some code in here. I'm gonna copy everything in here because all these codes I copied from Malta. You're gonna see. Let me pass it first in here. You can see in here I pass it the current working directory, and I'm checking if we have the uploads folder into the public folder. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna create it, and then I pass these Malta configurations in order to upload an image. Okay, we got this code in here, guys. We have this code in here. You can see this is the code. I don't modify anything. I just copy that, guys. And then you're going to pass it in here. Okay. And we are going to create an endpoint. I'm going to copy that to here. I'm going to copy that. And then I'm pass it in here. Let me pass it in here. Okay. Pass it in here. And we pass it right at the post uploads document. We're going to pass it uploads. And we're going to invoke the single function. We're going to pass it the name of the file. Okay. And we are going to call this function creates nodes here. I'm pass here. And yeah, I'm going to import it in here. Okay. You can see, guys, I don't modify anything. If you want to tap the code, you can tap it. And if you want to copy it, you can come here and then you're going to copy it. Okay. Everything comes from here. You can see Even for the endpoint, I pass here upload, and then I invoke the single function. We pass here the name of the function, and we pass here the express callback. Okay, and now we are going to continue. I'm going to head into the express server and pass the express server, and in here I'm gonna pass here the current working directory, and then I'm gonna expose the public folder. Okay, and I'm gonna import here the process, but also the path match. Okay, like this.
Now we're gonna create another folder. Inside the app folder, I'm gonna name it LLM, and we're gonna pass it the LLM class in order to return a single instance of the ChatFileWorks class. And I'm passing LLM.ts like this, and then we're gonna pass in this code. We are going to use this class in order to return a single instance of the ChatFileWorks class. Okay, we pass here ChatFileWorks. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now, what I'm going to do, we are going to go back into the create node.ts, and in here, I'm gonna create a constant LLM and name it LLM is equal to LLM class. We're gonna import it in here, and then I'm pass here get instance. Okay, and let me check who we import here. We are going to, let me first check here. We're gonna pass here LLM, and then we're going to pass here that get instance. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna pass here the LLM, and we're going to call here another function and pass here const doc split like this is equal to await. We're gonna pass here load document, and in here we're going to pass it the file path, and to pass it the file path, we are going to pass you the upload and pass the uploader / and then we're gonna pass here the file name. Okay, and I'm pass here the file name. I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, and pass here rec, and here and pass that file name like this. And yeah, we need to pass another parameter. And for testing purposes, I'm gonna just pass here a txt. We are going to upload for testing purposes, we're gonna pass here a txt. I'm gonna try to upload a txt file, and then we're going to check if they're gonna generate an image, and they're gonna create a note into the notes model. Okay, now we're gonna, for testing purposes, we're gonna just pass here txt, and yeah, everything is okay. But also in here, we're gonna create a constant for the image and pass here const image is equal to process.env and pass here process.env, and we're gonna pass here the app URL, and we are going to upload, and then we're gonna pass here the folder where we are going to upload the image, and I'm gonna pass here the generated name here, which is the random name variable. We're gonna pass that here .png. Yeah, and pass here .png like this. Okay, and everything is okay so far. And actually we have here typing error. You can see the title. Okay, we are going to head into the notes repository, and in here you can see we still pass here user schema. We are going to pass here node schema. Okay, pass here nodes. Yeah, and pass here nodes, and we are going to remove the error. Now let's go back into the create node.ts, and here we're gonna return a response. Return pass here res that status. We're gonna pass here 201, and here I'm gonna send a message, and pass here message is equal to nodes created successfully, and pass here successfully like this. Okay, and here we remove this error. We still have here an error. Okay, let me go back again to the notes repository, and here pass here notes. Let's import it. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna remove this typing error. Okay, everything is okay so far, and actually we still have here this error. Okay, let me go back again in here. Let me remove everything in here, and I'm gonna import here right now the node schema like this. Okay, and here we should pass here the title like this. Okay, everything is okay. Now we are going to head into the data file, and in here we're gonna pass here the app URL is equal to the base URL of our Express app, and we are going to head into now the API v1.ts, and in here we are going to import the create nodes root. Const create nodes is equal to create nodes roots like this. We're gonna pass the router, and then we are going to pass here create nodes. Yeah, like this. And here guys, I'm gonna pass here another function in order to check if the uploaded file is equal to one of these allowed tabs here, if it's equal to PDF, doc, HTML, CSV, or TXT. And also we pass the maximum file size is equal to 2 megabytes. And now we're going to head into the command prompt. We're going to type here npm, pass here npm run dev, and we're going to head into Postman. And in here, you're going to pass it, first of all, for the endpoint is post, and you're going to pass the API/v1/upload documents. You're going to choose it body, and you're going to pass the form data to upload a file. You're going to pass it the user ID. I just copy the user ID into my database here. You can see here I have the node schema here. You can copy here the user ID, and then you can pass it in here. And you're going to pick a file. I'm going to pick a file into my downloads folder here. I'm going to pick a file, send, okay, and see what we're going to get. And actually they're uploading the file. We're going to head into the public folder. You can see we have here public folder, but also we have here uploads. We have here the file, and the content here is about how to install Call of Duty. And here we have here these instructions. Okay, that's what we upload. Okay, we're gonna pass that to the LLM. And here, let me check here. You can see actually they are generating the image. And yeah, you can see we have here message not created successfully. And what I'm going to do, we're going to head into in here. You can see we have here upload folder. We have here the generated image, but also we have here the documents. Okay. Alright guys, now going to be talking about background job for processing long-running tasks. Now, we are going to take a look to these endpoints. We're going to try to check these endpoints and see what's going on, okay? Now, we use the uploads nodes, the uploads document endpoints in order to create a nodes, okay? Now, I'm not simply passing nodes. I'm going to modify the name of the endpoints like this, nodes like this. Now, in order to create a nodes, first of all, we pass the documents, then we generate the title, and here we generate a prompt for the image generator. We take this prompt, we pass it to the image generator, and then the image generator is going to generate an image. And finally, we're going to run a database operation in order to create a nodes. Now, you can see in these listed steps here, we have a steps which takes a lot of time in order to finish. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this task and then I'm going to run it in the background, okay? And we are going to use agenda package in order to run background jobs. Now, you're going to type npm install agenda, and then we are going to head into the app folder. You can see we have here app folder, okay, bootstrap folder, and here I'm passing agenda like this. And inside agenda, I'm passing agenda instance, the TS, we're going to instantiate agenda. We're going to pass this, and we are going to copy this. We are going to pass it into the index.ts file and pass it here, okay? And I'm going to import here agenda. Yeah, like this. Yeah, I'm going to import it from the agenda.ts, okay? Pass it here. And in here, we're going to go back into the agenda. You can see pass it the DB URL. We're going to head into the .env file. We're going to pass it in here. And I'm going to go back into the DB connection. And then I'm going to copy this and pass here process.env. And then I'm passing DB URL like this. And then we're going to pass it in here. And then we're going to head into the .env. We're going to pass it in here like this. And also we're going to head into the express server.ts. We have here this string, okay? I'm going to pass here to process.env, and then we're going to pass here db URL. And pass here db URL. Yeah, URL like this. Now we're going to head into the agenda folder and pass here another folder jobs, and we're going to pass in our first job. We're going to name it image job, okay? Image job.ts, and here we're going to define here job, okay? And in order to define a job, we pass here agenda define generate image, and we pass here callback, and so we're going to extract this property. That's what they said in here. Let's move here. You can see in order to define here a job, we are going to pass a gender that define, and then we pass the name of the job, and then we pass a callback, and we are going to extract here some properties by doing job.others.data. Okay, we're gonna extract here some property. We're gonna pass the node ID, the generate image prompt, the uploader, but also we're gonna pass here the random name. Okay, the random name of the image, and I'm going to import here a gender. Yeah, I'm gonna import it in here. Now we are going to head into the nodes repository, and in here we are going to invoke here a job. Okay, and I'm going to pass here, once we finish creating a node, we're going to invoke the job here. And in order to invoke the job, we are going to copy a function, agenda now. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here, agenda now, and then we're going to pass here the name here. Let me pass here the name of the job. You can see if we head into the image job, this is the name of the job. We're gonna invoke it. Okay, and we are going to pass it in here. Okay, and we're gonna pass here generate image, and I'm going to import here agenda. Okay, like this, and I'm going to pass here some property, and you can see we have here these props. I'm pass here node props. We use these props in order to create a nodes, and I'm gonna copy that. I'm passing here, and I'm passing a property. I'm passing image props, and here I'm going to pass here some property. Now, in order to get this property, we're gonna head into the create node TS, and I'm going to copy here this property. I'm going to pass it in here. Okay, pass it in here, and the prompt is a string, the upload directory is a string, the random name is a string. We're gonna pass here a string like this, and we're going to pass here these props. Okay, we're going to copy here this image, we're gonna pass it in here like this, and in here we're gonna pass here nodes ID, and I'm gonna pass here new nodes that's to objects, and then I'm pass here that ID. Yeah, like this. We are going to go back again into the create node tiers, and in here, guys, we're gonna copy the generate image function. We're gonna pass it into the image tab, and pass image tab, and we're gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna import the generate image function. We're gonna import it, and so we're going to remove this here, and when they're gonna finish running this tab, we're gonna pass here the console.log finished, pass here finished generating the image. Okay, like this. Okay, now we are going to go back into the create node TS, and in here I'm going to get rid of this function in here. I'm gonna remove it in here, guys. We're gonna pass this, and we're going to return here the created nodes. I'm passing new nodes like this, and yeah, here we are going to pass here the generate image prompt, the uploader, but also the random name, which is the name of the image.
Now let's head into the Bootstrap folder, and in here we're gonna import the job and pass here index. We're gonna head into the Bootstrap folder. Okay, in here, and we're gonna use side effect imports, and then we're gonna import the job. You can see pass the agenda /jobs/image job. Okay, we pass here the job. Now we're going to go back into the create nodes controller, and in here, guys, you can see we have the generate title. We take an array of splitting documents, we pass to the generate title function. And now, as I said before, we are going to pass it two pieces of documents. Okay, and the first one is 100 chunks, 1000 chunks, and the second one is 1000 chunk. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pass here only one chunk, because you can see if we head into the load document function, and here you can see the chunk size is 1000 by default, and 1000 is a chunk size is enough for the LLM in order to generate the title for the document. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create here a function, pass here get doc chunk here like this, and then I'm passing this code, and here we're going to pass here an array of documents. I'm cap this doc splits, and pass this, and then I'm pass here is any like this. Okay, and we're going to copy this, and here I'm pass here return doc chunk like this. Okay, and let's call the get doc chunk function. We're going to copy that, And in here, I'm pass here const doc chunk. Here, I can just pass here first chunk. Okay, like this is equal to get doc chunk and pass doc split array. We're gonna pass here the doc split array like this, and then we're gonna take here the first chunk, we're gonna pass it in here like this, and we're going to head into the load documents, and then we're going to remove this extension in here because we're going to head into in here, and we're going to use the file name here in order to track the file extension. And I'm going to comment the doc tab, and here I'm pass here const doc and pass here doc type like this. Doc type is equal to file. You're gonna pass it path module, and then pass the extension name. We're gonna pass here the file name. Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass it the file path, and I'm pass here replace and pass here this. I'm going to get rid of the dots inside the extension name. Okay, like this, and here I can pass here extension. Yeah, I'm passing we're gonna pass extension with a dot like this, and I'm going to take this, I'm gonna cap that and pass it in here, and we're going to check if the extension is equal to PDF, HTML, TXT, and if it is equal to one of these predefined extensions in here, we aren't gonna throw an error, else we're going to throw an error unsupported file. And here I'm gonna pass here trim to get rid of the space like this. Yeah, and we are done. Now let's head into Postman and try this, and let's make sure our expressive is running. Our expressive is running. Now let's pass here the endpoints. You're gonna pass here the localhost API/v1/nodes. Okay, and you're gonna pass the user ID, but also the doc here. And I've already selected doc here, and then I'm gonna click here send. And now let's see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit, and yeah, you can see in here we already created a note. You can see message not created successfully, but also we have here created note. Okay, you can see the title Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Okay, installation guide, this is the title generated by the AI. Okay, but also we have here the image, and here we have the image name, but actually they're still generating the image. You can see starting image generation for notes. Okay, they kick off the job. Okay, yeah, you can see actually they are generating the image. Okay, if we head into the public folder, you're gonna see that actually we haven't already created the image. We don't have here the image. You can see we still have here only the file, and you can see this is the benefits of using a background tab. Okay, and if we have a heavy operation, and it's better to give the user the feedback. Okay, and then we are going to process this heavy operation in the background. Okay, now let's wait a bit until they finish generating the image. You can see image downloaded and saved as PNG. Yeah, actually they finished generating the image. And here, if we head into the upload folder, you can see actually we have here a generated image. Okay, this is the image generated by the AI. Okay, and it doesn't look beautiful, this one. And okay, we're gonna stay with this kind of image, and let me try to see here. If I copy this link here, I'm going to preview this image inside the browser. Let me check. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it in here, and see, yeah, we got here the image, but it doesn't look beautiful. We're gonna stay with this image like it is. And now let me try to run this again and try to see if we're gonna get another image in here. Okay, I'm gonna click here again, send, and in here we are going to create another note in here. Let me check here the title, and yeah, we got here another title, instructions for running a pre-installed Call of Duty. Now let's head into the public folder, and in here let's see what we got in here. Okay, and in here you can see we have here another image. This one is beautiful, and this is the title the LLM used in order to generate the image: Call of Duty Modern Warfare installation guide from StreamRip. Okay, and you can see actually we have here beautiful image. We have here soldier with a gun. Okay, that's cool. And now we're gonna work on another endpoint, which is the update endpoint. Okay, now in here we're gonna pass a function update nodes, and we're gonna pass a node found by ID and update. We're gonna pass it the ID of the node, but also the title, and pass it the new property in order to return the updated notes, and we pass the run validators. In case we don't pass the title, we're gonna throw an error. And we're going to head into the note folder. You can see we have here one controller, create note routes. Yeah, we have here one controller, create notes. I'm passing here another controller, I'm passing update notes, like this, the TS, okay? And in here, we are going to pass here a sync. Yeah, let me copy everything inside the create notes, copy everything in here, and I'm put it into the update notes, okay, like this. Pass this, and we're going to get rid of this function, and I'm gonna get rid of this code here, okay? And here we're going to pass here const. We're gonna pass here the ID, but also the title, like this, is equal to rec, and then I pass the body. We're going to retrieve the ID, but also the title, and here I'm going to check if we provide the ID, but also the title, okay? And if the ID pass here is different from undefined, if the ID is different from undefined, and also the title is different from undefined, pass the title. Okay, yeah, let's pass here. If the ID is undefined and the title is undefined, we are going to throw an error, okay? And I'm pass here, throw no error, and pass it, please provide the title and the ID. Please provide the title and ID. Yeah, we're gonna pass it, please provide the ID and the title. Please provide the ID and title. Yeah, like this. And in case we don't have an error, we are going to pass here const node repo is equal to node repository, and pass here is equal to node repository that get instance. We are going to pass here const update node is equal to await, and then pass here node repo, pass here no, we're gonna pass here node repo, like this, that's update. And we're going to pass here a prop. We're gonna pass here the ID, but also the title, like this. And I'm going to pass here return response rate that status, and pass here 200, and we're gonna pass here send. We're going to pass here message, okay, like this, not updated successfully, like this, and we're gonna return here the updated note, like this, okay. And as we have here the function, as we have here the update note controller, we are going to cap that, and we're gonna create here in our roots and pass it update note roots, yeah, like this, the TS. And in here we're gonna pass in exports function update note roots, and we're gonna pass it the router, and we are going to pass the router, and here I'm passing, I'm gonna return the router, and we're going to pass here router that's puts, and we're gonna pass here /nodes, and we're gonna pass here the function, and we're going to import the router from Express. This is the type, and I'm gonna import from Express, and we're going to import the node controller, the update node controller. We're gonna import it in here, and we're going to head into the API V1, and I'm passing const update node is equal to this, and I'm passing the router, like this. Then we're gonna cap this route, we're gonna pass it to the Express app, okay, and pass it in here, and we're going to import the update nodes route here, like this, and you just finish. And I'm going to head into in here, we're going to modify here the HTTP, we're gonna pass it puts, and I'm going to head into Mongo Compass. I'm gonna click here notes, and you can see we have here these notes here. I'm going to click here refresh. You can see we have these notes. You can see the title is Hello World, and I'm going to modify the title. I'm gonna copy the ID of the notes. I'm copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here, okay. And I'm going to head into, we are going to head into body, and I'm gonna choose here xww form URL encoded. I'm passing the ID of the note, and I'm passing this ID, and here I'm passing the title, like this. And I'm passing here how to, yeah, I'm passing here what is JavaScript, okay, to test if we're gonna update the notes. And now let's click here send, Okay, you can see not updated successfully. What is JavaScript? And let's head into Mongo Compass and see what we got in here. I'm gonna refresh here. You can see the actual value of the title is what is JavaScript. We just modified the title. Now in here, I'm gonna modify something, this operator. You can see we are checking if the ID of the title is invalid. If the ID of the title is invalid, you're gonna throw this error. And I'm pass here the or operator instead. We are going to check if the ID or the title is invalid. We are going to throw this error. Now we're going to head into again inside the node repository. We're gonna pass in another function in order to return a list of all created nodes. And I'm pass here get on nodes function. We're gonna pass a free property, the set pay limit, and we're gonna pass it the skip in order to skip rows inside the node table. And we pass it the filter, and then we are going to pass it away parameters.row, and we pass here the first query here in order to return here list of nodes, and then we pass in node.count in order to count nodes inside the node table. And then here we're going to return here list of nodes, but also the pagination. Now we're going to create here another controller inside the node folder and pass here node controller. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here get or nodes like this. That's yes. And here I'm passive function export. Yeah, we can just copy something inside the update node. I'm copy everything in here, and then we're gonna put it in here. We're gonna modify here the name of the function like this, and here we're gonna pass it get nodes like this, and then we're gonna get rid of this property in here. And I'm going to pass here cons query is equal to rec. Yeah, I'm passing rec that query, and I'm passing cons page. I'm passing cons search is equal to query that search like this, and so we're gonna pass it cons page is equal to parsings, and then pass here query that page. Yeah, pass that page is string, and then I'm gonna pass here a default value of 10. Okay, like this. I pass here 10, and here we are going to pass here. We are going to pass in nodes. I'm passing out nodes repo. Const nodes repo is equal to nodes repository that get instance. Okay, like this, and then we're going to pass here. Then we're gonna pass here const nodes is equal to await, and we're gonna pass the nodes repo that get on nodes, and we're going to pass it a property, and we're going to pass it the set, the page, and limit. And then here we're gonna pass it the set value, and let me check here another property. We're gonna pass it the page, but also the limit, and pass it the page, and here I'm passing the limit, and pass it for the limit. We're gonna pass it 10. And actually we have here typing error, and yeah, I'm going to assert here the search is string, okay, in order to remove the typing error like this. And then we're going to pass here return res.status is equal to 200, and then I'm passing send. We're gonna pass in notes like this, okay, like this. And now we're going to head into the root folder. We're gonna pass in another endpoints get on nodes roots like this. Copy that. We're gonna pass it the tiers, and we're going to export these roots. Pass it get on nodes roots. We're gonna pass it the router, and I'm not happy with the router type, and we are going to return it and pass here return router. Yeah, like this, and then we'll pass here. Then we're gonna pass it router that. Yeah, router dot get, and then here I'm passing here the, yeah, we're gonna pass here nodes. Yeah, and then we're gonna pass here nodes, and here I'm passing gero nodes. Yeah, we're gonna pass here gero nodes. Yeah, like this. Okay, yeah, like this. We just get rid of the error, and now let's import the router type, and we are going to export these roots. I'm going to head into the API V1, and then I'm pass it in here. Pass it const get or nodes is equal to get or nodes roots. We're gonna pass the router, and then we're gonna pass it to the Express app. Okay, I'm gonna import it. Yeah, like this, and then we're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. like this. Pretty good. And now we are going to head into the Postman, and I'm going to try to add this endpoint in order to get a list of created nodes. And I'm going to click here send. And actually our server is running. And I'm passing you the page, is equal to 1. And I'm passing you search. Yeah, we're going to pass you search is equal to nothing, okay? And let's wait a bit and see what we're going to get. Our server is running. I'm going to click here send. Okay, you can see actually we have here a list of created nodes. Okay, we have here this the first one, second one, and so on. Okay, but also the pagination property here. And I'm going to try to look for this title and pass you call off and see what we're gonna get. Okay, you can see, yeah, actually the search is working. And if I pass you another title like what is, let me see what we're gonna get here. Yeah, you can see actually we have here one note here, and you can see that actually we have here one note, and it works pretty well, guys.
Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the summary endpoints, BriefingDoc endpoints, FAQ endpoints, Tariga endpoints, and MindMap endpoints. And once we eat, let's say we eat the notes/summary, we are going to return the summary of a given document. Now we are going to head into in here, and you can see we have here roots and pass here get summary. I'm pass here summary roots, okay? And here I'm pass the TS, and in here we're gonna pass export function, and I'm pass here get summary. I'm pass here get summary roots. Okay, we can pass like this. We're gonna pass the router, and the router we're gonna tap this and pass the router, and here we're going to return here the router, pass the router, and I'm going to pass here get and pass here router.get and pass here /nodes/summary. Once we hit this endpoint, we're going to return the summary of a given document. And I'm passing here function, I'm passing the controller get doc summary, get doc summary, and I'm going to go ahead and in here I'm passing get doc summary and pass the TS like this. Now I'm going to copy content inside the update node.ts. I'm copy everything in here and put it into the get doc summary.ts, and I'm passing get docs. Yeah, I'm passing get doc summary like this. And now we are going to get rid of these functions in here. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this code here like this get doc summary, and that's good in here, guys. And now let's head into the roots here. I'm gonna head into the summary roots, and here I'm gonna import here the router from Express. We're gonna import here the controller get doc summary like this. And now we're going to go ahead and we're gonna get into the API V1, and I'm pass here cons summary roots, and I'm passing here. We're gonna pass here first the router, and we're going to import this. We're gonna import this roots get summary. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass to the Express app like this. And now we're going to get into in here. We are going to head into the repository and pass here doc repository, the TS like this. Now, in order to get the summary of a given doc, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to create here another function, create doc. We're gonna pass the file name, but also the node ID and the user ID. Now we're going to head into the doc repository. Let me copy everything in here and pass it into the doc repository. And here I'm going to remove. I'm not get rid of this function. Let's get rid of the get nodes function. We're gonna get rid of the updates node function, and we're going to pass here doc repository. I'm gonna click here, replace all, and pass it doc repository. Yeah, we're gonna pass here doc repository like this, and then we're gonna click here, replace all like this. And we're going to pass here create doc function, create doc, and I'm passing doc props. We're gonna pass it the file name file name, we're going to pass here the user ID and the note ID. And pass here user ID and note ID. And we're gonna get rid of the image prop like this. And here we're gonna import here the doc. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it doc schema. And if we head into in here, I'm gonna click here. We're going to head into in here. You can see this is the doc schema. We have here the file name, the summary, style guide, BriefingDoc, the FAQ, but also the MindMap column. And we have here the node ID and user ID. Now let's go back in here. We are going to pass here these props. I'll pass it in here and pass here doc. And I'm gonna pass here doc.save. Yeah, I'm pass here doc like this, doc.save, and here you should pass it doc. And we're going to retain here a new created document. So pass here, yeah, we're gonna pass here new doc like this. Yeah, like this. Now let's head into the create notes controller. And in here, once we just finish creating the nodes, we're going to take the node ID, but also the user ID, we're gonna pass it to this function. And pass here const doc repo is equal to doc repository that get instance, and I'm pass here await. And pass here const new doc is equal to, we're gonna pass await doc repository that create doc. We are going to pass it the file name, and you can see at the top here we have the file name. I'm going to create here constant. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass here const, and then pass here file name is equal to this, and then we're going to pass here this constant file name. We're gonna copy the file name, we're gonna pass it to the create doc, and we're gonna pass here, let me see here, we're gonna pass here the second property is the user ID and the node ID. I'm passing the user ID, and here I'm passing the node ID like this. Okay, and we're gonna get rid of the error. And to get access to the nodes, we're gonna pass here new nodes, and then I'm pass here that ID. Yeah, like this. Let me check in here. Yeah, we have here underscore that ID. New nodes. You can see in here, once we finish creating nodes, we are returning here a new nodes. Okay, pass here underscore that ID like this, and yeah, we get rid of the error. And then I'm going to assert it as string. Okay, and yeah, I'm passing nodes ID like this. Yeah, and we are going to get rid of the error. Okay, and I'm going to assert it as string like this. Okay, yeah, actually we have here typing error, and if we assert it, let's see the type of node ID, and you can see the type of ID here is a types of types.object. Okay, I can copy this, and then I'm going to head into the create doc here, and then I'm passing in here. Okay, and let me check in here. Yeah, we're going to import the types type, and then from mongoose. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. Now let's create a function to update the summary. We're gonna pass a sync. Yeah, I'm gonna pass a sync update summary. We are going to pass it some props, and we're gonna pass it the user ID, and we're gonna pass it the node ID, and also we're gonna pass it the summary is a string like this. And I'm going to pass it const update summary. We are going to pass here await, and then pass doc that find one in update. We are going to pass it the user ID and node ID, and we're going to pass here another object. We're going to pass a set to update the summary, and pass here summary, and we're going to pass a props that summary like this. And we're going to pass the third objects. We're going to pass new, true, and run validators true. And in case we don't update it, and in case we don't update the summary, I'm going to pass here, we don't found a row inside the doc table, and pass update summary. And we're going to throw an error, and pass here throw no error, and no, I'm passing no doc found. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna return here the updated summary. Return updates summary like this. And yeah, here we still have here errors. I'm gonna extract the user ID and node ID from the props object is equal to props. Pass the props like this. And here we should pass a string like this. Now we're gonna create here another function in order to update here the briefing doc. Let me check here for the summary finish. We are going to create another function in order to update the briefing doc, the FAQ versus the study guide. And I'm going to copy this function and we're gonna pass here first update briefing doc. Pass here briefing doc like this. We're gonna pass this property. Okay, and here I'm passing briefing. Let me briefing doc, and here we're gonna copy this property. We're gonna pass it in here, briefing doc like this. Okay, and we're going to pass here updates. Yeah, I can pass it just row and like this. I'm passing row, and here too I'm passing row, and here row like this. Now I'm gonna copy this function in order to update now the study guide. Yeah, we have here the FAQ and then the study guide, and we're going to copy that again. We're gonna pass it in here. We're gonna pass it update, and here I'm passing FAQ, update FAQ, and we're gonna pass here FAQ and pass FAQ like this. And we're going to pass here the FAQ property, FAQ, and here we're gonna pass here FAQ like this. And now we're gonna update now the study guide. I'm gonna copy this. We're going to pass here update study guide, study guide like this. And we're going to pass here for the column. I'm gonna pass it the name of the column, study guide. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here and here to study guide. Okay, we just finished. Let me check in here. What's next? We are going to move to the mind map. Okay, now for the mind map, we're gonna copy the same function. We're gonna modify it. Pass the update in here. Update mind map here like this. We're gonna pass the mind map column props that mind map property. And in here, guys, we just finished. Now we're going to head into the get summary.cs controller, and in here we are going to get the file name. We are going to split it into chunks. We are going to call the generate summary function in order to generate the summary of a given file, and then we are going to store the summary inside database. And in here we're going to head into the summary pipeline, and here's the summary pipeline we already created. And I'm going to comment everything in here. Let me select, I'm going to uncomment the token marks. We're going to select everything all the way to the bottom. And I'm going to export here function, pass exports async function, and then pass generate summary like this. And then we're going to pass it the LLMS property and as parameter. And here I'm pass here the type, I'm pass here a generic. And the type of T is gonna be a runnable, okay? T extends runnable, like this, runnable, yeah, like this. And then I'm gonna pass here docs. I'm passing an array of documents, okay? And here I'm passing documents is an array, okay, like this. And then we're gonna put in these contents, and so we're going to return here the final summary. And I'm going to comment this. And here we should pass here split docs as parameter, okay, as the second parameter. And I'm pass here split docs like this. Now we are going to head into the get doc summary controller, and then in here we're gonna pass here current working directory function. We're gonna pass here path module.join. We're gonna pass here the current working directory, and I'll pass a public uploads, okay? So now we are going to have the possibility to select a file into the upload folder. And then we are going to head into again inside the doc repository. We're going to create here a function get single doc, and here we're going to pass here props, and I'm passing the user ID, and I'm passing the node ID like this. And we're going to pass here const doc is equal to, I'm passing is equal to await. Is const doc is equal to await, and pass it doc that's find one. Pass here doc that find one like this. We're gonna pass here the props okay, like this. And then we're going to return the document, okay, like this. And now let's go back into the get.doc summary controller, and we're gonna pass here the notes repository, the doc repository. Doc repo is equal to doc repository that's get instance, and I'm pass here cons doc is cons doc is equal to doc repo. We're gonna pass here await, pass doc repo is equal to get single doc, and we are going to pass here the user ID cons, and we are going to pass here, we're going to extract here the user ID, and I'm extract here the node ID is equal to rec.query, like this, user ID, and we are going to pass here this property user ID and node ID, and here we're going to get access to the file name, okay, and I'm passing doc option chaining, I'm passing file name. Now let's get rid of this typing error. I'm gonna assert here the user ID, and the node ID is record type, string, and any, and I'm gonna pass you file name. I'm gonna pass doc full path. We are going to take this path, we're gonna pass it to the document load, okay. I'm passing cons splitting, I'm gonna pass here splitting doc is equal to await, and pass here load documents, await load documents, like this, and we're gonna pass it doc full path, like this. We're going to have here an array of documents. Then once we have here an array of documents, we are going to take this array of documents, we're gonna pass it to the function generate summary, okay. Pass here summary, pass summary is equal to await, pass here generate summary, like this. We're gonna call the function, and this function takes parameter. We pass it the LLM, but also an array of documents, and I'm pass here the LLM cons LLM is equal to LLM, like this, that get instance, and I'm pass here the LLM, and we're gonna pass here the splitting documents, okay, splitting documents, splitting doc, okay, splitting docs, okay, like this, and splitting docs, like this. I'm copy that, gonna pass it in here. And once we have a summary, we're gonna store it inside database and pass here nodes and pass here await doc repo, and we are going to pass here that update summary, like this, and we're going to pass it to props. You can see we're gonna pass the user ID, node ID, and summary, and here I'm passing the user ID, node ID, and we need to pass it the summary, okay, and pass it the summary, like this, and then we're gonna remove this error. And once we store the summary inside database, and I'm gonna pass you return, new, and pass you return is equal to res. I'm gonna pass, and once we store the summary inside database, I'll pass you return res that status, and I'm pass you 200, and I'm pass 200, and then I'm pass you send summary, and pass you message summary, pass you summary generated successfully, and pass here summary generated successfully, like this, okay. And I'm going to modify the name of this controller. You can see we use this controller in order to store the summary inside database, and pass here store, and pass here create summary, okay. I'm going to rename this endpoint create summary, like this. We are going to modify the name of this controller to create summary, and I'm going to pass here create summary, like this. And let me pass here another folder. Inside the node folder, I'm pass here helpers, and I'm gonna pass here another folder. I'm gonna name it loaders, and I'm going to move here the loaders inside the loader folder. And you can see here we have generate image. Generate image is a helper function, and I'm going to copy that. I'm gonna move it inside the helper folder. We have here title generation. We are going to copy the title generation. We're gonna pass it inside the helper, and we have here prompt generator. This too is a helper function. We're gonna copy that, and we're gonna move it in here, and we are going to stay with controllers at the root of the notes folder. Create notes, create summary, get on notes, And here we have updates notes. Yeah, beautiful. And yeah, we have here create summary. Okay, like this. I can rename it update summary. We don't, yeah, updates or create summary. I'm gonna rename it like this, and then we're going to modify the name of this file to this, create update summary. And now we're gonna create an endpoint to return now the summary. Okay, now let's create here now endpoints, and here and pass here summary, and pass here now get summary. Okay, that's yes, like this, and get summary. And we're going to let's copy everything in here, and we're gonna put it inside the get summary. Okay, in here we're going to remove everything in here and remove, yeah, I'm gonna remove this code, and so we're gonna get rid of this code in here. Okay, I'm gonna stay with Express and Express tabs, and so we're going to import here the doc repository. We're gonna import it in here, doc repository, and we're going to pass here the user ID, node ID. Let me go back here and copy this tab here, this line, and we're gonna pass it in here. We are going to return the summary and pass here return res.status, pass here 200, and then here pass here that, and pass that send, and pass here summary, and we're gonna pass here doc that summary like this. Okay, like this, and I'm going to pass this line at the top here like this. And in here too, inside the update or create summary function, we should return here the summary and pass here summary like this. Okay, like this. Okay, and now we are going to check this. We have here the roots, summary roots, and get summary roots. Get and pass here only summary roots like this. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're going to modify here the name get summary. Let me remove this and then pass here get summary. Yeah, let me see the name. Yeah, let me pass here get doc summary. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here get doc summary, and I'm going to import it. Let me go back in here, and we're gonna pass here get doc summary like this. We're gonna pass it in here get doc summary. Okay, we're gonna import it. Okay, and here I'm passing router that's post, and yeah, that puts here. We're gonna pass it puts, and then I'm passing nodes / summary, and so we're gonna pass here create, and pass here update or create summary, updates or create summary. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass here these endpoints. Yeah, great. Now let's head into the API v1 file, and in here we're gonna pass here summary roots, and we're gonna get rid of this line here, and we're gonna pass here summary roots like this. And then we're going to cut the summary roots. We're going to pass it in here. Now let's try this endpoint. We're going to head into Postman, and in here we are going to pass here is HTTP. We're going to pass the ports, localhost API /v1 /nodes, user ID, and I pass here a file vector.db. I got the file here. I'm going to pick it in here, and then you can see this is the contents that talks about vector database. Okay, now I'm going to close it, and then I'm gonna upload it. Okay, our server is running. Now let's upload it. I'm click here send, and let's see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, you can see we have here a node created successfully, vector database, semantic search for API application. You can see this is the title generated by the AI. We have here the URL of the image, and it's actually they kick off a job here. They're generating the image. And if we head into Mongo Compass, I'm gonna click here notes. I'm gonna refresh here. I'm gonna click here refresh, and we have here these notes at the bottom here. yeah, we have here at the bottom here, we have here vector database, and we don't have here the notes name. Okay, I'm going to head into docs folder. I'm gonna refresh database in here. I'm gonna refresh here, and we have here docs collection, and you can see this the file name. And now I'm gonna try to hit another endpoint in order to create the summary. Okay, and now you can see actually they finished generating the image. And if we head into the public folder, okay, you can see this the image generated by the AI based on the title. Now, in order to generate the summary, I'm passing create summary updates. Okay, and here we are going to pass here we're gonna send data into the body and pass the body instead of the query. Okay, we're gonna pass erect the body, and we're gonna extract the user ID and node ID. I'm not heading to in here. For the HTTP, we're gonna pass here puts, and we are going to send here the user ID and pass the user ID, and we are going to head into body, and I'm not heading to xww form URL encoded, and we're gonna pass here the user ID, and also we're gonna pass the nodes ID. Now to get the user ID and node ID, we're gonna head into Mongo Compass, and I'm gonna copy here the node ID first, and we're going to pass it in here. This is the node ID, and let's copy also the user ID. I'm gonna copy here the user ID like this, and then I'm pass it in here like this. And once we click here send, you can see generate summary, collapse summary, and yeah, we have here an object, okay, cast to string files for value. And let's fix that, and I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm going to I'm gonna rerun the Express server. I'm gonna head into VS Code, and in here we have here an object. Okay, now as we have here an object, I'm pass here this summary, passes is equal to summary, passes summary dot final summary like this, and then we are going to return the summary. And then I'm copy this, and we are going to pass here summary. I'm copy that, pass in here, and we are going to rerun our Express server. Okay, and once we run our Express server, we are going to head into again inside Postman, and we're gonna try this again. Now, as our Express server is up, now let's click here again, send, and we're gonna generate the summary. Let's check again. In here, we're gonna get in here, generate summary, collapse summary, collect summaries, and generate final summary. Okay, now we got here the summary. Based on the provided summary, here's a consolidated summary of the main themes. A vector database is a specialized system designed to store and manage unstructured data, such as text, images, or audio, by converting it into numerical representation called vectors. Okay, you can see, guys, we have here generated summary, and if we head into our Mongo Compass and we head into in here, you're gonna see we have here the summary. And if we head into Mongo Shell, you can see if we run this query here, we are going to see the summary. Okay, here's the generated summary, guys. Okay, you can see that actually everything works perfectly. Now we're going to do the same thing to generate the study guide. Okay, I'm not heading to in here. We are going to do the same process. We're gonna work through the same process in order to generate the briefing doc, the FAQ, study guide, but also the mind map. Alright, guys, now let's generate the briefing doc. We already generated the summary. Now we're going to move on the briefing doc. Now you can see inside the notes folder, we have here the get doc summary, but also we have the update create summary. Now what I'm going to do in here, we're gonna pass here folder, we're gonna name it summary. Okay, we are going to put in these two files. Okay, I'm naming it summary, and then I'm going to import the update create summary, but also the get doc summary.ts inside the summary folder. And now you're gonna create a briefing doc folder inside the notes folder. You can see that actually I've already created. Okay, you can see we have it in here. Now we're going to head into the pipelines folder. You can see we have the briefing doc.ts. Now we're gonna repeat the same process. Okay, guys, you're gonna wrap the code into generate briefing doc function. We're gonna pass it to parameter, the LLM, and the split docs, which is an array of documents that we're gonna pass to the LLM in order to generate the briefing doc. And then at the end here, we return the briefing doc. Now we are going to head into inside the briefing doc folder. I'm not creating two files. The first one, we're gonna name it update or create. Yeah, update or create briefing and pass it briefing doc like the TS. And I'm tap enter. I'm not heading to the update create summary. I'm gonna copy everything in here. And I'm going to head into in here and pass that. And in here, I'm gonna modify. I'm gonna pass update to create briefing doc and pass here briefing doc like this. And in here, we're gonna pass it the LLM. We're gonna pass the doc repository, the get instance, and we're gonna pass here get single doc data function. And here we're gonna pass this function in order to get access to the file. And here I'm going to pass here function update briefing doc. Okay, pass here update briefing doc like this. We're gonna pass it the briefing doc. Okay, and in here too, we need to call generate briefing doc function. I'm gonna call it, and then we pass it the LLM, but also the document. And then we're gonna pass here briefing doc like this, and pass here we're gonna pass it briefing doc, and we're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here like this. That briefing. I'm going to go back into the generate briefing doc function and copy that, and then I'm going to copy this final briefing doc. We're gonna pass there, and then we are going to pass here briefing doc like this. We're gonna copy that. Once we create the briefing doc, we're gonna return it and pass it in here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass it in here, and here for the message, we're gonna modify it. We're gonna pass here generates summary briefing doc generated successfully. Pass here briefing doc generated successfully, and we are done in here, guys. Okay, we are done. Everything is okay in here. Now we are going to create another endpoints get briefing doc. Okay, in order to return the briefing doc. Now I'm gonna copy this code in here. Let me first get rid of this error. We're gonna copy everything in here. We're gonna create here another file. We're gonna pass here get doc briefing, briefing doc, get doc briefing. I'm pass here get briefing doc. I'm pass here briefing doc the TS, and then we're gonna put in this code, and in here we're gonna pass a get briefing, pass a briefing doc, and in here we're gonna pass here doc repository that get instance, doc repo that get single doc data. We're gonna pass the user ID and node ID, and here we are going to pass it. We're gonna return here the briefing doc. Okay, pass here. We're gonna pass here briefing. Pass here briefing doc, and pass here doc, and then option chaining that briefing doc like this, and we are done. Now we are going to head into the root folder. You can see we have here roots, and we have here summary roots. Okay, and in here I'm gonna create the briefing doc roots. Okay, now I'm gonna copy that. Let me first import this to get rid of the error. I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna create here another roots and pass here briefing doc roots like this. The TS we are going to head into in here, and then we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna get rid of this, and where we got summary, we're gonna pass here briefing, pass here briefing doc like this, pass here hyphen, and pass here hyphen doc like this, and I'm gonna copy this name here and pass it in here, and I'm passing get briefing doc. We're gonna import it in here, but also gonna pass here update or create briefing doc like this. Okay, and we are done. And here we import the function. Okay, get briefing doc. Actually, we have here typing error. I'm gonna head into the briefing docs folder in here, and then I'm gonna check here the name of the function, get briefing doc. I'm copy it, and then we're gonna go back in here into the roots folder. We're gonna pass it in here, get briefing docs. It's correct. Now I'm going to modify here the name of this function and pass here briefing doc roots like this. And then we're going to head into the API V1, the TS, and then we're going to pass in here const BriefingDoc is equal to BriefingDoc roots. We're going to pass it the router, and then we're going to import that function. Let's copy it and pass it to the Express app like this. Okay, and then done. Okay, we are done, guys. Now it's your turn, guys, to try to generate a BriefingDoc. Okay, now we are going to continue in here, try to test these endpoints, and we already generated the BriefingDoc. Now we're gonna move to the FAQ. We're gonna repeat the same process. I'm going to head into again inside the notes folder. Okay, and in here we're gonna pass here FAQ, and we have the FAQ pipeline, and I'm going to head into inside the pipeline folder. Okay, we have the pipelines, and we have here FAQ. Let me look for it. You have here generate FAQ, and we're gonna repeat the same process. I'm gonna comment this code, and then we're going to copy everything all the way to the bottom here, and then we're gonna put it into the function. I'm copy everything, and I'm passing. We're gonna pass the function. Pass here exports async function, and then we're gonna pass here generate FAQ, and we're going to pass it to parameter as we did, and then I'm passing this code. Let me go back in here. Let me copy here something. I'm copy here this data here. Okay, we're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Generate FAQ. We are going to pass it in here. Okay, like this. We pass here the LLM. Okay, like this. Pass here the LLM and the splitting doc. Okay, I'm gonna import here runnable. Okay, T extends runnable, and then we are going to go at the bottom. We are going to return the final FAQ. I'm copy this, and then I'm pass here return FAQ. And guys, I'm gonna make a pause, and then I'm gonna do it real quickly so that we can move on. Alright guys, you can see that actually I've already generated the summary, BriefingDoc, the FAQ study guide, and now we're gonna work together on the mind map. And previously we made a pause, and I do that real quickly. You can see inside the notes folder, actually we have the BriefingDoc, the FAQ. I've already worked on it, and we have here the study guide. I repeat the same process. Now I'm going to head into the pipeline folder, and we have here the MindMap pipeline. And in here, in order to generate MindMap, we use the study guide. Once we already generate the study guide, we are going to copy that, and then we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate a MindMap. And you can see if I walk you through this code in here, you can see this is the shape that we want the LLM return. This is the man elixir shape. And then in here, we pass the prompt. And then we are going to pass here the study guide, okay? That we want the LLM generate a mind map about it. Now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to get rid of this study guide in here, because we're gonna pass it as a parameter, okay? I'm gonna get rid of this code, and then I'm gonna remove that. I'm going to copy all of this, and I'm gonna wrap that into a function, and I'm pass here export function, and pass here export async function, and then pass here generate, pass here mind map like this, and I'm gonna put in this code. I'm gonna go back into the generate FAQ. Okay, we are going to pass it in here. I'm going to move at the top here. We are going to copy this parameter. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're going to go back into the MindMap TS, and then we're gonna pass it to this function. And here I'm going to get rid of the LLM in here. I'm gonna comment this, and we're gonna pass it that here the T extends runnable, and we're gonna pass it the LLM, but also the study guide, and pass here this. I'm passing the study guide like this, and the study guide is a type of string. I'm passing string, and we're going to import runnable class. Okay, I'm gonna import here runnable like this, and here I'm passing here string, and we are done. And now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy the study guide. We're gonna pass it to the LLM, and we're gonna pass it in here. MindMap, and then is equal to JSON.stringify. We're going to pass it the results here, pass it results, and then we're going to return the MindMap. Okay, and pass you return passing MindMap like this, and we are done in here. And now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy the name of this function. We're going to copy that, and then we're going to head into the notes folder. I'm going to create here another folder. I'm going to name it MindMap like this, MindMap. Okay, like this, and inside of it, you're going to put in the controller and pass you get doc mindmap.ts like this, and we are going to export the function. Okay, now let's head into the FAQ, and I'm gonna copy this function. I'm gonna copy everything in here and I put it into the getDoc mindmap.ts, and I'm gonna modify here the name of the function, pass a getDoc mindmap like this, and we are going to pass here doc repository, the get instance, pass here doc repo, the get single doc. We're going to pass the user ID but also the node ID, and then I pass here cons. We're going to pass here cons study guide, and pass here the start. Yeah, we're going to pass here the study guide. We're going to store that into this variable, and pass study guide is equal to doc, and then option chaining, we are going to pass here the study guide like this. And I'm going to check if we have data, if study guide, okay, if is undefined, okay, if we don't have data, and pass a study guide, and pass a throw, and pass, I'm gonna throw an error throw, no error, like this, and then no data provided to generate the study guide, and pass here the study guide like this. And if we have here data, I'm going to call this pipeline and pass here cons mindmap is equal to, we are going to pass here mindmap is equal to away, and then pass it generates mindmap. We're gonna pass it the LLM, and here we're gonna pass it the LLM, pass it cons LLM is equal to LLM like this, and we're going to pass it the get instance, and we're gonna pass it the LLM, but also gonna pass it the study guide like this. Okay, the LLM and the study guide. And once we have here the mind map, we're going to store that into the database. We are going to pass here cons and pass here, we're gonna pass await doc repo like this, doc repo that updates mind map, and we're going to pass here some property. Let me see the user ID, node ID, and also the mind map, and pass the user ID and node ID here, and the mind map. Mind map, we're gonna pass it in here. This is the generated mind map like this, and we're gonna store that into the database. And in here, and once we store the mind map into the database, we're gonna return it. Pass here generated mind, and pass here stored mind map like this is equal to this. I'm gonna return it. I'm copy this, and then I pass here mind map like this is equal to stored mind map. Okay, like this. We're gonna return it. And if we already generate the mind map, we are going to return it immediately if the user need it. Okay, we aren't gonna add this endpoint again. And here I'm gonna modify this endpoint, pass here create or update mind map like this, the TS. Okay, now we're gonna copy this name. I'm gonna pass it to this function, and now we're gonna create another function in order to return only the mind map. I'm gonna copy content into the getDoc FAQ.ts, copy everything in here, and put it into the mind map. Okay, and here I'll pass here get mindmap.ts, and yeah, like this. And here I'll pass here get mindmap like this, and we are going to pass here the doc repository get instance, and then I'll pass here mindmap like this, and then we're gonna pass here doc.mindmap, yeah, like this, and we are done. Get mindmap. Now we're gonna create two routes for these two controller, And we are going to head into the root folder. We're going to pass here MindMap. And we are going to head into the roots folder. We're going to pass here MindMap roots, pass MindMap roots, the tiers. We're going to cap everything inside the game. We're going to cap everything in here, and we're going to put it into the MindMap roots like this. And I'm pass here game MindMap. Okay, game MindMap roots, and we're going to pass here the node / MindMap like this. And here to MindMap like this, and we're gonna pass here getDoc MindMap, getDoc. Yeah, let me see the name here, get MindMap. Okay, get MindMap like this, and we're gonna pass here update and pass here create or update MindMap like this. Now we're gonna head into the API v1 file, and we're gonna pass that API v1. And I'm passing const MindMap like this is equal to get MindMap roots. We're gonna pass it router, and we're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it to the Express app like this. Pass it in here, and then we're gonna import the get MindMap roots like this. And we are done, guys. We just generate a MindMap. Alright, guys. Now we're gonna set up our React app. You're gonna head up to Shadcn.com, click Get Started, head into Vite here, and I'm gonna click here, and we are going to head into a command prompt and tap inner. We're gonna create our React app using Vite, okay? Tap npm create Vite lattice, and then in here you can see you're gonna pass the project name, pass my app, and pass my app here like this, and then you're gonna choose here React. And we are going to work with React alongside with TypeScript, and then you're gonna cd into your folder, and then you're gonna tap npm install. And once you tap npm install, you're gonna install React Router, okay? And in order to install React Router, you're gonna head up to reactrouter.com/home, and then in here you're gonna see at the left we have a menu. You're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see installation. And then you're gonna tap this command npm install React Router like this, and done. And now let's set up Shadcn. And in here, in order to set up Shadcn, you're gonna copy this command. In order to install Tailwind CSS, you're gonna copy npm install Tailwind CSS at Tailwind CSS /fight. And then you're gonna head into your source folder. You can see actually I've already installed my projects. You're gonna see we have the index.css file, and in here what you're gonna do in here, guys, you're gonna put in @import Tailwind CSS, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna head into again inside the tsconfig.json file. You're gonna copy this line here. You're gonna put it in there. You can see if I head into my tsconfig.json file, I've already put it. tsconfig.json, I've already put the line in here. Do the same thing, guys. And once done, you're gonna head into again inside the tsconfig.app.json, and you're gonna copy this. You're gonna put it there, and then you're gonna tap this command npm install -d at TypeScript /nodes, and you're gonna head up again inside the var.config.ts file. You're gonna copy this, okay, and head into your var.config.ts and copy that in here. And once done, we're gonna continue, and now you're gonna tap npx Shadcn lattice init to initialize Shadcn inside of our projects, and you're gonna choose your netro, and then done. Once done, you can copy this command here, npx Shadcn lattice add button, okay, and then you're gonna copy that, and then once you tap this command, you're gonna see you have the components. You have here components /UI folder in here, but also you're gonna see the button, and done. And once you finish installing your React app, now we are going to start building our front end. Okay, I'm tapping here now npm run dev. Alright, guys, as we just finished installing our React app, now we're gonna head into the source folder, and in here we're gonna pass you the layout folder. We're gonna put in all layouts, and I'm passing the first layout is off layout, the tier 6. We're gonna pass here the notes layout, pass here notes layout, yeah, like this, the tier 6. And in here we're gonna pass it to the chart layout, the tier 6, like this. Now we're gonna create the pages folder. We're gonna put in all pages and pass it pages folder, And inside the pages folder, I'm passing a note. Pass here the first folder, I'm passing off. We're gonna pass here another folder, we're gonna name it notes. And we're gonna pass another folder, we're gonna name it charts. Chart like this. And we're gonna have here another folder, we're gonna name it router. We're gonna put in all our routes like this. And now let's head into the layout folder, and we have here the off layout. And in here, I'm putting this boilerplate off layout. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna put it into the chart layout. I'm gonna modify here the name of this layout. And here I'm passing here chart. Yeah, we're gonna pass the chart layout. We are going to head into the notes layout, and then we're gonna put in this code, and then we're gonna pass here notes layout. And in here, guys, you can see I just pass here a div, and inside of this div, we have here another div, and I pass here the outlet. Is where we're gonna inject the page, okay? The contents of the page that we want to use inside this layout. Now we're going to head into the pages folder. You can see we have here notes. You can see we have here off, and in here I'm passing login page.ts6, okay, like this. And I'm going to head into the app.ts6. I'm going to copy everything in here. I'm gonna put it inside the login page, okay, like this. And here I'm passing login page, and I'm going to get rid of these icons, okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this too. Okay, let me remove this tag and this one here, okay, like this. I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm gonna stay with the h1, and then I'm gonna pass it inside the div and pass here login page like this, login page. And I'm going to export the login page and pass it to, I'm passing here like this. Now we're gonna create here the notes page. Yeah, let me create the chart page here, and I'm going to copy everything in here. I'm gonna put it into the chart page. Pass here chart page.ts6 like this. I'm putting this code and pass here chart page like this, and I'm copy that, pass it in here, and here I'm gonna pass here chart page. We are going to head into the note folder and pass a note page.ts6. We are going to pass in this code. I'm gonna head into the chart page.ts6. We are going to copy everything in here. We're gonna put it inside the notes page like this, okay, and then we're gonna modify. We're gonna pass note page, and here for the name of the function, we're gonna pass the notes page. We're gonna copy that, we're gonna pass it in here. Done. And now we're going to head into the router. We're gonna pass the index.ts6, index.ts like this, and we're gonna set up the router. Now in order to set up the router, we're gonna head up in here. I'm gonna copy this code in here, we're gonna pass it in here, okay. And let me see, we are going to import here the create browser router. I'm gonna copy that, let me copy that here, and then I'm passing in here, okay. And we are going to copy the second line, we're gonna put it inside the main.ts6, okay. We're gonna pass it in here, and we're going to get rid of the app.ts6 and pass it in here, and I'm gonna get rid of the app.ts6. I'm gonna remove the page, okay. We aren't gonna use it as the entry point. And here I'm gonna copy this line here, I'm gonna pass it inside the render function. I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here like this. I'm gonna remove this like this. Oh, we don't copy it. I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here. Yeah, let me pass it in here like this. And we're going to create the router constant. Let me see if we already created it. Yeah, I'm gonna export the router here, and then we're gonna pass it to the root provider, okay. Let's import it, and then pass it in here. Now let's head into the router, and in here we're gonna import all our components in here. Now we're gonna pass here the path, and I'm pass here /auth, and we're gonna pass here the component property, and pass here lazy, okay, like this. We'll pass here component property, we're gonna pass here lazy, and I'm gonna import the lazy function from React. We use here lazy loading. In case we visit the off layout, we're gonna load this page, okay. We're gonna load this page on demand, and now we are going to pass here so the children property, and the children property we're gonna pass in roots, okay. You can see this is the layout, and a layout has pages, and these pages are children. And I'm gonna pass here path. Yeah, we're gonna pass here path and pass here login, and we are going to copy this again. We're gonna pass it in here. Yeah, I'm passing here. We are going to head into the pages folder and pass it // off / login page like this. And now we're gonna pass it the chat page, and also we're gonna pass here the notes page. I'm copy that, and then we're gonna pass here chats like this, and we are going to head into the layout folder. We're gonna pass here chat layout, and I'm going to consider the chat page is the index. Okay, I'll pass it chat and then chat page, and I'm gonna pass here index. Yeah, let's pass index is equal to true, and we are going to treat the chat page as the index. And now I'm going to copy that again. We are going to pass a bottom in here, and I'm passing notes. We are going to head into the layout folder. We're gonna pass here notes layout, and I'm pass here pages / notes / notes page like this, and we're gonna treat the notes page as the index. And then we are going to pass here another page not found. Okay, I'm gonna copy that in here. Okay, in case we pass a path which doesn't exist inside the router, we are going to load a page. We are going to head into the pages folder, and then you're gonna pass here 4404, and then you're gonna pass not found page, then you're gonna pass it in here. And once done, we are going to head into the index.ts file, and in here we're gonna import not found page. Okay, pass here not found page, and we're gonna copy it, and we're going to pass it in here. Pass it in here, and we're going to get it off hello world like this. And I'm gonna pass here an asterisk. Okay, yeah, this is an asterisk, this is an asterisk, and actually we have here typing error. Okay, the syntax is not allowed. Okay, now to remove this typing error, I'm gonna pass here index.ts6, because we use here, we import here a j6 element. Okay, now pass here ts6. Okay, like this, and then you're gonna remove this error. Now let's head into the command prompt, and we're gonna type here npm run dev, and we are going to check that. Now I'm gonna click here, and I'm pass here / notes like this, and you can see notes. And if we pass a page which doesn't exist, we're gonna get here page not found. Okay, and some pass here charts, and we're gonna move to the chat page. Okay, yeah, let me check in here. We're gonna head into the chat page. Yeah, chat page, and here we should pass here chat page. You're gonna see, you're gonna have here chat page. Okay, you can see like this. Now let's head into the main.ts6, and in here we're gonna import the index.css file. I'm gonna use side effects imports, parse imports, and then we're gonna pass here index.css. And now let's head into the login page, and in here, guys, we are going to import the Google icon. I have the Google icon in here. This is a PNG. Okay, and we're gonna pass it to the backend, and so we're going to pass a login page. We are going to pass here a function handle Google login, and so once we click here, we are going to redirect to our backend of / Google in order to authenticate. We're gonna pass here this div, and then we're gonna pass here h1 welcome back, and we're gonna pass here sign in to continue to your account, and we're gonna pass here backend, and on click handle Google login, and we're gonna pass it the image. And now let's see what we got here. If I pass here off / login, and you can see we have here a beautiful login page. And let me see here, I should pass here pass here continue with Google like this. Yeah, let me pass continue with Google like this. And now let's check again. Okay, we have here a beautiful login page. Now let's go ahead and work on the notes page. And in here, guys, we're gonna focus only on the logic implementation, but not on writing Tailwind CSS code. We need to speed up, okay? And in here, we're gonna pass this, and I'm gonna remove this, and I'm going to import the plus icon from Lucid React. And then we're gonna have something like this. We have a car, and once we click on the car, we're going to pop up a model in order to create a note. Now we're going to head into the note layout, and in here, I'm passing a simple menu, and we have here link NotebookLM, and then we pass here an avatar, and here's how it looks like. Okay, this is a simple menu. Now we are going to head into the component folder. You can see we have a component, and we're gonna pass here notes. Okay, And in here, we're gonna pass here notescar.ts6 notescar.ts6 like this, and we're gonna pass here fc, okay, in order to create a stateless function component. I'm tap inner and I'm pass here notescar like this. And in here, we're gonna import brand image from asset folder. You can see inside my asset folder, I have here the brand image, brand.png, and this is the image. Okay, I'm gonna use it for testing purpose, and we're gonna define a tab notes. We pass it the ID, title, date, sources, color, and image. We're gonna pass in another tab notes car props. We pass it property notebooks, and we pass here an array of notes, and we pass it to our component. This is the prop, note car props. And so we are going to pass here notebooks that map to iterate through the array of notes, and then pass it div. We pass it the key, and I'm gonna pass here the image. We're gonna pass here the title, but also the date and source. And now let's go ahead inside the notes. We're gonna head into the notes page, and in here we're gonna import the components and pass here notes car like this, and then we are going to pass it these props and pass here notebooks, and then we're gonna pass it an array of notes, and then this is an array of notes, and I'm gonna copy that notebooks. I'm gonna pass it in here, okay, and let me get rid of this, and I'm pass here a single tag, okay, notes car. And now let's see what we got in here. I'm going to move in here, and then you can see we have here our notes. Okay, we have here untitled notebooks, retrieve augmented generation. This is how it's gonna look like the notes page. Okay, we are going to fetch data from the server, and then we're gonna pass the data to these cards. Now we're going to create a model in here, and to create a model, we are going to go at Shadcn.com, and then we are going to copy this code. Okay, in order to use the model. Okay, we're gonna copy this code. Now, in order to get this model, we are going to tap this command. I'm gonna head into in here, and we are going to tap npx Shadcn at lattice. We are going to install cards components. We're gonna install checkbox. We're gonna install label component, dialog, inputs. Instead of installing a one by one components, I prefer to install all these components at once. Okay, you're gonna tap here npx. You're gonna tap here npx Shadcn at lattice, add car, checkbox, label, dialog, input, and then you're gonna tap inner, and done. Once you install all these components, we are going to continue. We are going to head into the component folder again, and you can see actually I've already installed them. And in here, we are going to pass here another folder, name it common. Okay, I'm gonna name it common. Yeah, I'm gonna name it base, and inside the base folder, I'm putting base components and pass here base model like this, base model.ts6. So what is the base model component? The base model component is basically a model that we're gonna use in order to create our model. Now let me show you an example. We are going to head into in here, and then I'm gonna pass this little model. Okay, you can see we have here model. Let's say this is a model, and inside of it we have model content. Okay, we have the model content div. We have here model, a model class. Okay, and inside of the model class we have the model title, model description, and here we have the model body where we can put in inputs. Okay, and we have also the model footer. Now instead of using all of this stuff here, I'm going to create a component named base model, and then once we call this base model component, we are going to pass it the title prop. We're gonna pass it the description, but also we're gonna pass it the input like this. And you can see that we eliminate a lot of stuff from here. We don't use all of this. This notes model here is much clean, okay? Because we pass it only the title, but also the description is much clean, guys. Now we are going to do the same thing with the dialog component provided by Shadcn. And in here, this is the alert dialog. Okay, alert dialog. Let me see in here. Okay, this is an alert dialog. Okay, we are going to use a dialog component. Okay, I'm gonna move here. let me tap here dialog. You can see at the left in here we have dialog. Click here and yeah, this is the dialog, okay, the dialog components. Now in order to use it, we need to copy this code. You can see we have a lot of stuff from here. Now I'm gonna simplify this. Now we're going to head into the base model. Let me remove this from the index.html file. Let me remove this, all of this. And now let's head into the base model. And now we're gonna head into the base model. And in here, we're gonna import React. We're gonna import the necessary component in order to create the dialog. And we're gonna pass here the base model props. And we pass here the open prop. This is the boolean, the on open change function. We're gonna pass it the open property is the boolean, and our function returns the void type. Pass it the title, description, children. Type it as React node. Pass it the footer, the width, and the height. And these components in here has this property. If you click here, API reference, they're gonna take you to this page to radixui.com. And then in here, we have all of this property that we need to pass to the dialog component. You can see we have this property in here. You can see we have here the open property. Let me zoom a little bit. We have the open property on open change function. We have here the model, the model property. This is the boolean. And all of this property, I copy all of this property from here, guys, in order to create the model. Go at radixui.com, okay? And in order to move there, click dialog, and then you're gonna click here API reference. They're gonna take you to this page, and so you can learn more about the dialog component, how it works. Now we are going to continue. We're gonna pass it the base model props, and then we are going to pass the function base model, and so we're gonna pass it this property, the open on open change, title, description, children, footer, width, and height. And we're gonna type it as the base model props. And so we're gonna pass it dialog. Okay, we're gonna pass it the open property is equal to open. On open, we are going to call on open function, on open change function, and then we're gonna pass it the dialog contents, and we're going to pass here the style, the width, max width, the height, and I'm passing the title and description. We're gonna pass it dialog header. We're gonna pass it the title and the description. And we are going to pass here the body and pass it children. And here we're going to pass the footer and dialog footer. And now in order to use this model, we are going to head into the node footer. And in here we're going to pass your components, create node model. That's CSS. And then we're going to learn how to use the base model. And now let's head into in here. I'm passing SFC snippet in order to create a stateless function component. Then tap inner, pass you create node model. Then we're gonna import your states from React. We're gonna import here the base model. We're gonna import here the Shadcn button, and so we're gonna define a state open with a function set open. In order to toggle the model, we are going to pass here div, and we are going to pass here the button, and we pass here function on click event. We are going to set the open property to true. And in here, we pass here the base model. Now we're going to pass some prop, the open prop. On open change function, pass it set open, but also the title is NotebookLM. And here we're going to pass here the height and width. And we're going to pass the footer prop. And inside the footer, we pass in the button. Now we are going to try this. Okay, we're going to try this and see what we're going to get. And inside the model, in here, I'm pass here model contents, yeah, like this model contents here, like this. Now let's head into the notes page, and in here we're gonna import these components and pass here create model, create note model, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Let me import it, and now let's try this and see what we're gonna get in here. I'm passing notes. Okay, let's refresh the page. You can see we have view button, and you can see that actually pop up the model. Okay, now let's go back inside the create note model, and we're gonna pass some content inside the model body, and we are going to remove this content. We're gonna pass a div flex justify between margin bottom 10, and we're gonna pass the add sources, and so we're gonna pass in a backend discover sources. Okay, we pass it right. Now we're gonna pass here a p tag, and we put in sources let NotebookLM base its response on the information that matters most to you. Examples: marketing plans, course reading, research notes, meeting transcripts, sales document, etc. And we're gonna pass a div with a dashed border. Let's check in here. We have a dashed border, and then we're gonna put in an icon to specify the area where we're gonna upload an image. You can drag a file there, and then we're gonna upload it inside of our system. And we're going to pass here some text again, like this: drag or drop or choose a file to upload. And we are going to pass here some actions buttons. We are going to pass in this. We're gonna pass in this div, and we're gonna have something like this. This is a car. Okay, we have a car, and if we copy this car again, let me copy it 3 times. We're gonna have something like this. We have here the first car, the second one, and the third one. Okay, and in here, I'm going to copy here the second and the third car from here, and then I'm pass them in here. Now let me get rid of this car in here. I'm gonna remove this one, and then I'm gonna remove this one too and pass this, and then we have something like this. We can upload files from Google Drive. We can pass here website link, YouTube URL, but also we can copy here text.